the heart of Florida, welcome to Kissimmee. This is Mecum, home of the biggest car auction on earth, where horsepower rules the day and the best cars come to play. Happy Friday, everybody. So glad to have you with us. We've got 7 hours of live coverage starting right now on ESPN+. Man, this is a big day. We've got thousands of cars here at Kissimmee, millions of dollars. Car collectors from every corner of the globe come here for this moment. Let's show off some of the crown jewels that are crossing the block later today from the Apex collection. We kick it off with my friend, Chris Jacobs.
Oh yes, Danielle, let me introduce you to CSX 3158, one of only 32 Shelby Cobra 427s that left the factory in the desirable narrow hip body. This one retains its original engine, transmission, and rear end, done up beautifully in vineyard green over black. Ooh, this is gonna be one of the big hitters when it crosses the block later today. Rutledge Wood, what do you got?
Chris, I found another Shelby. Feast your eyes on this beautiful 12,000-mile 68 Shelby KR. That's right, the GT500 KR. This thing's incredible. Take a look. It's got the Lucas covers on those driving lights. You rarely see those. Air conditioning, which was not a big option people got back in the day, but this thing has had a total nut and bolt restoration. A beautiful car that really jumps out in this beautiful green. Steve Matchett, what have you found, my friend?
Well, thank you, Rutledge. Well, without doubt, all 4 GT40s are special. Perhaps some 4 GT40s more special than others. Case in point, how about this 1966 Mark II lightweight? There are only 3 lightweights made at the factory. This, perhaps the most original of those 3. A lightweight car, lightweight chassis, lightweight roof, absolutely spectacular. Scott Hoke, you know we all love these cars. What do you think of that?
I tell you what, Steve Matchett, thank you very much for that setup. Love that car, and there is nothing lightweight about that car or this lineup today, Bill. We've been talking about it since last weekend. We've been talking about this weekend for several months, and we're going to start seeing that today. The fact that so many people, car collectors, car crazies, enthusiasts have shown up to Kissimmee for this day and tomorrow. It could be a record-breaking weekend.
Nothing lightweight about these jackets either. Record cold down here in Florida.
It's freezing.
We are bundling up, but things will heat up on the auction block today. And you're right about the people that are here. Some of the collectors that we don't normally see at a Mecum auction, they're here because they know today and tomorrow could be record-setting days for Mecum. The exclusivity, the value, that's how cold it is. And just the enormity of the vehicles that have come here really is stopping everyone's clock.
You know, we already had a 1954 Corvette sell for $205,000 just a little while ago. Very desirable early Corvette. We've got another one coming up here the next hour or so that is going to ring everybody's bell.
Yeah, when it comes to Corvettes, the pantheon of the Corvette definitely will have this car, the L88. 216 of them were built between 67 and 69. This was the last year for the L88, and that is the L88 427 with 430 rated horsepower, but you know what? That's short sheeting at about 100 horsepower, and one of only 17 with an automatic transmission. And look at the awards on the passenger seat there, and well-deserved indeed. And the color, Riverside Gold. Boy, you cannot beat that with the black interior, red line tires, and a date with the Mecum block not very long from right now.
Yes, indeed. The L88. Boy, that option code is one of the most famous in history. Here's a GT350R from 2018 that will lead off our program today in terms of the live action, and it just gabbled for $77,000.
Boy, high performance with a capital P. This is that 526 horse Voodoo flat plane crank V8 in there with a Tremec 6-speed. And this car's at home, more on the racetrack, maybe on the street in front of your house. They are animals.
Who remembers the Dodge Magnum? They were around for a a while. This one's from 07. It's an SRT8 version.
Yeah, and I can relate to this little station wagon because that powertrain was in the Jeep Grand Cherokee that I had back in the day in 07. So I can tell you these station wagons are quick. 5-speed automatic transmission, Brembo brakes, Borla exhaust, K&N cold air intake. It's been lowered, and it looks spectacular in that black on the outside and the slate gray interior.
Reserve is off already, $45,000. And that one got the blackout treatment and $45,000 hammer price.
Oh, that's a hoot. That is a car that you're not going to want to get out of it.
We will have a lot of Camaros today. I can promise you that today and tomorrow. Some spectacular Camaros. Here is one of them from 1969.
Yeah, this was done up by the guys at Detroit Speed and Engineering. The Twister Camaro, it's called. It'll twist all right with a 650 horse, 6.2 liter LT4. And back in 1969, the only thing that you could get that would even come close to that would have been the ZL1. This one has the 6-point roll cage for safety, removable center bar for backseat access, little touches like that. That's what the guys at Detroit Speed and Engineering are all about, specializing in builds like this. They also sell parts as well. And the engine and transmission, that was installed by Hendrick Motorsports.
Oh.
Yep, down in North Carolina. I should say up in North Carolina. Good Guys Street Machine of the Year in the year 2000, and we're into the six-figure zone.
Not only the roll bar for safety, Bill, but they added plenty of style, and I hope you caught some of that houndstooth interior as well. That is super cool, and $110,000. I'm going to call that a pretty good deal on that Camaro. 65 Cadillac DeVille.
Yep. 1965, this would have been the second year for the 429 cubic inch V8 with 340 horsepower, and any Cadillac worth its salt. There you see the engine. It's got to have that silky smooth hydromatic transmission. Odometer reads almost 67,000 miles. 20-inch Riddler wheels sparking up the appearance on this, and all of those fabulous comfort and convenience features that have become pretty much synonymous with the Cadillac. Air conditioning, power windows, power seats.
Reserve is off, 35, and you're going to get 37.
And Frank Mecum gives the high sign to Jimmy Landis, our auctioneer, that the reserve is off, and $35,000 is where that's going to sell. And that gentleman pretty excited about that. That's a pretty cool caddy.
Yes, it is. If the top are down, it'd be a little cooler, but you know what? That's okay. It's sold.
Triple white, man. Yeah. That's all good.
Yeah.
Next up, 1934 Ford Deluxe four-door.
Oh, this is a get-out-of-my-way machine. 430 horsepower out of the 6.2 crate motor that's between the front fenders. Look out. 10.7 to 1 compression. And if that'll run on 93 octane, I'll tell you, they've got some electronic engine management in there. Hawley electronic fuel injection, automatic transmission with overdrive, lots of other things too. High-end build all the way. Love those wheels too.
It seems like this may have been a newer build or perhaps an older build that was then refreshed build. We could see that it looked like it had a CarPlay sort of a setup stereo inside there, newer interior surfaces, and also those wheels and the engine really put it over. But a lot of these can be bought for a great price, modified, really made into exactly what you want. And this one is a beautiful, beautiful custom.
And by the way, that's green. That's green. It says emerald green, according to the consignor.
Well, the high bid here on the 34 Ford, $75,000. We've got to take our first break of our 7-hour telecast with you today. We'll be back to continue in a moment.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee, kicking off 7 hours of live coverage here And Kissimmee always brings out the stars, celebrities, and NASCAR drivers. Check him out. Driver of the #1 Trackhouse Racing Chevrolet, your Coke 600 winner from last season. One of the best drives I've ever seen, by the way. Guys, you know him, Ross Chastain. Ross, what's it been like? You're a Florida native coming here to Kissimmee. I know you've been walking around for hours. What do you think?
I love it. Frank Kelleher and the team at Daytona have rolled out the black carpet here, but red carpet for me to come and see Mecum. Yeah, just as a car guy growing up in South Florida, a couple hours from here, always knew about Mecum and knew about these big car auctions, but have never walked this one. So we've been doing a little bit of stuff this morning, and then I keep slipping away and leaving them all behind. I go off and looking for some old Chevys. I've got a 49 10.5 that I was able to get from Al Neese, my Truck Series owner. My dad's got a couple of square bodies back at the farm. So we're Chevy boys in our family, and I've got the itch for some sort of Camaro down the road. We do race it on Sundays and all.
You do, and I figured you'd be a pickup guy. 8th generation watermelon farmer here. His family has been in the watermelon business here in the state of Florida for many, many years. I know that's a big part of your life and your family still, Ross, but your day job is starting in about a month. The Daytona 500, Sunday, February 15th. This will be your 8th appearance in the Great American Race. What does it mean to you to kick off another NASCAR season and get ready for the biggest race of the year?
Actually, flying down last night into Orlando, I've done that flight before to go to Daytona, and I got the pre-race jitters actually waking up this morning. I actually had to think about, no, I'm not here to race. I'm here to talk about the race coming up on February 15th. Yeah, kicking off the season with our first points event. We will have the Clash up in Bowman Gray in a few weeks, but yeah, the Daytona 500 as a Florida boy, I went to it a couple of times, went to the summer race a little bit more often because we've got plants in the ground right now. So our watermelon crop, my dad's field, is growing in South Florida. It's got very cold there this morning, so going to have some headwinds ahead of us on that front, but nothing we can't figure out and get back to work. Dad's there today working, and yeah, we've got a great, a great legacy in ag and around trucks. We couldn't farm without trucks. We couldn't get to the racetrack without trucks. So definitely, proud to drive the bow tie and just to look at all these cool cars. I mean, some beautiful OEM cars from all different makes around the world. Excited to be here and just watch. And I did not get a bidder number, but I might change that next year.
I think I can help you out. I know a few people. If there's something you want to bid on, let me know.
It's not getting the bidder number I'm worried about. It's the back end of paying for whatever I buy. But yeah, the kid in me is just so excited to be here. I feel like a kid, 33 years old, trying to win some more races on Sunday, then we can come buy some more stuff.
We wish you the best of luck in this season, Ross Chastain. The best part about when Ross wins a NASCAR race, he does the watermelon smash, takes one of those big old watermelons right there across the start-finish line. Let's send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Thanks, Danielle, in the staging lanes with another one from the Apex collection. And amongst the Mopar aficionados, this is considered to be the finest 1969 Super B 812 package. 90% original. You're looking at the original paint. It's got original wheels and tires, original exhaust. Of course, numbers matching all the way through. 440 with the 6-pack. This one has the automatic transmission, bench seat, beautifully done in this butterscotch color with black interior. Man, the Apex collection just brings it every single time, and this is no exception. I cannot wait to see this one go across the auction block. Pure originality. Oh man, Scott, definitely look out for this one.
Love it, Chris. Thank you very much, my friend. In fact, we've talked about this Apex collection already today. 72 cars will be rolling consecutively from that Apex collection a little bit later on. Hey, we just heard from Ross Chastain. If he ever wants to go race in a straight line for a second, have him look at this Camaro, Bill.
This would be the one. I'll tell you, this is the big dude. And I'll tell you, for an American car to be considered an American supercar these days, I'm not exaggerating, you've got to have 1,000 horsepower.
Yep.
I'm sorry, that's the reality. This is not a street car. This is a 2023 Copo Camaro, drag strip only, 1,004 horsepower out of the 632 cubic inch big block, and that is the way it came from the factory, folks. That is not a modified car. Turbo 400 automatic. The color's vivid orange with a blackout hood, and You want to hear some numbers? This will run low 8s or high 7s in the quarter mile at 160 miles an hour. Now, they're making a lot of whoopee with that new Corvette ZR1X that runs comparable times. And this is a Camaro, so this has got all the equipment for racing. We're talking about the racing seats, the roll cage. You see the wheelie bars in the back with the drag chute and those huge Hoosier drag slicks in the back. So this pretty much drag strip ready to go.
And the reserve is off. This car will sell.
185 and the reserve is off. 180, 185.
Boy, it looks the part, too. I mean, we've seen Copo Camaros that have come across the block that have just been kind of plain Jane, you know. But this really is an attractive race car.
Yeah, you stand too close to the front, that'll bite your feet off. That thing is just absolutely untamable.
We're both claiming that, Jim.
Asking 180. I have 177.5 asking $180,000. Jordy, I have you at 177.5.
180.
Okay, 180.
77. I'm 180. My fault.
$180,000 is bid. $185,000. 185. 182.
Too bad they couldn't fire this up too.
Said no, thank you.
Oh, they had it all coming into the building.
Well, we needed it right here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good thing she showed up.
Cool.
Yep.
$180,000. And that will make its way to a new owner. All right, 1968. Time to take a look at a GT500 KR, an award winner.
A beautiful car, guys. This has been a nut and bolt restoration. We see a lot of details on here that we don't see on all of these that are such great survivors. Only 12,000 miles. You see it's got the air compressor. That was a pretty rare option, Bill, I understand. But when you look at the car, I think one of my favorite things about these KRs is that seatbelt setup. It's kind of the Y belt, but it actually just goes over. You kind of just put your arms in either side. It still has a lap belt. So it's kind of like a close to a 4-point, 3-point sort of a harness, but it was definitely something special about these Mustangs.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, this in 1968 was a Shelby Mustang that Shelby had very little to do with. Ford had kind of taken the reins of the construction of these cars. However, this 428 cubic inch Cobra jet engine rated at 335 horsepower was the one to get in your GT500. That boosted it to the KR designation. And this has won so many awards, gold awards from the Mustang Club of America. In fact, the restoration was overseen by Tom Mimes, a well-known judge with the Mustang Club of America, and you'll love to see that.
So, $175,000.
And you'll love to see a hammer price of $175K.
And I can tell the owner was so happy to share lots of cool stories about it. That's on its original tires, but just what a cool thing. They were happy that reserve came off.
Yes.
Goes home a winner.
Highland green, 10-spoke wheels. Sweet.
All right, let's dial the clock back a couple of years, couple of model years. 1966 GT350.
Okay, I'll sneak in the engine information. Oops. Yep. It's a Paxton supercharger. So we're dishing about 450 horsepower out of that little 289, which had 306 before they bolted on that blower. SFM 6S1398 Shelby Ford Mustang 1966 Street, and the production sequence 1398. That's got the 4-speed in it, as you just saw. Beautiful blue. That is such a signature color for all Shelbys. And there you see once again those 10-spoke wheels and the over-the-top white stripes. Wimbledon white.
$150 is the bid. This was no reserve Shelby time.
Yep.
Bill, was Paxton kind of the first ones in the supercharger game that people were starting to see?
In terms of OEM applications, I would say Paxton was there, but McCulloch also was doing them. And of course, over the drag racing side, you had the GMC 671 blowers and the Y-end aftermarkets, what have you. But yeah, Paxton right at the top.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee here on ESPN Plus. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle, Trotta, Rutledge Wood, and this 1948 Chrysler Town & Country. The Woody just sold for $62,000, Bill.
Yeah, top drawer restoration, as you can see. That wood body just perfectly restored. 323 cubic inch Spitfire inline 8-cylinder engine with 135 horse. And the reserve is off and the car is sold.
Yes, it is. First look at 1963 split window coupe, and it is a dandy.
We've had a few of these fuel injected split window coupes, and the information on these cars is just so extensive. I'd never be able to get into everything. I can tell you that a really good guy was involved in the comprehensive body off restoration. That's Joe Scafidi of the Bow Tie Shop in Billerica, Massachusetts. Alrighty then. Numbers matching driver train, and this is an original tuxedo black car with a saddle interior. Awards from NCRS, McCacken, Antique Automobile Club of America. It's been documented. Al Grenning has been all over this car. An early production car as well. Power windows, leather interior, and it's a T10 4-speed. They switched to the Muncie in 1963, so this car was built before the switchover with a 370 posi rear end. I think I covered the main points.
And you did it very well, thank you. And you see the bidding reflecting all of the stuff that you just mentioned. A triple diamond Fuelie? Really?
Yeah,
Holy cats.
You got it.
And Bill, for somebody that knows these markets so well, is it a commanding difference when people look at that one-year-only split window for this in 63 than if, say, this was a 64 that had the one-piece rear window?
The 63 really stands so far apart from the 64. And you know, Rutledge, we'll bring in a fuel-injected 64 car after this one. Watch the difference in the bidding. It's dramatic.
It's massive.
That 63 really is the crowd favorite for people with that split window.
That's what everyone holds up.
Yep, and in this case, I mean, even $260,000 is not going to be enough to buy that award-winning 63 split window coupe. Well, once again this year, we are pleased to be partnering with National Parts Depot as they celebrate a big year. And a little bit earlier, my colleague Bill Stevens caught up with a very special guest.
We always look forward to coming to Kissimmee because we know we're going to see Rick Schmidt. He's the Chief Operating Officer of National Parts Depot. We're standing next to a very unique Chevelle. But before we get to this car, these cars are pretty special in the history of NPD.
Well, it's just another interesting story in NPD history. We're celebrating our 50th anniversary this year, and my dad started the company in the basement of our house in Gainesville, Florida. That was in 1976. Now, in the mid-'80s, we were still scraping to build into the company we are today, and Chevelle Parts was the very first foray into GM parts that NPD made. And my dad took a big risk when he went into Chevelle Parts because we printed a catalog, printed a bunch of them, and he was doing this huge mailing to tens of thousands of registered Chevelle owners, because back then you could get the registration lists. But he didn't have the cash to pay for all this stuff. If the phones hadn't started ringing, and if those catalogs hadn't fallen into the hands of people when they started ordering parts, he was going to be in real trouble. That could have been the end of NPD. So Chevelle, in a way, saved us and kept us growing and growing, and then we added Camaro, and then onward and upward to where we are today. So,
well, this Chevelle right here is a fooler because it looks like a plain Jane Chevelle, but it's far from that.
It's a Copo, baby. It's a 69 427 Cortez Silver. The 69 is my favorite year for the Chevelle too, so this is a 4-speed car. This is a real killer, beautifully restored. I'd love to have this at home in my collection. So.
Well, the NPD catalog is something that everybody should have in their possession, no matter what you're restoring, and you can go to their website as well. And thank you, sir. Maybe we'll talk to you again before the weekend's over.
Let's hope so. Yes, thank you.
All right, thanks, Rick.
All right, and as they pointed out, the catalog, they have a dozen different model-specific catalogs, nationalpartsdepot.com. You could even call them on the telephone. I don't know that Rick would pick up the phone if you would call. He's probably out looking at cars somewhere.
I know, it's family-owned. He might.
Well, that's true. You never know. But, yeah, always good to have you and Rick getting together and talking about cars here. As we bring you back into the Silver Spurs Arena with our live telecast here on ESPN+, 1970 C10 Custom just hit 92, but didn't hit enough.
No, big money build, too. And go to Bid Goes On. We'll see if anybody goes over there and tries to make a deal.
All right, next up, Challenger SRT Demon. Man, still as popular as when they first burst on the scene a few years ago. Almost, wow, can you believe 8 years ago now, Bill?
It's pretty amazing because this car rocked the world when it was released. How about an 840 horsepower, 6.2-liter supercharged Hemi, and that 840 was when you took all of those little voodoo pieces out of the Demon crate and applied them to this car. That would have been the engine management system, putting in higher octane fuel, things like that. This with a Torque Flight 8-speed. You couldn't put a manual in this because first time you launched, probably would have fallen on the ground. That's how much power and torque these engines have. Also, it's got the drag mode suspension in it, the line lock, launch assist, all the things the street rats love to see, the power chiller, and on and on and on. It's just the way a lot of people wanted theirs back in 2018.
It's so cool. Chris Jacobs, our own Chris Jacobs, has been a part of so many of the different iteration of model and launches that they've done with these. But it's so wild when you start to think about an OEM that says, you know what, let's give them a line lock. Let's just really set them up for drag racing, which, of course, Scott, no one would ever use that on the street.
No.
Never.
Don't be silly.
Unless there's a really straight road in Mexico. And
hey, some of these have a trans brake in them.
I mean, can you imagine?
You know, that's straight from the quarter mile.
107.5 is bid.
Yeah, boy, they made a lot of whoopee with these cars with those 8-second quarter miles and cars that would lift the front wheels on launch. Imagine that, a production car that pop a wheelie.
Well, this one ends up at 107.5. Some stuff going on outside, too, at the Real Garage Life stage. We'll be back with Bill's Corvette coming up. Oh, welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee. Plenty of stuff going on, and even a little class on how to gavel a car sold. The little kids can get involved and have some fun with the gavel. Well, we're having fun here in the Silver Spurs Arena, and next on our plate is a Galaxy 500 lightweight Bill Stevens.
Well, I, of course, love these cars. They take me back. This is before the Thunderbolt debuted, the Fairlane Thunderbolt 1964, and this was the car that Ford depended on to win at the drag strip, but these cars were way too heavy from the factory if they were in their production configuration. So what did they do? Fiberglass and aluminum. There are no sun visors in this car. They ripped out the sound insulation. They pulled about 400 pounds out of these cars, and this one, raced by one of the all-time great Ford performance drag racers, Dick Brannon. A lot of drag racers recognize that name, and if there's ever been a lightweight that's worth big money, this would be one of them. 427 side oiler engine, about 500 horsepower, and a 4-speed.
And worth bigger money than 160. That will not get it done.
Not even close.
Nothing unnecessary on those cars at all.
Nope.
Okay, let us move to the car, Bill, that you selected as your car to preview at the very beginning of the show, not even 45 minutes ago. It's a 69 L88 Corvette.
This has been in special exhibits, multiple NCRS certifications, one of only 17 with an automatic transmission out of all of the L88s that were built. In fact, until this car was built in 1969, just about all of them had 4-speeds. That's what everybody wanted. Matching number drivetrain, the 427, you see it right there with that special air induction hat on the carburetor, rated at 430 by the factory. And of course, as we always say, not even close to the truth. These cars with that engine easily making close to 500 horsepower. long string of owners that would be well known to folks that follow the General Motors management string. Radio delete, of course. Aluminum heads. They all had aluminum heads. They did have some prototype cast iron heads for the L88. They never made it into production. J56 heavy-duty brakes. This car will stop as well as it'll go. And 370 positive traction rear end. Nicknamed Automatically Yours.
Now, this would seem to me to be, perhaps because of that automatic transmission, a little bit more reasonable for a guy to drive it on the street back in the day, yes?
In terms of actually the driving procedure, but these cars overheated on the street.
Yeah.
Those L88s had a wild cam, and they would buck, and they'd, you know, be spitting out of the carburetor at low speeds. Yeah, not a very easy car to live with.
I said
on
a
the street.
little bit easier.
Yeah, that would be
they had
minutely.
issues. Yes.
Oh, look what's coming.
Take it away, brother.
Ronnie Sox. Oh, another one of those names out of drag racing history we'll never forget. This is his AFX Mercury Comet, one of 22 that were produced in 1964. Oh my, do I remember these cars. A lot of fiberglass parts on these, the hood, fenders, doors, trunk lid. The 427, of course, with a high-rise intake and 2 Hollies. And these cars competed in AFX and also did a lot of match racing. Ronnie Sox, part of Sox and Martin, would travel all over the country. They actually had a performance clinic that they would do at Chrysler, Dodge, and Plymouth dealers. And I actually went to one in Revere, Massachusetts when I was a kid, and to see those guys in person was such a thrill. Ronnie Sox passed away from cancer at much too young an age, but still considered he's a Hall of Famer. No question.
No question about it.
Was this sort of a cousin to the Thunderbolt, but under the Mercury brand?
This was very close to the Thunderbolt. This was more radical than the Thunderbolt, actually, because this ran an AFX, factory experimental. Those Thunderbolts could run in stock and super stock, so they weren't as modified, we'll say, as these cars here. But these led into the funny cars. They began in earnest in 1965, the altered wheelbase cars, and then, of course, we get into the one-piece bodies and into the nitromethane, and, you know, far cry from where we are today, with funny cars that'll go well over 320, 330 miles an hour.
And Bill, these are the cars that Ronnie was running before he started driving the Plymouths? Got it. He's preceded the Plymouths in Ronnie's career?
Yes, right. He went to Mopar, and in fact, we had one of his Hemi Cudas here at the Mecum auction not long ago.
$400,000. Just bought that historic Ronnie Sox Comet AFX car, and I know that puts a big smile on your face seeing that go to a new home.
Oh, I hope whoever bought it will take it out, put it on display, let people see it.
Yep. Okay, lots and lots of work that has been done on this custom 61 Starliner.
Already to $90,000. I knew this would happen with these 61 Starliners. There's a cult that follows these cars. This is a much beloved car in Ford history, and a lot of times we see these with big blocks, 427s, either the FE engines. We've even seen these with cameras, the 427 overhead cams in it. But I knew at some point someone would put a Coyote in one. This is what we have here, that 5-liter Coyote. An extensive build, though. A lot of times we see them brought back to original with a hotter engine in it, but this one has been all done over.
That lipstick red interior, just wow, what a stunning job they did on that. We can see right there from that angle. Bill, you talk about a stance. This car, you see the lines and the edges, both at the top and kind of the trim going down the side. It really looks so dramatic when you see a car like this laid out.
And I've got a headline for you. You see the wheels on this car? These are from American Racing. They are new to the market, called Mulholland VF 563, 18 inches in the front, 20 inches in the back, and this is the first time a lot of people are seeing these wheels.
Yeah, those are way cool. And Scott, for $85,000, what a deal that was.
Oh, well, you mentioned a Starliner with a Coyote. I remember distinctly the professor and I were at SEMA a few years ago, saw a dark blue Starliner, had a Coyote in it, all kinds of good stuff. It would have been right at home next to that red one.
Yeah, it had to happen.
Okay, GT350, 1965. already at $350,000.
Yeah, and I love to read the VINs on these. SFM 5S411, Shelby Ford Mustang, 1965 Street, 411. So out of the 525, 30 cars that were built in 1965, it's always hard to accurately tell you how many of these were built. Howard Pardee of the Shelby Club did a great job of smoking out how many of these cars were built and what they came with, but there's always a little wiggle room there. 562 is what a lot of people say, but again, they didn't build a whole lot more than those, no matter who you listen to. Great rotisserie restoration by Rick Warnick at Northwest Mustangs. Matching numbers 289, 306 horsepower, as the street cars had, with the Borg Warner T10 4-speed. Automatic, not available in 65. That didn't come along until the following year. A lot of special Shelby pieces. And you know me, I'm a Shelby guy. In fact, the Shelby American Club has a little table set up out in the lobby here, which is great to see those guys.
And we can see, guys, the interest level in these quality cars is through the roof today. It's packed in the staging lanes. We're seeing more and more anticipation for cars like this one, but it is a different feel. The energy has definitely shifted in the room. It feels electric every day, but today it feels like there is like lightning happening.
Yeah, when does a Friday feel like a Saturday? Here in Kissimmee.
Yeah.
You said it.
And Scott, you remember when we started, 18 years maybe for you, is it?
Yeah.
16 for me. Mm-hmm. This is the kind of money that would buy you an R model, those ultra rare race cars.
No question.
And now even the beautifully restored street cars are $500,000.
Yeah.
You want to get 6, John?
That's a big smart bit.
Well, I remember the first time we came to Kissimmee, we were in
600?
another building. We hadn't even gotten, large enough to occupy this building.
I remember.
2009.
Yep.
600,000, and the reserve is off.
Sweet. Did someone ask me something, or was that voice inside my head?
Probably the voice. My goodness. $600,000 for that historic GT350. We will take a timeout as you feast your eyes on that machine. Back with more in a moment. Oh, welcome back to Kissimmee. The hits keep coming. Bill Stevens, a 1969 Z28 JL8 Camaro here, and look at the numbers on this car.
Yeah, the mileage too, just over 22,000. The JL8 with four-wheel disc brakes from the factory. Only 206 of those were sold. Yeah, matching numbers drivetrain at 302, 290 horse, 4-speed, and a very popular color on this Z. It's dusk blue.
And listen to this. The consignor has owned this car since it was brand new, and his wife was the first person to sit in the back seat, but that didn't happen until 2018.
Wow, they waited a while, huh?
They waited a while.
Something else. Yeah.
You want to do 245? I got 240 bid. 245.
240 is the bid. The reserve is off. And that's where it sells. $240,000. All right, let's rewind just a little bit, because while we were in the previous commercial break, we had a big-time Corvette from 1961 show up for us.
Yeah, it's a Fuelie with the higher horsepower Fuelie, 315 horsepower on the 283. This has got Bloomington Gold certification, NCRS Top Flight. And look at the restoration. Need I say more? Boy, that is probably one of the top 61 Corvettes we've ever seen.
Unreal. And it sold $220,000. Well, next on our block is the beginning of a collection of cars everyone that we have been anticipating for quite some time. We've seen cars from this collection before, but starting now, 72 cars from the Apex collection. We begin with this 97 anniversary Camaro.
Boy, the Apex collection, boy, they pull things from out of their sleeve that none of us have ever seen before. Like this. You ready? This is the rarest high-performance fourth-generation Camaro ever constructed, and I'll tell you why. We talk about the 1996 Corvette Grand Sport and that one-year-only LT4 330 horsepower 5.7. This Camaro has that powertrain with a 6-speed manual transmission. Holy guacamole. Climate-controlled storage for this car. At all the original paperwork and documentation. Oh. I mean, yes.
And you don't even like guacamole.
I don't, but this car deserves it.
$38,000, man. A long list of goodies on that car. Takes up a lot of space on the front windshield, as does this 2012 ZR1 Corvette.
Yeah, the 2012 ZR1 Corvette, that is that C6 generation of the ZR1 that brought us 638 horsepower out of that supercharged 6.2. Oh, do I love these cars. That's that LS9. Of course, you love that little see-through hood as well, as we had on those C6 ZR1s. This is the one-year-only Centennial edition, by the way, that celebrated Chevrolet's 100th anniversary. 3,600-plus miles on the odometer, carbon flash with gray Alcantara and leather interior, and, of course, the heavy-duty Brembo carbon ceramic brakes with red calipers. Oh, boy, that is a big dog.
$137,500. I thought I was going to have to get you a Ricola there for a second.
Oh, I was choking up.
Okay, Bill, another couple of cars right in your wheelhouse. A 2001 Viper GTS.
Yeah, only 726 miles from new. It's the Viper race yellow paint. You see it? And this generation of the Viper all came through in the GTS Coupe with the 8-liter V10 and 450 horsepower. And they all had 6-speed manuals, got a black interior. And let me run down the list of all of the extra cost options on this Viper. And that just about does it. Yeah, my 96, same generation as this. The next generation began a couple years later, but no, the options didn't need them. Had an Alpine stereo, air conditioning, 6-speed, the beautiful factory wheels, and so no, they, if you wanted AM/FM, CB radio or any other wild combination, you're out of luck.
No heated seat, no heated steering wheel, no, none of the frou-frou stuff.
No, none of that frilly stuff that you usually would order on a new car.
All right, up in the suite. Bought that car for $87,000. Here's another one. This particular Viper, a few years later, 2008. This is an SRT10 ACR.
Yes, this is the 600 horsepower, 8.4-liter V10. And as you go through the generations of the Viper, every time you get a new generation, you get a little more cubic inches or maybe a little bit more horsepower. This one with only 4,559 miles on the odo. 6-speed manual, that's a redundancy. As I mentioned, all the Vipers had the 6 speeds in them. Still has the original tires on it. Carbon fiber rear wing, and of course the ACR is the American Club Racer. And this was a bona fide track car. This is one of those from the showroom to the racetrack with very little extra preparation.
Any options?
Let me see. Yep. And that's about it.
Perfect.
Yep.
147.5.
150 pounds and out of bed. 150, he said no. 150. So 147 pounds and
look at that. 147.5. New owner ahead for that Viper ACR. We'll take a quick break here and catch our breath as we wrap up our number one with you today. They are moving the big cars toward the block.
Welcome back to Kissimmee. We are just getting started with the Apex Collection, a group of over 70 cars, incredible pieces of automotive excellence, including this 1969 Shelby GT500 convertible. It is an SAAC Gold Award winner. Only 69 left the factory with a 4-speed transmission, and only 48 with this incredible color, Gulfstream Aqua. Looking so beautiful over white with the white vinyl top. Man, just another fine example of how good the Apex Collection is. And we're gonna see them all. In fact, we got something pretty special on the block right now. Scott?
Oh, indeed. Thank you, CJ. We are taking a look at this little Bronco that just sold Bill Stevens $97,000.
And well worth it. The guys at Blueprint Engines provided a fuel-injected 306 V8 engine. Yep, you heard right. 306, only 411 miles since the rebuild and a lot of modifications. Beauty.
All right, Cadillac time. 1934, pre-war classic now.
Streamlined, modern Cadillac with teardrop headlights and airfoil style fenders. What a distinctive body style. Matching numbers, 353 cubic inch L-head V8 engine in this. Dark green, tan leather interior. Got the Cadillac bill sheet. Boy, somebody held on to that from 1934. 17-inch beige painted wheels, looking great with that exterior paint. And we're watching the bidding right now in the mid-70s.
Moving on up. 75. Yes. 80,000 on a bid. 75,000. You in Gainesville yet? 75,000.
Great Depression,
80,000 on a bid.
kind of like on the back nine by now. 1934 was not completely over. Some people don't think it was over until the beginning of World War II, rather. So luxurious automobiles were slowly but surely coming back into the American consciousness. Cars like this.
Reserve is off on this Series 355. Copy of the Cadillac build sheet goes with the car. It's got Cadillac Historical Association documentation.
Yeah, I mentioned the bill sheet because it's amazing that a car that old, somehow they would preserve that.
Yes.
But they do. Couple side mounts, big, tidy, white walls, and show presentation.
Big trunk on the back. A lot of times we see that trunk rack folded and not deployed, but they've got a big old suitcase or something on there.
I wonder if that's been restored too. I doubt anything from 1934 would look that great without a tune-up on it.
I would agree. $100,000 buys that Cadillac. All right, we will continue with this 1967 Camaro RSSS Pace Car Edition.
Yeah, only 104 of these built in 1967, the first year for a Camaro pacing the 500. Matching numbers, L48, that's the 350 cube small block, 295 horsepower. That engine available across the board in any 67 Camaro. They debuted the 350 in the Camaro in 1967. It's got air conditioning, power front disc brakes.
Bill, a lot more people know the 69 pace car that I think was more popular with the orange interior.
Yeah.
Does that make the blue interior, a little bit more rare? Because it almost seems like this opened the door so that one could really run.
Excellent point, Cub Reporter Wood. They built more 1969 pace cars, so that gives this a little bit more special. 104 of these.
And Bill, who won the Indy 500 that year?
In 1967?
A.J. Foyt, right?
That was A.J. Foyt's third. Guess who drove the pace car in 1967? Another multiple winning race car driver, Maury Rose, who won the race three
times.
How
Yeah.
about that?
And he drove cars that you had to be a real man to race the cars that Maury Rose raced in.
And by the way, I did not remember this, but today apparently is Anthony Joseph Foyt
Yes.
Junior's birthday.
Today
91
is.
years old.
Right.
Wow. Hey, you know what, Rutledge? Did you set this up?
Would you believe I didn't? But how nice that it works out, because here we've got a 1969 pace car, guys.
Carol Shelby's birthday was January 11th. We had Big Daddy on Wednesday. That was the 14th. We got A.J. Foyt. A very prolific month for former race car driver
That's
birthdays.
true.
Yeah.
$80,000 is the current bid on this 69 pace car edition. And before you answer before you ask the question, Mario Andretti.
I love it. Your knowledge of Indy is just, it's so special. You're such an Indiana guy through and through, but the passion, love the way it connects with these cars. It's just, that's one of my favorite things to watch, Scott, about you being here.
Well, it's really cool. I mean, that, 69 is one of those years that it's just a year that everybody remembers because of Mario Andretti's win at Indy.
Yeah, and it was a big year for the Camaro, too, 1969. So all of that kind of coalesces together.
Yep.
And this is a big block. Yay! This is a big block pace car, the 396, with the smallest of the 396 horsepower ratings, 325. You go on the trim tag on this car, and you'll see Z11. That tells you this is indeed a pace car. It's got the 4-speed in it. Automatic was available as well.
I saw an old commercial come up, relatively, 15, 20 years ago maybe. Guy's driving a Corvette out in the country somewhere. Cop pulls him over, and he says, "Son, who do you think you are, Mario Andretti?" It was Marco Andretti driving the car. Mario's running shotgun, and he goes, "Yeah, but I am."
That's amazing.
It was a great commercial.
That's the good stuff right there.
$83,000 buys that pace car. That is cool. As you see, we predicted this, man. The empty seats here in the building are getting more and more scarce. Here's a 1970 Z28 now.
This is a Copo Camaro. But Bill, they cry, how can this be a Copo Camaro? It's got a 350 in it, 360 horse. That's what you got in a 1970 Z28. Let's go around to the back of the car in just a second as you take a look at the interior with that 4-speed. This is a Copo Camaro because it has what we call the Trans Am spoiler. This was a spoiler that Chevrolet wanted to homologate so they could put it on their Trans Am race cars. Got a little bit more altitude there. And officially it's called the 97-96 rear spoiler. This car has it.
Yep, and that kind of underscores the point that we make from time to time that a Copo can be a Copo for one of any number of reasons. Engine, color, some strange option that somebody really wanted, or something like this.
Right?
135. You're in.
One more shot.
You're in. 140. Thank you.
Great restoration by legendary motor car from soup to nuts.
And the hammer falls, courtesy of Matt Morvek, $135,000. Here's another 69 Camaro now. This is a Super Sport convertible.
Yeah, and this has the same powertrain as the pace car that we had 2 vehicles ago, the 396, 325 horse big block, with the wide ratio M20 Muncie 4-speed. Butternut yellow, houndstooth interior. 14-inch wheels. Just about all the high-performance Chevys back then had 14-inch wheels. It wasn't until a little later that they started putting 15s on there. It's kind of funny. Power windows, power brakes, power steering. A lot of documentation.
Bill, we see how good this car looks with those body color matched steel wheels. Who was the first big manufacturer that really started leaning into that, especially we saw with the muscle cars?
Wow, that might take us back to the C1 Corvettes that had the poverty wheels on there. Mopars earlier than the muscle cars. I don't know about those, but we'll get our best people on that. That's an interesting question. Who was the first to go with those little doggy dish hubcaps?
115 is the bid.
Jeez, now you got me thinking. I remember seeing them on 1950s Fords. You know,
well, the body color match color to me is really what stands out. Certainly we saw in the muscle cars, it makes such a difference on certain shades. It's so impactful. We know a lot of Mopars did that too.
Yeah, but if you're talking about body colored wheels, man, that goes way back. Way before the muscle car era.
Oh, yeah, painted wire wheels on Model A's, things like that, yeah.
$120,000. We are a dozen cars in to this Apex collection. A long way to go and more coming up.
Oh, a beautiful day here in Central Florida, and you're getting a look at some of the patrons here enjoying Mecum Auctions, and it's been a great day so far. We're just getting started right in the middle of the Apex collection, and here's another one from that fantastic group of cars. This is a Challenger TA, 1 year only, 1970 of course, meant to homologate for the SCCA series. This one is kind of a rare option package in that it's restored as one of few in FE5. That's that bright red. Check out the interior. That code is H5X9. That's the houndstooth interior. Of course, these were all powered by the 340 with the 6-pack V8. I'll open the hood so you can get a look at that because it's beautiful in the engine room. This one comes with the D21 4-speed manual transmission with the pistol grip, and it will be coming across the block in just a little bit. Oh yeah, one other thing, these rear window louvers, another rare option on this car. Just a stunning example, fantastic restoration. Right now, let's throw it back to the mat with another from the Apex collection. Scott?
Yeah, another rare car, Chris. 70 Nova L78, Bill.
This is a real muscle man here, the 375 horse 396 with a Muncie 4-speed. And yep, just like that, there's that soul sticker.
Love it. $65,000. Sunfire Yellow. Well, maybe even Mecum Yellow today.
Could be.
Here's a 1979 10th anniversary Trans Am that is up on the block next for us.
When Steve Matchett and I were up there at the Apex collection, we saw this car and shook our heads in disbelief. 18 miles on the odometer, still in the wrapper. 1979, the 400 cubic inch V8 engine was on its way out. This was the highest volume selling Trans Am in history, 1979. A lot of people point to the Smokey and the Bandit movie for really pumping up Trans Am sales.
Yep.
But this could be the lowest mileage example in existence. It's the 10th anniversary trim, WS6 handling package, not a stripper at all, a 4-speed car, and look at the bidding. It's got the leather trimmed interior, AC, tilt wheel, AM/FM and stereo with an 8-track, power windows and locks. Option to the hilt.
$160,000.
Well, we knew that was going to happen.
Just bought it. You are correct. All right, we move on to another 67 Corvette here.
Well, Steve and I saw this one too. And watch the bidding on this car. This is the L68. That's the 3-Holley 2-barrel carburetor set up on the 427 cubic inch big block. There's a good shot of it there. 4-speed, yep, and factory air. Yep, if you got the hydraulic lifter 427, you could order factory air conditioning. Side exhaust as well. Rally wheels and red line tires. How about rally wheels, red line tires, red paint, and a red interior? Wow.
$110,000.
Tell you, mid-year air coupes, worth their weight in gold. Big blocks. Had one, 66. Okay, I'm going to make myself cry again, sorry.
What color was yours, Bill?
That was Nassau blue.
Yeah,
dark navy interior.
I think you're crying for more than just the fact that you let it go, but for what happened to it after you let it go.
Kind of a long story. My friend bought it, and I couldn't recognize it in a month.
Oh. Okay, $115,000.
But there was a happy ending because somebody bought the car after my friend passed away. I'm very sad about that, and brought it back to original.
Oh, very good. Very good. 1969 Vette is next, and if you look at this closely, you will begin to see that this car is unrestored.
Boy, we're sealing a whole panoply of Corvette engine combinations. This is the L36 427, hydraulic lifter 390, but this with the 4-barrel carburetor, and this one with a turbo hydromatic automatic transmission. NCRS 5-star bow tie award winner for an unrestored Corvette. And you can get the scoring sheets too when you buy this car, just to make sure that they can back up what they're claiming. Black vinyl interior, power steering and brakes. Got the protector plate, and that's that little warranty book that goes along with the car and kind of makes sure that this car has what the seller tells you that it has and that it's been maintained. And yeah, look at this. We've got kind of a head-to-head battle for this automobile.
Love it when that happens.
Yep.
Man, we've seen it time after time. You never know where it might wind up. Well, in this case we do, I guess. $100,000. That's a nice round number for a cool, unrestored 69 Vette.
With less than 20,000 miles on the odometer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do we need to adjust our watches here?
No, it is Corvette o'clock.
At least for this one more car.
Right.
Here's a 63 convertible now.
Kind of a little oddball here. Not a whole lot of oddball, but just a little bit. And by the way, if you can't find the money, buy a split window coupe. A lot of people, they'll settle for these convertibles, and that's really nothing to be ashamed of. This has got the tuxedo black paint and a red interior, which we don't see very often in a 63 convertible. Matching numbers, 300 horse, 327 with a 4-speed. Knockoff wheels and red line radial tires.
Bill, what makes this one a little different?
The color scheme on this. And it doesn't have the base 327, the 250 horse. It's up one level to the 300. And a 4-speed, which, again, a 3-speed would have been standard. And this has the optional 4-speed.
80 grand is the bid.
And I always point out, maybe to, the risk of being redundant, that knockoff wheels were not factory installed on the 63 Corvette. Those are over-the-counter items. And they had 2 ears on the knockoff hubs, not 3. So this would be a later vintage knockoff wheel.
And a high bid on this 63 convertible, $80,000. We'll move on to an award-winning 67 Mustang convertible here.
Yeah, a lot of first-place finishes of Mustang Club of America Nationals. Antique Automobile Club of America National first prize. Powertrains, the A-code 289, 225 horse. C4 automatic transmission. Arcadian blue. Style steel wheels. Always look great. White wall tires. We'll peek inside. See the automatic transmission out of the console with the bucket seats. And a luggage rack on the back. And strong money for this car, which I think is a reflection of the restoration, the condition. Yeah, it's not because of the low mileage. This one's been driven right over 94,000 miles on the odometer.
Bill, was the luggage rack a popular option back in the day for one of these?
Not for the hot rod guys, but these were cars, families, a second car for a family, and probably would go for one of those.
Yeah, go for a nice long weekend somewhere, Scott.
Sure. Absolutely. $80,000 buys that little blue convertible. And it's time for us to kind of look at some Shelbys that are coming up. Back to back to back to back. A quartet of them, Bill.
Oh, my. Look at the color of this. The night mist blue with a parchment interior. I'll get to the motor in a second here, but I just want you to see the inside of the Shelby against that night mist blue. Huh?
Spectacular. spectacular.
Is that an eyeful or what?
Yep.
Okay, this has the Police Interceptor 428. Remember, the Cobra Jet wasn't available until 68, so this has the dual quad 428 with 355 horsepower and a 3-speed automatic. Just fantastic.
$300,000.
Oh, why not?
I don't know what I like better, this Night Mist or Acapulco Blue.
Acapulco Blue, and how about that Gulfstream Aqua that we'll see on the 69s and 70s?
Yep.
Yeah, you want to be 330?
Man. Yeah, this is in the Shelby Registry if you want to look it up. In fact, you probably get a Shelby Registry out in the lobby. Shelby American Automobile Club is here with a little display set up.
Reserve is off at 330.
You're holding.
This is a non-4-speed
They went
car.
335, Eric. 340
This is
to
a
you, but he's getting weak.
non-air conditioned car.
340?
But just take a look at it. Who would want to own this Shelby?
Yes or no? 340. You sure? Yep.
Okay, $335,000. That's going to be enough cash to take that one home.
Anybody says the Shelby market is getting soft? Hello.
Here's a 67 GT500 on its heels.
Yowza. Yep, this one a 4-speed car with the 428 Police Interceptor with the 2 4-barrel carburetors. It's an early car, and you'll see why. May have already seen it when we came up into the front. Those inboard high beam lights are side by side in the front. Sign of an early production Shelby Mustang 67. Wimbledon white, black interior. And don't overlook those over-the-top Shelby stripes. Probably more, common in the 65s and 66 Shelbys. But you get them on a 67 too. Dealer applied. Deluxe Marty report as well. So we're not hiding anything on this, and we're now at $300,000 on this one.
Tell them it's really nice. 310.
The auctioneer says it's really nice. The reserve's not off, but
300,000. I think those rally stripes, especially on a Wimbledon white car, you almost can't have your Shelby without it in this generation.
A lot of people would agree with you.
330,000 available. 330,000. 330,000.
He went 320.
Matt Morbeck, our auctioneer.
Dang close. 320 is the bid. They're asking 330.
330.
If we try 330, reserve might come off. If it doesn't, we're in the same boat. 325 just came in, so you got to be 330.
330,000 available.
Now 335. 330 just came in.
335, your turn. And 335, and I'm going to be about 335,000
Sure, last call.
335, either one, 335, hit 335, and you want to get 335, sir? One last effort.
Okay, just stay with me here, though. Let's see what happens, just in case.
First year for the big block in the Shelby Mustang.
335.
335 is what they're asking still.
Once, twice, 3 times the lady we have. Thank you. Sold 330. Sold
$330. We'll buy that GT500. And a nice big handshake and a couple of happy fellas there for sure. They will take that one home.
Did I say Gulfstream Aqua?
I was about to set you up. Bill, you mentioned Gulfstream Aqua not 2 minutes ago, and here we go with a 69 GT500 convertible.
Yeah, Chris Jacobs gave us a once-over on this not long ago. This is the 4-speed 428. This has the Cobra Jet in it, 335 horse. And this is a Shelby American Automobile Club Gold Award winner. Trust me, having been to many a Shelby American convention, if you could get a gold award with those fanatics, you have certainly achieved something. Oh, you should hear the arguments that they have about,
be careful, they might not invite you back.
Well, maybe, but that Phillips screw, it should be turned a little bit more because the threads should be even. Oh my God! One of only 69 with a 4-speed, by the way, and only one of 48 in this color.
Yeah, that is spectacular.
That is not an overstatement.
149 to 2024 Shelby GT 500.
And another multiple six-figure Shelby here at Mecum Kissimmee on a Friday. And don't forget that GT350 leads the way at the moment. It's $600,000. That 65 Shelby from a while ago.
Yeah, wow. What a bombshell that was.
Here's a 2020 GT500 now.
Here we go with those Shelby Mustangs that were so hard to get for most people. And if you could find one, you were going to pay through the nose, and well worth it. This is that 760 horsepower, 5.2-liter supercharged Predator V8. 71 miles on the odometer. The 7-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission, conventional manual, not available in these. And this does have the carbon fiber track pack. We called it the golden ticket, and that made them even more desirable and hard to track down. Let's see where the bidding goes on this car. Stickered somewhere about $110, $115. The dealers marked them up a tad, so I'm anxious to see where this one goes, because essentially it's a new car, 71 miles on the clock. Technology package with that big Bang & Olufsen sound system. 373 gears in the rear end. It's got the Magnaride damping system.
We're not far off of that MSRP, Bill. I mean, you mentioned the low mileage. It's a, 6-year-old brand new car, essentially.
You got it.
1025.
Magnetic metallic is what they call that paint.
Yep.
The average off that man. I'll get a little 25. I'll get a little 5. 125 here. 105.
760 horsepower. And while the Corvette ZR1 was being discontinued in the C7 series in 2019, crowing about 755 horsepower, leave it to a Shelby to up that a little bit.
I think the guy in the lower left might be out, and he is. So we'll mark that as sold at $105,000. Bill, let's take a look down the 303 staging lane for a look at what is coming up. Oh my goodness. It is that 66 Shelby 427 Cobra, that narrow hip Cobra. It's on the way.
Somehow my hips feel narrower.
Live coverage continuing on here on ESPN Plus, along with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Woods, Steve Matchett. I'm Scott Hoke. Here we go with a 71 Demon. The bid at $105,000. Still working to get that reserve pulled.
Oh, be still my heart.
I knew
Plum crazy over white,
yeah.
Pistol grip, 4-speed. Let's go, Bill. First of 2 years of the Demon here. The original run of the Demon.
Yeah.
Man, and this price is reflecting the level of quality of this restoration.
Yeah, no question about that. It's got the 340 in it, 295 horse, and the original, as you mentioned, Demon. That's where the name came from.
Well, that one sells for $115,000, and you think that was good. Wait till you see the deets on this 70 Superbird, unrestored, documented wing car, fellas.
A loving sigh for this incredible car. Of course, you know this and its counterpart, the Dodge Daytona. This is the less rare 1503 were built at the Daytonas about 1978 or so, or the 1926, I think is the accepted
somewhere in there. I've heard 1935.
But rare. And this one, a 440. Is this the V code?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so it's 6-pack on top of that, or 6-barrel, because it's a Plymouth. And Bill, man, the value of these cars, you talked about the Shelby market being strong. The wing car market continues to be strong.
And there are the very high-end cars like this, and then there are the ones that maybe don't equal the quality or the provenance of other cars. So that market kind of shifts back and forth, but we are at the top of the food chain right now with this.
$410,000, by the way, the reserve's off.
Yeah, you get a Hemi in these too, and those, of course, trade in this neighborhood, and sometimes even more. But the 4-speed and the 6-barrel, and I'll tell you, you are in high cotton owning this car.
That is big time right there. Everything numbers matching, documented. Only 308 with that 446 barrel and the 4-speed, and you just saw it bring big time money.
That escalated quickly, and Scott, this next car on the block, I think, is going to escalate even faster. This is considered, as I said in my preview, amongst the Mopar aficionados to be the most original A12 Super B on the planet. This is a stellar automobile, Bill.
Yeah, the Super B only around for a short time after this, and that you basically get whatever powertrain that you could find in any of the other B bodies. This one with the 390 horse, 6-barrel, 440 wedge engine.
Yeah, part of that A12 package is the fiberglass lift-off hood, the hubcap delete, the beefed-up performance components, and this one looks like an automatic on the column, but
yes.
You know what? Due to its originality, you can see that this is a highly desirable car. My favorite touch, I think, is the deck lid dealer plate, which is Dodge City in Lakewood.
Nice.
That's pretty appropriate.
Yeah.
$225,000 just bought that car. It is a beauty. One of the most legendary and desirable and seldom seen historic cars is now on the block here, Bill Stevens. That 66 Shelby 427 Cobra with the narrow hip configuration.
Yeah, only 32 of these were built, the street car with a narrow hip. Now we're talking about the rear fenders. You can see that the rear fenders pretty much follow the contours of the rest of the car. The wide hip cars, pretty much cars that were destined to be raced, needed that wide hip configuration to get all that racing rubber underneath. In fact, sometimes you'll see street cars with the wide hips, and the wheels are a little bit too far in from the fender lip. But this one right here is a real narrow hip with the original 427. And remember, some of them had 428s back in the day, but this has got the 427, the 2 4-barrel carburetors, and original rear end, original chassis plate, a lot of originality.
We were racking our brains earlier today and earlier this week whether or not we remember seeing one of these on our auction block over the years, Bill, and I don't.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head, and I would not recall that.
$2.3 million.
Got the Hallebrand wheels and the Goodyear Blue Dot tires, which would be as original.
Whoa! Reserves off. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. I share your sentiments. And the bidding is still coming in.
Pretty cool little piece of documentation I'm holding in my hand. This is the delivery slip from AC Cars, and it outlines that this car was delivered in vineyard green with black trim, less engine and gearbox, so just the body of the car. And it's a pretty cool piece of history, dated July 20th, 1965.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for noise. So,
there it is. Wow. And double wow. $3 million. Buys that narrow hip 427 Cobra.
CSX 3158, the 158th 427 Cobra.
Boy, oh boy. I tell you what, that is the first $1 million car of Mecum Kissimmee 2026. It will not be the last. And right on cue, here's a 64 Shelby Daytona continuation coupe, Bill.
Yeah, the folks at Shelby American got into the continuation business a while back with continuation 427 Cobras and 289 Cobras, and it was inevitable that they would get into the continuation Daytona coupe, the car which won the World GT Championship in 1965, and now you can have a very close reproduction of those cars. This is CSX 2360, and that in and of itself is a reflection of how accurate these cars are, because all small block Cobras built back in the day had CSX numbers that began with the number 2. And this one, the continuation car, follows suit. The Guardsman blue, the white stripes. Race prepared 289, just like the original. Weber 48 ID8 downdraft carburetors, as some of those original cars had. Not all of them raced with Webers. A lot of them did. Close ratio 4-speed. Authenticity through and through. 3-inch round tube chassis. Original spec transverse leaf spring suspension. Those early 289 Cobras had leaf spring suspensions. They went to coil springs when they went to the 427. So this one follows the recipe of those original Daytona coupes.
Yeah, very appropriate that Peter Brock's Corvette will be crossing the block a little bit later today, because he is the designer of the Shelby Daytona. And he had to convince Carroll Shelby and the rest of the team at Shelby America that this car would work on the track with that very distinct wedge design in the rear that aided the aerodynamics of this car, picked up seconds in the wind tunnel and in track testing. And once they saw that, they went with the design.
Yeah, and real quickly, Phil Remington, the engineer for Carroll Shelby, came up with that ducktail spoiler. They could not get this car to handle until he put that on there, and that made a world of difference on it.
High intensity bidding going on here on this car, fellas. $530 grand.
Over $500,000 for a continuation car.
I know, yes.
Thank you, Jerry.
Wow, and it just sold. Jordan Hunter helping out there. $530 grand.
Reminds me, was it Monterey where we sold the original Daytona Coupe? Bob Bondurant and Linda Vaughn was with us.
It
was in the sevens, yes.
I was going to say, considering the originals are in that multi-million-dollar range, relatively speaking, that makes sense.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee. There you look at one of the gigantic 4 glass buildings where the 250 GTO Ferrari has been on display. And right now, let's send it into Steve Matchett, who's going to connect the dots to a guy who knows a lot about that very special Ferrari. Steve?
Well, I am delighted to be joined by Mike Boron, who was an apprentice with Team John Coombs when this magnificent 250 GTO joined your operation. You were there that very day. How difficult was this car to get set up and to work correctly?
Very simple, very simple. It came from the factory and we didn't do a lot with it. All the things, the modifications on the car, like the vents in the hood and the extra scope at the side, that was just all down to John, what he wanted to do. And he was a very revolutionary guy for his age and everything else of what was going on. He was designing and involved so much with the Jaguar E-Type. This is what he wanted to see, if this would be as good or better than a Jaguar E-Type. That was what it was all about. And we found out over the time that he was great. He did have cars that won. And we had wins with this as well. So all round, he covered everything, you know.
One final question I've got to ask you, Mike. When this goes to a new owner, how do you think they're going to accept this car? What do you think of the fun and the love and the joy they're going to have with it? What's your emotions to see it cross the block?
Well, I think the biggest thing is I hope they feel that they're going to buy complete history, because this is history. This is not just a race car. This has had some of the greatest drivers in the world in the car. And I think that people like Graham Hill and Roy Salvadori, Mike Parks, you know, Mike McDowell, all those people have been in this car, and you're going to get history. You know, that's exactly what you're going to get. And that's what you're buying. You're buying history. You're not buying just this car. You're buying history of the people that have sat in it. And I just hope it goes to somebody that really wants to drive it. That's all I hope.
That's fantastic, Mike. Mike, it's wonderful to stand alongside such a legendary mechanic. And for mechanics to be together and see this wonderful equipment, it's been great fun for me to chat with you. Thank you very much. Guys, that's just a magnificent interview for me. I'm just having a ball here.
Yeah, that is so cool, Steve Matchett. You know what? We all want to drive that car.
Yeah.
But none of us can afford it, but what an experience would that be?
You know, it's the circle of life, Simba, because we have Pete Brock here.
Yep.
We have the 250 GTO, and we just saw a Daytona Coupe
Continuation.
recreation.
Yes.
That Ferrari was a big influence on Pete Brock's design of that Daytona coupe.
It's amazing. And Mike is exactly right. It's history. As we look at this E-Code 57 Thunderbird gavel for $105,000, it is history, and we will learn what happens to that car in around about 24 hours or so from right now, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Okay.
Hey, it's T-Bird o'clock.
Oh, it is. You are correct. Mundo.
Yo.
Here's another one from 57.
Yeah, this one, the previous one had the 2 4-barrel carburetors, 270 horse. This one has the 4-barrel carburetor on the 312, Y-block engine, 245 horsepower with an automatic and air conditioning, and frame-off restored 3 years ago. So there has not been a whole lot of time between the restoration being finished and the car's appearance today.
Are those real Kelsey Hayes wheels?
Those are real Kelsey Hayes wire wheels, because the wire wheel covers, are pretty, close to the original ones.
Especially the ones that your brother-in-law used to put together.
Yeah, but they came after him.
75.
He's not doing them anymore.
I'm sorry. 75 grand. How pretty does that star mist blue with the matching top look?
You may change your mind on your favorite color on these baby birds, don't you? Is it the coral that you like the most, or the gray?
No, it's the gunmetal gray with the red interior. Right. That's the one in 57 for me, anyway. Yeah. 77,000. Mitch Bartuni is working with a guy on the phone, and there's somebody up in the grandstands too that is digging this T-Bird.
Yo! 85. All right, so listen. We're at 82.5. We're asking 85. Someone bid in there. They're getting slow. You want to be 85, guys. 85, Clyde. 85. Let's make the wife happy in Atlanta. 85. 85. Okay.
I didn't ask you.
Hey, I tell you what, man, we're having fun, not only because we're seeing great cars, but some of the bidding back and forth has been fantastic today.
And that always adds to the enjoyment for everybody to see that kind of, I want it, nope, I want it, nope, I want it.
Kind of like you and me fighting over a piece of pizza.
It's true.
85 for that little baby blue bird. Love it. Here's one from 1956 now.
This has a 312 in it, only rated at 225 horsepower the year before. Ford-O-Matic 3-speed automatic transmission. Yeah, Fiesta red and white interior. Continental kit, 1 year only in the first generation Thunderbird. Kelsey Hayes wire wheels again. And there's that interior. Power seats, by the way, that was not standard, so one option there. And power windows, rare in these early Thunderbirds as well.
Boy, you could tell from the shot coming through the passenger door that there is not a lot of room for that driver behind that wheel, especially if you're a little taller, huh?
You would know, sir. Probably a few cars that you have to squeeze into, I would think.
It's very true. Well, gentlemen up there in the grandstand got that one for $75,000. So we'll move on to the next car, 1953 Oldsmobile Fiesta convertible.
Scott, magically, we're going back to 1953 right now in the General Motors Motorama.
Yes.
And the three cars that absolutely stopped everyone's clock. This is the first one, the 53 Oldsmobile Fiesta convertible. This is a car that has won so many awards because of the restoration. But General Motors had that traveling circus, the Motorama. It was centered in New York City at the Waldorf Astoria. And in 1953, when they were revealing the Corvette for the first time, over on another display, this was one of the three cars, and we'll see the other two coming up as well, that were just a sensation. 458 of these were produced for Oldsmobile's 50th anniversary that year, and this is the lowest production of the GM Triple Crown automobiles. As I mentioned, 2 more coming up. 303 cubic inch Rocket V8, 4-speed Hydromatic, and it is sold for $250,000.
And one little final footnote, that is the only known black 53 Olds Fiesta.
Yeah, the ones at the Motorama were not black. I believe they were red.
So 250 for that Fiesta. You mentioned what's coming behind it. Yes, indeed, the Eldorado from 1953.
Here it is, and boy, people couldn't catch their breath when they saw this Cadillac. One of only 532 that were produced that year. It's got the 322 cubic inch V8, and that's the matching numbers powertrain. High dramatic automatic transmission. Harley J. Earl, the head of design at General Motors, wanted to just blow everybody's mind at that 1953 Motorama, and they went to extra effort to prepare these cars to make sure that when they finally hit the stage that everything looked perfect. And these, I'll tell you, there's nothing imperfect about these, to be sure.
230.
210 is the bid, and now 230. And the reserve is off.
Now the Oldsmobile that we just saw, that went into production, but there were some changes made to it before it hit showrooms. Same with the Cadillac. And by the way, this car cost about $10,000 back in 1953, which in today's money is over $100,000.
It's going pretty good. Let's
We match $250,000 on the Fiesta here on this Eldorado too.
With the same bidder, be buying all of them, I wonder.
Oh, perhaps. Wow, look at that. 250 grand for the Eldorado. Well, I tell you what, you want to make a statement at an automobile auction, how about bring 3 Motorama cars, all of them dressed in black? And it's worked so far.
Yes, and all of them with unassailable restorations. Absolutely museum quality. Not a thing gone wrong on any of these cars. No. This is the 53 Skylark convertible from Buick. Now, this is the car of these 3 that went into production with the fewest of changes. They took this car from the Motorama and they went into production, and there was very little changed on these. Carlsbad black, that's your color. White leather interior with black inserts. Buick's 50th anniversary celebration. General Motors Motorama star car. 322 cubic inch nailhead V8 and that twin turbine Dynaflow automatic transmission. And you see those exaggerated wheel wells on the car, and even the wheel wells are finished. They're painted.
Yes, they are.
The inside there.
200 is bid. 200 is enough to have the reserve lifted.
Chrome Kelsey Hayes wire wheels once again. And 51 miles on the odometer, and I can assure you these weren't cars that anybody wanted to run up the odometer on.
That was a little mini Mecum moment there with those Motorama cars.
Was it ever?
My goodness. 200,000 for the Skylark. We'll get some oxygen and come back with more in a moment. Well, it's a beautiful day outside. The sun's shining. I kind of want to get out there and get warmed up in that sunlight, Bill.
Yeah.
It's been chilly in here inside Silver Spurs Arena. But, man, we are having an insanely good time on this fantastic Friday. Let's pick up the live action here on ESPN Plus with a 2024 Harley edition F350.
How about that, an F350 Harley Davidson edition? We don't see many of these. And
Not this big, normally the 150s.
Right, and this one with a Power Stroke diesel as well. So, yeah, this is kind of a funky truck that's selling for well into 6 figures. Only 314 miles, a 6.7 liter Power Stroke and the 10-speed automatic, and that Harley Davidson trim, that's a sweetheart.
I kind of like that.
Me too.
And I'd have to go get a Harley to
Oh, you
park
poor
next
guy.
to it.
Oh, you'd hate to do that.
All right, let's move on. 1970 Chevelle LS6.
Yeah, this is a car I previewed last week, I believe. And man, how many LS6s have we had come across the block? Mainly Chevelles, but a couple of Corvettes as well. This is a stellar example. Wouldn't expect any less from the Apex collection, Bill.
Correct, Chris. And yeah, you know, you make a good point. At any other Mecum auction, maybe outside of our Spring Classic and Indy, we may get one, we may get two, we may not get any LS6s, but it's an embarrassment of riches here in Kissimmee. This is the Code 10 Classic White. Great color combination, black rally stripes, black vinyl top. This has the Turbo 400 automatic transmission, not a 4-speed, but a get-up-and-go rear end, 410 positive traction, and of course the engine. We all know what's happening in between those front fenders, 450 horse, 454. Has the cowl induction hood and the F41 suspension underneath with power disc brakes.
And it is going to sell. Reserve just came off. There it goes. 160.
And you know, that's been the theme here with these Apex collection cars. The sell-through has been staggering.
I just did a quick check. At 160,000, 13 vehicles with LS6 power at this event.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good.
That could be a new record, yeah.
Now, that includes the Corvette, the LS6 Corvette.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's good. That's cool. 71 442 W30 now.
Yeah, the W30 package debuted in 1966, and that was the drag racing package where you had a factory blueprinted engine, a lot of trick parts, intake, cam, things like that, and they were an instant sensation. Still building them in 71 as the muscle car era. The first muscle car era was winding down. The 1970 W30 had 370 horse, and now a year later, down a little bit to 350 horse out of that 455. Only 32 of these W30 convertibles were built with 4 speeds in 1971. And look at the bidding. And once again, there's always a good reason why we're in the 6 figures. And this car certainly provides that.
Factory Saturn gold with black stripes and the color matched wheels. What a great look on this car. Gorgeous with the top up or down. And as you said, Bill, rare, man. Only 32 in the convertible form of these 442 W30s in 1971.
Right, a lot of power accessories on this too. And you see the period correct Goodyear raised white letter polyglass tires.
$200,000 for it.
All right, we got it at 180.
190. I have 180,000.
Build sheet goes along with it, the protector plate.
So,
looks like the bidder.
Oh no, reserve's not off yet.
Hold on.
Sorry. 180. 190, 180.
They jumped the gun a little bit. The reserve had not come off yet, but they're working on it, so it might happen. And there it goes. Frank just gave the indication.
We got the bid at 180.
I think we all thought the reserve was off.
It's kind of like when Brett Favre retired. He did, he didn't. He didn't.
Good work.
Now I'll bring up 172.
180,000. Well, that ends up being the hammer price for that W30. That's good.
Jimmy Landis
money.
knows. He knows. He can predict the future.
Yes.
Oh boy, I just want to look at that car. Well, that's the end of that.
You want to look at this one instead? It's a Grand Sport Stage 1.
Okay. I'm okay now.
Convertible.
Oh, be still my teenage heart. Oh, one of only 67 4-speed Stage 1 convertibles. Okay, the Stage 1 is kind of like the opposite number from the W30 Oldsmobile. It was a package really designed for the quarter mile. 360 horse, 455, matching numbers. A lot of power options in this car. It's got factory air in a Stage 1 convertible.
Yes,
4-speed Nikes. Power discs, power steering and windows and top. Tilt steering column, power seat. Oh dear. A previous Buick Club of America Gold Award winner and a Grand Sport National first place winner.
Oh, this car had me at Sherwood Green.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep, perfect color, black interior.
But really, it's about that rarity of the options, the 4-speed convertible with factory air.
All those options in a Stage 1. Boy, they didn't leave much out. They even got the paint dabs and the grease pencil and all of those inspection marks under the hood. That's the way to do a restoration.
165, 70, 170, 170,000, 170. I have 160 bid, 5 bid, 170.
Run by run, going up that money leaderboard.
170.
Yeah, we may even get some late money in here. We might even get more money if the reserve comes off, then everybody will know it's for sale.
Sure. Yeah, it's as though with these Apex cars, you're just a matter of time before that reserve comes up. This is a very knowledgeable crowd here, a knowledgeable bidding pool.
Less than 10,000 miles on the odometer, too.
167, 5 bid, 170,000, 170.
We're close.
Reserve is up. 167.
There we go.
$170,000 for the car off the block. 167.
Are you keeping track of how many six-figure cars are selling today?
Yes, I am.
I figured you were.
Lots of them.
Yeah, but that's good enough for me.
It's the rule rather than the exception today.
How right is that?
Man, 167.5 buys this one. Back with more in a moment. Hey, look at them. They're having fun.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee. It is almost time for one of the most highly anticipated cars here at Mecum. And remember, there's 4,500 that are live crossing the block. And one of the most highly anticipated cars of the entire auction is about to cross the block in a matter of moments. Take a look at the 1966 Ford GT40 Mark II Lightweight. One of only 3, this particular one is the most original Mark II in existence. It was owned by the Ford Motor Company until 1977, and only 4 private owners since. The Ford GT40, regarded by many as America's most important racing car in history, and collectors know it is highly unlikely another GT40 Mark II will become available in the near future. It's got its own special place here in the 303 staging lanes, separated all unto itself, Scott Hoke. And I've taken people and asked them to move back for our cameras, but so many folks here wanting to see this up close and in person. It's coming to you soon.
It is just going to boggle the mind when the bidding starts on that GT40 Mark II. Thank you, Danielle Trotta. It is coming up here in short order, Bill, and we will see it as it has its moment in the spotlight. Well deserved.
Yeah, we may have once-in-a-lifetime moments here in the next couple of days here at Mecum.
Well said, brother. 135 now. The reserve is off on this 77 Trans Am Special Edition.
Where's the Bandit? This is that Y82 Special Edition 77 Trans Am. It's got the W72 400 cubic inch engine, about just north of 200 horsepower. As in 1977, we were watching a slow decline in factory horsepower. Matching numbers automatic, and whoa, baby, 142.5 will sell that car.
Boy, will it ever. Big Camaro right behind that Trans Am. This Camaro from 1969. It has got a long list of important factoids to go along with it.
Yeah, and no shortage of horsepower here with that L78 375 horse 396. One of only 311 that have the aluminum heads, the L89 option. Oh yeah, and one of very few with matching numbers, certified by Camaro High Performance. Yep. About 8,000 miles plus on the odometer. You see that azure turquoise, and that's a rare color on a 69 Camaro. 4-speed, the M21 close ratio, the G80 positive traction, and the factory chambered exhaust. What a great sound they make.
I have 310, 20. I have 310, baby, but I get 20, but I get 20, but I get 20, but I get 320, 310.
Yeah, we're going to sell this one, I think. We're going to be in the threes.
320, baby, but I get 30, but I get 30, but I get 30, but I get 330, 40. I have 330, baby.
Oh, we've got to be getting close.
Yeah.
Oh, indeed. The reserve comes off at 330.
Macaque Concourse Gold. This car has won that in the admiration of millions of people across the world. One of the best of the best.
And the hammer falls at $330,000.
Yep. Not a Z28, not a Copo, but doesn't need it to sell for over $300,000.
Wow. Oh, speaking of Copo.
Yes.
This next car, 1969 Copo Chevelle.
Yeah, the Camaros get the spotlight most of the time, but this is the car that Rick Schmidt was waxing poetic about a little earlier. This was owned by the original owner for 42 years. So that's going to help you trace the owner history. And what makes it a Copo? Well, right there. That is the L72, 427, 425 horsepower. Solid lifter, big intake, big carburetor, big ports on the cylinder heads. All of the go fast stuff. Matching numbers, M24 speed, and the original Copo only 410 rear end with a KG code. Cortez silver. That's a beauty. Black interior. SS wheels, raised white letter tires. Got the original bill of sale, original vehicle warranty owner protection plan, and a meticulous nut and bolt frame-off restoration is in its immediate past. Only 224 of these L72 equipped Copo Chevelles, a non-Yenko Copo Chevelle, by the way, were built.
Okay, $250,000. That'll barely get that car into the top 10 today. Feels a lot like a Saturday at Mecum Kissimmee. It's just Friday. More from the Apex collection still to come. Oh, we welcome you back. Our live coverage rolling on here on ESPN Plus. As we about 2 hours and 20 minutes into our program today, here until 7 o'clock Eastern. And hope you can be here for the majority of the time. Man, if you've been with us since car number one, it's been a wild and rocking and rolling day so far, and it's going to get better. The Apex collection continues. Bill Stevens with a $125,000 bid on a Boss 302.
In medium blue. Oh, we talked a lot today about some of these colors, and a lot of them just take your breath away. No expense spared, rotisserie restoration, one of only 19 painted in this color. The white Clarion knit interior, the factory V-Code 391 traction lock differential, and of course we all know about the power plant. That 302 rated at 290 horse with a 4-speed manual. Automatic not available in those Boss Mustangs. They were pretty much homologated for SCCA Trans Am racing.
Well, I know how much you love 65 Ribbies. You seen one like this in a bit?
This was out in the glass house, and yes, I stopped in my tracks whenever we see anything that we need to take a closer look of. And this is a no expense spared complete custom build by the fellas at Detroit Speed, who we talked about a little earlier today. And they claim that the build cost on this was $1.25 million. Wow. Yes, sir. It's got a 730 horsepower Mass Motorsports. That's an aftermarket LSX V8, and they've dressed it as a Buick nailhead. But look at the metalwork on it. Customization is flawless. The color is Rosso Mugello red, brown interior. This also is backed with an automatic transmission. A lot of suspension work underneath to get that ride height down. Detroit Speed hydroform front suspension, a 3-link rear configuration. Carbon ceramic Brembo brakes, 5-spoke beautiful forged line wheels.
Close a bid at $350,000.
Well, at $350,000, the bid goes on. You could make a phone call home and say, "Hey, honey, I just finally splurged on my, 65 Buick
dream
Riviera."
A cool touch with that graded exhaust just in front of those rear wheels too.
Everything.
Very nice.
$1.25 million to build it. I can understand why a $300,000 bid is not going to bring it home.
A lot of thought and planning went into that one. Let's see about this 64 Continental convertible now.
Yeah, we've had an LS V8 swap here with Holley electronic fuel injection. So anything but original. Automatic transmission. It's got air ride underneath. You can adjust that ride height to your liking. Power steering wheel with brakes, an aluminum radiator, keep things cool. Alpine stereo, aftermarket gauges, and custom wheels. But that interior, the black and the white, it just sings with that exterior black paint job and polyurethane clear coat paint.
Yeah, just the right combination of restoration and modification here. Just under the hood looks so good, but you get around the car, especially in the interior, stock appearing, but then when you get up closer, you're like, oh, they changed that,
right.
and just did it in all the right ways. This is a fantastic build.
If I were a builder, Chris, looking at this car, what could you possibly do to this body to improve it? You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely right, and that's why they didn't touch it at all. They upgraded the components, like the headlights, the wheels, obviously, some interior components, but you're right, the general feel, the body style, leave it alone. It's a classic.
Yeah.
So, $160,000, Jared Collier. Now I'll bring up
$160,000. You may have seen the LED headlamps up front. One of the little nuanced things that they do. That makes a big difference, though, at night, for sure.
Yeah, nice job on the steering wheel, too. Obviously aftermarket, but fits right in with the style of the 64 convertible.
Yeah, good catch there. All right, a couple of at least one GT500 KR convertible once again. Bill.
Yeah, back to the KR, this one in candy apple red. 518 of these GT500 KR convertibles were built. 428 Cobra jet engine, 335 horse with Ford's high-performance C6 automatic transmission. Only 251 of those GT500 KRs came through with that gearbox. Documented Marty report, bill sheet, manuals, and more. And I'll tell you, the discriminating Shelby buyer in this day and age wants to see the papers. It's in the Shelby registry. Power steering, power front disc brakes, and a tilt-away steering column. There you see. Good look at those 10-spoke wheels.
As we look around this car, we see the bidding at $170,000. There will be another KR right behind this one. And I want to tell you as well that there's a good run of Mopar muscle coming up here in a little bit. And our good buddy Tim Wellborn is going to be joining us in the booth to kind of help us dissect the cars that are coming up. A couple of modern Challengers and several from the original muscle car era as well.
Tim from that muscle car museum, one of the best in the world, and a recognized Chrysler high-performance expert.
What? 180. You're at 185.
Okay, we're going to have to do a little deal-making here, I guess, as the bidding is slowed down.
185. 185. $180,000 is the bid. 185. Internet, do you want to bid again? Because if not, we're making ruling it. 185. Going to close the bid right there at 180,000, and that won't buy it. I appreciate it. That was a very nice offer. However, they want 250. They'll take 200. The Mecum rule figure is $200,000. You raise your $180,000 bid by a measly 20, and it's yours. Give $200,000 for it, and I drop the hammer so fast it'll make your head spin. You want to raise your bid?
Well, that's the rules.
Yeah.
There you go.
This might be one of those meet in the middle deals, too.
Could be.
Yeah, no. 200. Or was that 190? Were you saying 190 when you did this to me? Because that's 9. In auctioneer lingo, that's 9.
185.
So he raised his bid. I'm telling you what, this man raised his bid to $185,000. How many people think he should sell it? I love the fact that you are always on my side. The reserve is out. $185,000 bid. 190. So 185.
Okay, there we go. $185,000. Jimmy is really good at that suspense factor for a minute or two, yes?
You know, we had a lot of fun on One Way Wednesday, all the cars selling at no reserve.
Yep.
But I kind of miss this a little bit, too.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The back and forth is part of it. And we mentioned it earlier. We've seen some terrific, bitter battles today. Let's see what happens on this second GT500 KR.
Yeah, this is the fixed roof version, the fastback. Same powertrain, except this with a 4-speed. But that 428 cubic inch Cobra jet engine, Wimbledon white paint, black knitted decor interior, traction lock rear end. That is the Ford equivalent of the Positraction rear end with 350 gears. And 10-spoke wheels on this Shelby GT500 KR as well.
$190,000 bid.
190 is bid on this one. Okay, what's the difference, Bill, in the money here? What do you think?
Convertibles traditionally should sell for a little bit more than the fastbacks, but you know this one has a 4-speed,
right?
And the convertible had an automatic, and maybe the Wimbledon white is more of an incentive for some people than the red. So, you know, you got a lot of chess pieces moving around here.
Yes,
Looks
sir.
so great in striped elite too. Always love it. This really accentuates that white.
$200,000 bid.
205.
Well, let's see if Jimmy has to jump through any hoops this time. No,
it's the reserve comes off. That was easy.
Easy breezy.
We got 205. 210.
207.5.
We've got another guy that just jumped in the mix. The other end of the block.
Yeah, that's what happens once people know the car's for sale. Okay, now I'll bid because I know that I could wind up with it.
On the car, I had 12.5, 215. Now I got 215, 217.5, 217.5, 217,005. I ask you again, are those your kids with you?
I'm counting.
Yeah, you're teaching them to be a quitter?
Uh-oh.
200, hey, you're on my side. You go, hell yeah, is that what you're doing? 250.
I was going to say, I'm counting 2 bidders. There might be more.
217.5. I'm pretty sure.
What's another 7,500?
217.5. Anybody else?
You got 3 and 3, 3,000. You guys got.
You don't see another one of those? You don't see another? Oh, 217.5. Sold. $215,000. Travis Delzell.
Now I'll bring up 181.
That's a lot of fun, isn't it?
Well, if Jimmy has to quit shame somebody, I guess he'll have to pull that out of his bag of tricks.
He does that every once in a while.
He does.
Okay, $215,000 for that 68 GT500 KR. 1965 Mustang is up on the block next in Caspian blue. Man, we're seeing the color palette today as well.
Yeah, all the ones we like. Yeah, and this is the fastback. Got the A code 289 with 225 horsepower. That's factory code 62. Caspian blue, Mr. Hoke. On the inside is the blue, and on the outside is the Caspian blue. 4-speed too, rally pack gauges, style steel wheels, and it's got that fold-down rear seat as well. And don't overlook those red line tires.
Yeah, someone had a good eye when they were checking the option boxes on this. That blue on blue with the different shades, really stunning.
Yes, indeed. Sometimes the color combination of an automobile will have as much to do with its desirability as anything else.
$72,000
Okay, $72,000. That is pretty strong coin for a 65 A-code car, yes?
Yeah, and I'm just double checking, over 22,000 miles on it. It's not super low mileage. But again, you can point to the quality of the restoration and its presentation.
These cars are all from the Apex collection. And if we haven't mentioned that lately, there are more than 70 of them all told. And here's a 63 split window coupe now.
Yeah, this isn't a real torque monster. It's 327, 300 horse with a 4-speed. And, you know, a couple of options. AM, FM radio. Got the factory installed seat belts. Not a standard item in 1963. Restoration was completed about 4 years ago. Sebring silver, that was an optional color back in '63, and a dark blue interior. And you know what? You don't need fuel injection or any other really high zoot options to get into a 6-figure zone with a split window coupe like this one.
150,000, 150 down to reserve is off.
The reserve is off now, 147.5. And as you see this one roll toward the mat, I want to let you know that the next car will completely make your head spin, especially if you're a Corvette and an early Corvette fan.
Boy, as if my head hasn't already spun with some of these cars.
Okay, it'll make your head spin off completely.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
155 now for the split window coupe.
Look at this. This is not a fuel injected. I mean, it's not even a 340 horse.
Right. That engine is one step up from the base.
Right. Not an air-conditioned car. Just the Corvette that people are falling in love with and are willing to spend a lot of money to buy.
Yeah.
He's been strong all day, dude.
The power of the split window and the level of this restoration, in spite of its lack of performance, it's really getting a good number here.
Oh, man.
165, 165 pounds out of bed. Take you the way. 165. So 162,000.
All right, 162.5. You could put that one in the sold column.
Pete Brock will be nice and happy to see that his design is doing so well today.
Yes, he will, indeed. All right, we've seen expensive 62 Corvettes that are, that are tricked out, customized conversion cars. But wait till you see this one. This is unrestored 1962 Fuelie, Bill.
Yeah, that's the powertrain, but listen to this. One of the finest unrestored Fuelies described by many NCRS judges. It's got 5-star bow tie certification. That is way at the top of the NCRS certification pyramid, and 2 Bloomington Gold Survivor Awards. How special is that? Honduras maroon, black interior, and that fuel-injected engine with a 4-speed. All the history as to who owned this car is available and previously owned by NCRS master judges. It's got it all. It's got it all.
That's just incredible.
Solid rear end the last year for that non-independent rear end, which changed in '63, the end of the C1 generation. Okay, we have to get out of here for a quick timeout, but you know, we've only scratched the surface of blue chip consignments coming across the block today here in Kissimmee.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee. Always a thrill to check out the Dodge Thrill Ride. It is here, and it is popular. We want to thank Dodge as well for being the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. And nobody better to tell you that you need to go do that Dodge Thrill Ride than our good friend Tim Wellborn, noted muscle car expert and a good friend of the auction. and of our show. You actually did that yesterday.
I did it yesterday. I had to see how those electrics perform, and boy, where they will go. There's no doubt about that.
I think maybe they're going to ask him to drive one of the Thor rides one of these days.
I wish they would.
That'd be fun.
Well, glad to be back at the world's greatest muscle car collection here in Kissimmee.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
How's everything at the museum? Good?
Good.
Yeah. All right. Give yourself a little plug now.
Well, Weber Muscle Car Museum in Alexander City, Alabama. We have a lot of Mopars, but we do have a car of every big horse manufactured. LS6s, Pulse 9s, all that too. So if you come, you won't just see Mopars. I know the world thinks I'm just a Mopar guy only, but I do like them all.
Great museum. Really.
Well, that's one of the reasons we brought you in here, and we do have a few Mopars that are on the block here, Tim, for us.
Boy, there's some good ones today.
Including
Apex has had a heck of a run of cars here.
Yes, they have overall. Here's a 70 Challenger RT for you.
Yep, Subline. You can't hardly beat that color. In fact, there was a lot of literature I remember as a kid, that color with the butt stripe. So that one, there's probably quite a few of those because the literature led you in to have one that color. And beautiful machine.
Oh, man, factory V-code car, 446 pack.
Yeah.
Torque Flight automatic. Yep, that's a runner. And you, like anybody that collects these cars, will tell us how important the documentation is on these automobiles.
Oh, it's everything. If you take a broadcast sheet, hopefully a window sticker that may have come with it or another, that could easily add 20 to 30% to a car.
Wow.
And we like to see that paperwork when you're getting into this level.
Well, high bid here is $90,000 on that Challenger RT. Here's a 71 CUDA now.
Yeah.
You talk about the broadcast sheet, this one has it.
Yep, this one's got it. Arguably, now the Ford guys and Chevy guys might disagree with what I'm about to say, but I think the 71 CUDA is probably the best looking muscle car of all time. Now, I know we'll get some grief, but it's just got everything. The big billboard, and this is a true billboard car, V6X, and that adds considerable value. You get into a Hemi and you got a billboard, you're getting into some serious money, especially if you got to stick with it.
So the additional salad dressing on the 71 over the 70, you kind of like that?
Yes, we got both in the museum, and when it's set side by side, you really see the difference in them then. And,
I'm not going to disagree with you.
Actually, I feel like even a Ford collector, Chevrolet collector, classic car collector, if there's one Mopar going to go into their group, it's probably going to be a 71 Hemi CUDA and maybe a Superbird and Daytona out of that.
Right.
Sure, yeah.
Well, the Chrysler registry, as we see the bid here telling us at $140,000, the registry says this is one of one in this configuration.
Well, you've got a shaker hood, and that is cool on any 340 car. And 340 cars have just taken a huge jump in the last 4 or 5 years. People now wanting these cars.
Yeah, this is not a torque monster. 275 horsepower in there, but that shaker hood obviously sets it apart. And again, lots of documentation as well. And that rally red doesn't hurt either.
No, that's a great color.
Tim, as our friend and obviously the resident Mopar expert, I'm dying to know, what's your favorite color combo of all of your Mopars?
You probably won't believe this. F8 green with white interior. My dad has a Tony Gold, or did a 71 Charger, and I guess that's what started me loving the green hues, and that's my favorite. Followed by gunmetal. Or Winchester Gray in Plymouth.
Wow, you conservative man, you. I'm waiting for Limelight or Plum Crazy.
Well, his wife Pam is at the other end. I remember she said, "Man, we're keeping that Panther pink car, right?"
We won't be bringing it back anytime soon. We know the story on that, and she loves that car.
140 is going to be a little shy.
It's not going to quite make it there
on that 340 car. Well, wait a minute.
It's still.
I think they just took the reserve off. Did they not?
So.
Okay.
Thank you. 142. I got 145. Now 150.
Sometimes that happens. Just when you think it's safe to let it go.
Fair money for this car, huh?
Yeah.
$145.
Yep. I think that's right on the money for a good 340 car.
147 pounds.
That's a car I wouldn't mind owning myself. The only thing would have been better would have been that 4-speed 7-minute.
Oh, I'm with you, pal.
But we can't get the order pads out anymore on them.
Nope.
Well, it brings $145,000. Okay, love it. Next up, we'll stay in 1970 for a minute with the Challenger TA now.
Yeah. This got a 4-speed, Tim.
Yeah, I like that one. Let me tell you about these cars right here. I get asked a lot of times in the museum, what's your favorite car to drive? AAR CUDA or the Challenger TA with a 4-speed. Because when you're going through those gears and that 10.5 1 to compression, you really don't listen to Creedence Clearwater. You roll your windows down and you hear those dual exhausts and that snapping and popping when you're changing the gears, and they are fun. Good thing about them, they will go, they will turn, and they will stop. When you throw a Hemi in the front of that Challenger, it likes to go straight. That's about it.
Yeah. And you know what? This is one of those cars that makes me rant about horsepower ratings back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, these things red light to red light, they jump on your Hemi, you know.
Yeah, 290 horsepower. Tell me another one. You know, just a lot of hocus pocus going on back then.
And what's really rare about this one is the interior. I've never seen a houndstooth in a TA. And the rear window package, the louvers.
The louvers,
yeah,
right.
The J68. That is, I don't know if I've seen another TA ever. We've got an AAR with it, same color. It'd be a neat bookend to have there sitting at the museum.
Right. Well, we're into six figures. Highly documented, rotisserie restored. And one of the very few, an FE5 bright red with that, as you mentioned, that houndstooth interior.
I've never seen another AR or TA. Well, right. TAs wouldn't, I'm sorry, ARs wouldn't have had it anyway, but the TA would have.
Tim, you are welcome to bid from the desk. If you need Scott and I to grab someone's attention, just say the word.
You know, I have done that before.
Oh, he don't.
Yes, you have.
Rutledge, the no flies on Wellborn.
Here is one from, again, 1970, Go Man Go. And we're going to get into six figures here right away, too.
Yep, 340 six-pack on this TA and 391 drag pack car right here.
That's a great color, too. Go Mango is a pretty color, especially when you put the black with it.
Yeah.
It's one of my faves on that, too.
Two broadcast sheets with this, Tim.
This is what you like to see is broadcast sheets.
Yep.
And, any particular car that you're looking for maybe later today or tomorrow here that you kind of
I can't give away all my secrets here.
I know.
Yeah, there's one out there's coming up.
Okay. All right.
We'll see how it goes.
Okay. All right. There you see the distinctive side exhaust here on the TA. $125 is the bid. The reserve is off. I heard the horn honk, the air horn back there at the other end of the building. That tells me somebody's on the telephone.
Yep. This was a pretty radical car for its time. It has a staggered size wheels, tires. It's got that side exhaust there, so that you know.
It gave you that nice rake.
Yes.
With your G60's on the back, he's on the front.
Right.
The only car that I know ever done that.
Was the first American car to do it. Right.
Well, it sells for $130,000, and so we'll keep you here for another car.
I see another one coming up here. Pretty one.
Oh yeah, the last in this little run, as we near the end of the Apex collection, a Hemi Roadrunner from 1970.
Yeah, this car got my attention real quick. I've got the twin to it in the museum. They only made 59 of these, and I got one of the others. The difference with ours is that white top, white interior, and it's a Survivor. Now, this is a nice car. Highly unrestored, beautiful machine.
Oh, man.
And I don't get it. The 1970 Roadrunner is a one-year only car. I still, maybe some of the viewers will tell us, wow, such a great-looking muscle car, did it only go 1 year?
We've talked about that. They went to that Coke bottle in 1971.
Yep.
But this car has got enough eyeball to last at least one, maybe two more years.
This color on a Roadrunner is just killer.
4-speed car, as you mentioned, one of 59 hard tops with a 4-speed. Super track pack car, too, with that 410 rear end.
That's a wonder it still got its original engine. 410 gears in it.
Exactly.
But it does.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I like unrestored engine bays, and that just tells the whole story of how they were built back in the day.
The reserve is off.
Oh, it's
going
to sell.
Have I seen your version of this, your twin of this at McCacken? Did we see that at McCacken a couple years ago? Okay. Oh, man, $195,000. Tim Wellborn from the Wellborn Museum, Alexander City, Alabama. We always appreciate you taking some time to join us, and we love your expertise, man.
It's always fun, guys. All right. I'll see you around a little later.
Go comparison shop, okay?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, we've got to get back to the activity because we have got a massive car coming up here in just a few minutes. Before we get to that one, here's a 67 Shelby GT350 on the block, Bill Stevens.
Another Shelby. This one, I don't think we've seen the lime gold yet. Now we have. This is a Rutledge steel unibody construction. Have you seen these cars that are being turned out by Rutledge? They are just spectacular. These are recreations of the Shelby Mustangs, this one with a 5-liter Coyote in it and a 10-speed automatic transmission. This is selling at no reserve. These cars are not inexpensive. The workmanship is just sensational. Black Napa leather upholstery.
And Bill, Jimmy just showed me, our auctioneer just showed me the LEDs that are hiding behind the door handle.
Yes.
He got my attention saying, did you see this? I'd never seen that before on one of these.
Oh, boy. You know, these cars are, I hate to say, well, I don't hate to say it, but I'm going to be honest. They match or exceed the kind of quality that you would find in an original car that's been restored. They're just sensational.
Yeah, and there's very little externally that kind of tips you off to some of that extra stuff.
Yeah.
And it sold for $290,000.
That's what I mean.
Oh.
Coyote and a 10-speed automatic. Boy, the things you can do with that car.
Oh, yeah.
So
Whoopee.
wild.
A lot of shut up in that car.
1999 Series 1 Shelby, very distinctive now, Bill.
Kind of an interesting story with these cars. It was the first ground-up car that Shelby built. Put an Oldsmobile engine in them. Was not his first choice, but that's what wound up going in there. Some of them are fuel-injected, some of them fuel-injected and supercharged. This one is an injected car. Only 537 miles since new. And it's got that Oldsmobile engine, the double overhead cam V8 with a 6-speed manual transmission. And the market on these, they don't really fluctuate too much. You know, they're within a certain window. They are real Shelbys, and there's no getting away from the fact that these cars are certainly you might say a variation from the Shelby philosophy of a 2-seat sports car, a lot of power and great handling, and these cars certainly handle.
And Bill, I know you were not only a friend but a huge fan of Carroll Shelby. Tell us a little bit about this. Was a big partnership with GM, hence why you had to use that Oldsmobile engine, right? There's certain parts that are Corvette of that era. How did that all work?
Well, you know, Shelby was the master salesman, and when he decided he was going to build this car, he wasn't quite sure in the beginning what engine that he was going to put. You know, everybody said, you got to put a Ford in it. You got to put Whiz. You know, you're Carroll Shelby. But no, the General Motors people were more accommodating for putting the power in that car. And you got to remember, the General Motors people are trying to sell Corvettes. So there wasn't a whole lot of interest in them helping Carroll Shelby build a Chevy-powered 2-seat sports car. But the Oldsmobile engine, since Oldsmobile didn't have a sports car, well, that kind of loosened things up a little bit.
Hey, the reserve is off. 117.5.
122.5 now.
Just about where they trade at. A little bit more for the supercharged cars.
125.75. 125, 127.5. Well good. 122.5. 125. 122.5. 125,000. So 100.
There you go. Congratulations.
Okay, 122.5 buys that 99 Shelby Series 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment coming up that so many in the collector car world have been waiting for. History is about to roll onto the block here as this packed house at Mecum Kissimmee anticipates the arrival of this car, the GT40 Mark II factory lightweight from Ford in 1966.
Boy, we've talked about this a lot, and I never get tired of hearing the story. 11 GT40 Mark II cars were built. That's with the big block engine. Only 9 examples have survived. And this, of course, one of the 3 lightweight cars. And we thank Alan Mann for making these lightweight cars and the 427 engines Most of the cars that still remain, those 9, in the collections of people like Miles Collier, Fred Simeone, the Philadelphia collector, and the Shelby American collection.
Steve Matchett, you're down there. Man, I've got goosebumps. I know you do too.
It's absolutely stunning. It's remarkable. We've been talking about it for the last few days. We've done previews on the car. You guys have been so good at telling the history of the car, but it is just an absolute immaculate piece of automotive history. And just listening to the reaction from the crowd as it comes onto the block is phenomenal.
That is not a typo at the top of your screen. $6 million is bid on this car.
Ronnie Spain, the noted GT40 expert, has said, and if he says it, he means it, there are other Mark IIs which have been fabulously restored to original configuration, but only this car is in that original condition still.
Yeah. Bill, you and I have talked about it when we went up to the Apex collection, that these guys and gals at Apex understand exactly what to do with the car. Bring back to life what needs to be brought back to life, and leave the rest. And there's so little that needs to be done to this car. It's just so perfect.
They understand the difference between preservation and restoration.
Boom, that's it right there, yeah. That's it right there.
$8.5 million is bid.
5, you have to say you want it.
4 bidders on the telephone.
Ford GT came along, 1964, 1965. Was not a very successful race car. A lot of growing pains, a lot of bugs to be worked out. Carroll Shelby came along. Even Holman Moody got on board during that time. And of course, Carroll Shelby's GT40s, the ones that he prepared. The most successful, I would say, in 1966, that 1-2-3 finish at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which of course has been chronicled in Ford versus Ferrari, that recent movie.
I know.
And then of course the J car came along, 1967. Dan Gurney, A.J. Foyt absolutely crushed everything on that racetrack in France. And then Ford got out of the long-distance endurance racing business with their GT40s, but others, they still wanted to go out there with these cars. They felt they had a lot of life. And Steve, you remember how John Wyer came along in 68 and 69 and continued the success. But this car right here, this one is a real halo car in GT40 history.
It's a real halo car. And Bill, I just want to highlight this sort of detailing around here. This is exactly what we're talking about, how Apex just get it absolutely right. It would have been so tempting to have removed those stone damage marks and changed the paintwork. It would have been so relatively easy. But it takes away from that fantastic heritage of the car. They're not going to do it. They don't want to do it.
Just $10.5 million. I'm sorry, Bill.
No, just quick. And just how important this paint is, this red, which became a very famous color in '67 on the cars that Foyt and Gurney drove, that Victory Red with the white over-the-top stripes.
We are at $11 million.
It's an Apex car.
11.5. 11.5. 11.5. 11.5. 11.5. 11.5. Higher negative 5.
All right. We just got
250,000. Impossible to tell, as we say, to count this car, Bill.
No, there's only 3 lightweights, and they do not come up for sale very often.
You said it earlier, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here to get this car.
That's what we're all watching right now.
11,250 now.
Original body, thin-gauge steel chassis, aluminum lightweight roof.
Anyways, well, we're going to find out.
And a former Formula One engineer like Steve Matchett understands the relationship between lightweight and success on the racetrack.
Engineers and mechanics, they spend their entire working life trying to just get 1 ounce away from that car.
Reserve is still on.
100,000 $255. 11 million 500. 11 million 5. Sam? Dave? 11 million 500.
Russ Conklin, our auctioneer, is asking $11.5 million.
11 million 5. Now 5. 255. 11 million 500. 5. Higher negative 500,000 out of bid. 255. 11 million 250. 11 million 500,000 out of bid.
trying to work it out. I mean,
tug of war. Yeah, I could probably go at this point, unless you want to keep going. You good?
11,500,000. Ricky.
I'm good.
Guys, you think about the kind of car this might end up sitting next to in someone's collection.
It's for sale.
Really makes sense.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow, look at this. And listen to the crowd.
11,500,000.
It's what we all wanted.
Oh, yes.
You know, we were very cautious in what we thought this car would sell for. It would be so easy to overvalue it, but we are seeing that did not happen.
The tension rising just before that announcement, it was tactile, right? You could feel it in the auction room.
So many people on their feet.
Frank Mecum is headed out into the crowd. It looks like he's got a potential bidder out there. He was indicating 11.5. He's trying to make the deal right now.
11,250. Frank shakes his head.
Didn't have it.
It's going to go the other way, it looks like.
You're all done. Okay? I'm still waiting. 11,250, 11.5. 11,500,000 on a bid. 250, not 5. 11,500,000. Everybody done? 11,250. 11,500,000. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. So,
Wow, everybody exhales.
Yep.
And the excitement is amazing. $11,250,000.
I am so glad we were able to witness that firsthand.
And I'll let that picture right there send us away to break. Back in a moment. One of the most legendary and desirable and seldom seen historic cars is now on the block.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Sold $3 million.
Wow. And double wow. $3 million. History is about to roll onto the block here.
$11,250,000. So many people on their feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Sold $11,250,000. Sold.
What a couple of Mecum moments we have had here today. The Apex Collection, 72 cars today and a few from yesterday. Nearly $26 million altogether, and we can report to you that 1966 GT40 Mark II factory lightweight at $11.25 million, built as you see it coming back to its parking space, that is now firmly in place as the second most expensive motor vehicle that Mecum has ever sold at auction, behind only that 1963 Ferrari 250 GT from a couple of years ago at 17 million.
Yeah, right here in Kissimmee.
In Kissimmee. My goodness, what a day it has been, and it is only Friday, everybody.
I am so happy that we are back to see this car, because this is one of my favorite at the auction. Panther Pink, Challenger TA. You know, we just had a couple others go across the mat, and I just knew that this car was going to go beyond those. This is such a high-level restoration, unbelievable color, and those dog dishes on there were an option for the TA. And so it's all correct, looking so good. I'm so happy to see this going for this price.
346-pack car, 290 horse. It's got the 4-speed in it.
And no, you're looking over at Tim Wellborn. He is not in on it. I just went over there and asked him myself. He said no.
You're right. I was looking for him. That's hilarious.
He did tell us there's one coming up he's got his eye on.
Yeah, he did. $220,000. That is a beauty.
Oh, I love that car.
Good eye, CJ. Hey, you know what? He told us the 340 market is just going nuts lately.
Yep, it's white hot suddenly.
Anxious to see what the result is on this car. It's a 1979 Trans Am.
Yep. Yeah, this won't be.
With a story.
This won't be cheap. 41 miles on the odometer. It's got the 400 cube V8 automatic transmission. That Starlight Black. The Carmen interior, the red interior. Original dual exhaust with the splitters. Original Uniroyal tires. Why not? With 41 miles, you haven't had a chance to abuse them very much.
It's a good point, actually.
You know, think about that.
Right.
Power locks, cruise control. Yeah, it has all the right options. Tilt steering column, formula steering wheel, power front disc brakes, AM/FM radio, and that big orange and red Phoenix Firebird slathered on the hood.
Yeah, the high bid, $125,000.
Even that's not enough to buy it. I knew that was going to be up and up and up there.
Well, if you are a Corvette lover, and at this table there are 2 of them, and there are plenty more in the house, man, this has been an absolute smorgasbord of high-level, high-end Corvettes, Bill, and this is in that category.
Oh, dear. Duntov Award winner with a score of 98.9%. The Duntov Award, one of the top awards for any Corvette. Bloomington Gold certified, 427, 435 horses, you may have seen. Rally red, white interior. Knockoff wheels, those Firestone wide oval tires, F41 suspension. I'll tell you, that 435 horse, 427 coming through side exhaust. Oh, that is a symphony of sound.
I just had to chuckle a little bit with that rally red and the white interior. Very unusual. I'm trying to remember if we've seen that before.
Exactly. And we've seen other red colors on Corvettes that maybe we've seen more frequently, but the rally red, yeah, that's in a pretty select group.
And now, Bill, were these wheels at this point an option you could add on there, or was it similar to the car we saw earlier you were telling us about that you could buy at dealers but wasn't an option?
These wheels you could not get on a 1967 Corvette. They have the tri-bar spinners. They could only have bolt-on wheels in 67 because of the government. 66 was the last year you could get those. And the safety lobby was saying, oh, you know, pedestrians could lose their kneecaps if they come in contact with those spinners going by. So, yeah, they look great. I mean, I prefer them to the bolt-on wheel, to be honest with you. I think these look a little sportier. But, yeah, it's too bad that they had to discontinue them after 66.
$200,000 is the current bid. Matt Morvek has the microphone at the moment and the gavel in hand.
5% at 200, right?
Now, several companies, by the way, make repops of these wheels. But if you can find an original set of these, you're going to spend a lot of money to get them.
And probably worth the addition of the car. And the reserves off, Scott.
It is indeed at 200 even.
All right.
There we go.
You're good to go.
That has found a new owner. $200,000. What a Corvette it is. Here's one of the LS6s we talked about. I think more than a dozen total between the Chevelle and a Corvette or 2, but this is a Chevelle from 1970.
Yeah, and a couple of selling points on this one. Cortez Silver, and it's a 4-speed. 454, 450 horsepower. This was definitely the trendsetter for horsepower in 1970 with American muscle cars. And the reputation and the street cred that these cars were blessed with, it has endured all these years. A couple of bill sheets with this car, the protector plate, original window sticker, original bill of sale and invoice, and certified by the Camaro high performance people. And they do both Chevelles and Camaros just to back up that documentation. 12-bolt rear ends, got that optional F41 suspension as well. Cowl, induction hood, all the good stuff.
We continue to be spoiled by the LS6.
Yeah.
Yet another one rolling across, and another just absolutely off the charts restoration level.
Well, as Funkmaster Flex would say, can't get enough of that funky stuff.
You've been known to say that too.
Yeah, well, I'm Funkmaster Bill, so a lot in common.
$250,000 quarter bill, excuse me, current bid.
And not a convertible. This is spooky.
Well, you know, convertible would put it into the ionosphere, but this has got enough of the right stuff for a $270,000 bid.
$275 on top, $280,000, and up $280 bid, up kind of a $75 bid, and up $80 up $5, kind of a $90, kind of a $290 bid, up kind of a $290 bid, $290,000,
Knocking on that $300,000 door.
Yeah, we get there and probably have a serious conversation with the consignor. Just how flexible they are.
You have three, now 310. He come back, got you, sir. I'll go to the 310. You have 3 to bid. We're not done yet in this dogfight. 310,000 to bid. 3 to bid. 310. 310. 3 to bid. 310. 310,000 to bid. I'm going to go 305. 305. Is the bid, Blake? 300. There we go. Reserve is hot. 310.
Okay.
310.
I wondered if it might take 300 or more, but the reserve is off at 305.
310,000 a bid. I'm going to go to 305, 310. In 5 pair 10. I'm going to go to 5 pair. I'm going to 310. 310. Y'all done. Going to 310. 9.5. So 305. So 305.
Very cool.
Yes, sir.
$305,000. Mecum Kissimmee 2026 has already been a really good auction for Ford GTs from the 05-06 time period and beyond that, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Here is one from 2005 that looks very similar to the one that sold the other day for what, 600,000 plus?
610. 610 was the hammer price. And the only difference, I think, between this one and that one is this one also has deleted the rocker stripe. It's got the Ford GT on the rocker, but the rocker stripe is also deleted. Something, obviously, that's very appealing to bidders as, look, we're already at $550.
Yep, it's got the Macintosh stereo, and it's got the lightweight wheels, but it doesn't have the stripes. Only 14 were produced in this midnight blue in 2005. Of course, that run of Ford GTs, the modern ones, began in 2005 and then carried over to 2006. The history of this car, listen up now. The car's first owner was Lindsay Ford Buell. That was Edsel Ford's great-granddaughter. And it remained in her care until last year.
Very cool, and it does have the painted caliper, so 3 out of the 4 options are present on this car. And where are we now? 600,000, back down to 585.
550 horse, 5.4 liter supercharged V8, 6-speed transaxle.
I'm going to get 75 up to right. JD, you take 575. I'll take that.
Just an awesome car. What a faithful homage to the GT40s of the Le Mans winning era.
Yes, Camelo Pardo, the designer at Ford, responsible for translating the original cars into this generation.
You might wonder why they didn't call them GT40s. Well, that GT40 was based on the height of the original cars. They were 40 inches high. This car is not quite 40 inches high, and so they therefore did not call it the GT40 and just the GT.
Reserve is off. You saw the nod of approval from the consignor. That's Don Davis, a long time Mecum customer. And he is always in the middle of big time cars, Bill.
Yes, he is.
And here we go at 575.
Yeah, he's a very accomplished collector, and I think he specializes in high-performance Fords.
Now 600,000 a bid. 90 bid. I'm going to bid of a 6 here. Not going to bid of a 600 pound a bid. 600. Not going to bid of a 600 pound a bid. And I'm going to bid of a 90 bid. Not going to bid of a 6 here. Not going to bid of a 90 bid. Not going to bid of a 600. And everybody else hands high. 600,000 a bid. Not going to bid of a 90 bid. Not going to bid of a 600. Sold 590. Sold 590,000.
And another guy who specializes in high-end Fords, that's Jim Wicks. We see him all over the place, man. Helping out with somebody on the other end of the line to buy that Ford GT for $590.
Yeah, in a car that has almost 7,000 miles on it, Scott.
Speaking of miles, the next one is also from 2005. All 4 options under 300 miles.
Yep, 298 miles. Specs, yep, same as the one we just had. 550 horse, 5.4, 6-speed manual. Those big Brembo 4-wheel disc brakes. Color is Centennial White with blue stripes and the ebony leather interior.
And this is a great back-to-back comparison of what exactly mileage and livery does to the value of these 2005 GTs. We're right in that same neighborhood now. The last one sold for $585, midnight blue striped elite. This one in those classic Shelby colors of blue stripes on white, and we're at $575.
Yeah, and a little earlier we had a Ford GT sell for over $11 million.
Well, and there you go. Now the mileage factor has kicked in.
Right.
Reserve is off at 590. Remember, low mileage on this one.
Exactly. Now we're at 600. All 4 options, 610. Don Davis, also the consignor on this 2005 Ford GT. All right, so $20,000 difference.
Don has a very productive day going, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Let's see if it will continue. Another 2005 Ford GT.
How about Mark II black with those silver over the top stripes? Wow. What a fantastic color scheme. Got that ebony leather interior as well. We've been talking about the powertrain in these. BBS wheels, Macintosh stereo, painted calipers, and of course we see the stripes.
Guys, we talk often about what an event it is to come to a Mecum auction. This current lineup of cars right here is a perfect example why a lot of people are lucky to get to see 1, maybe 2 Ford GTs ever at a car show. We've got 4 in a row here. This is just one section of one part of the cars that's coming through in this almost 2-week kind of Super Bowl of car auctions. That's why it's such a cool thing to get to come down here to Kissimmee to see acres and acres of some of the nicest cars you've ever seen, Scott.
And these 4 you're talking about here, you know, we saw the great-grandfather, if you will, of these 4 just a little while ago that sold for over $11 million.
By the way, let's back up. Those are not the lightweight wheels. Those are the cast aluminum BBS wheels, but not the lightweight version.
So another 3 option, and the mileage on this one is, Bill?
Just short of 6,000 miles.
Gotcha. So there's that tweener mileage and the 3 options. Desirable color combination for sure with the silver stripe over the black.
Oh, no argument there.
Close a bid at 470. Close a bid at 470. That one's still available.
Well, this one is not going to make the mark at $470,000. So it'll be a potential bid goes on sale. And the last of these 4 in a row, more modern Ford GTs. This one is from 2019, and this is that very desirable Gulf Heritage Edition. It was popular on the 06s for sure. That's the one that leads the way back in the mid-2000s. But here we go from 2019.
Yeah, we go back to 1968 and 69 when John Wyatt was running the Ford GT team, and he had the Gulf livery on those cars. And I never thought in my lifetime I would ever see a 3.5-liter engine make 647 horsepower. But that's what this twin-turbo 3.5 EcoBoost V6 can do. 1,990 miles on the odometer. 7-speed dual-clutch racing automatic transmission. 20-inch forged aluminum wheels and the Brembo carbon ceramic disc brakes.
You know, when these cars were coming out, the invitation list of people who were on there, I was lucky enough to have some friends that were racing in the Cup Series and got that invitation, and they basically sent you a box that you could kind of choose your paint color, your interior fabric, some of those things, and a lot of those guys have kept those order packages because it just made it feel a little more special.
I didn't get that invitation. Did you get one of those?
No, and I waited right by my mailbox.
Yeah, ours, Chris and I, ours must have gotten lost in the mail as well.
I keep checking every day. I don't know.
We are over $1 million bid on this 2019 Ford GT.
Right now we're out. They got $1,075,000, asking $1,001,000. You want to be $1,001,000?
What in the world is it going to take?
One more time. $1,001,000.
Yeah, these new generation Ford GTs picked up a win at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. They were one and done. Won it one time since the glory days of the 1960s.
Okay, 1.1 million. Is that going to be enough?
Reserve off.
That's going to be enough.
It is.
Welcome to the $1 Million Car Club.
$1,150,000. He's all done. $1,150,000. Thank you, though. I'm going to anybody make a little bit 15. I have sold $1,100,000. Sold $1,100,000.
How about that?
The telephone.
Now offering F1 96 and
$1.1 million buys that 2019 Heritage Edition Ford GT.
Superlatives are hard to find right now.
Welcome back live here on ESPN Plus. This rock and roll day continues as we take a look at a 1970 GT 500 from Shelby. By the way, you saw that Corvette. It sold for $150,000.
And let's see what this Shelby will do in grabber yellow with a black interior, 1970. As we all know, old Shell decided to take some time off, went over to Africa and took some safaris and wanted to see Africa, while Africa was still Africa. 788 of these Shelby Mustangs produced in 1970. They were carryover cars from 69. Just went through a few little revisions to differentiate them from the 69s. And this one with the Ford 28 Cobra jet engine, 335 horsepower, and the automatic transmission, that high performance automatic. Comes with a deluxe Marty report for you history buffs, and some great original documentation. According to this reporter, I can gladly tell you that the Shelby invoice is included, the original order form, and the window sticker as well.
Okay, $160,000 is going to be the high bid on that car. We have supercar time now.
I think Scott, you said it.
Can we call it supercar?
Hypercar, I think, is really the category that this one falls into due to its supercar status as well as the hybrid function. It utilizes, of course, the engine and also 2 electric motors to achieve just ungodly performance. 0 to 60, 2.5 seconds. Top speed, 217 miles an hour. Just crazy. And this one, of course, is a Y-Stock package, as you can see from the carbon fiber top, the carbon fiber side mirrors, the carbon fiber windshield surround. That is an 84 $24,000 option. And can we talk about this paint? This paint to sample pure orange is a $21,000 option, Scott.
You are kidding me. $3.4 million and the reserve is off on that car.
Oh yeah, as expected. I mean, these are just incredible cars, limited to a run of 918 examples over a 3-year production period. And yeah, right in the estimated pocket, Scott.
In the words of Jimi Hendrix, let me stand next to your fire.
Yeah, powered by a 4.6-liter V8, and as I said, those 2 electric motors, all-wheel drive, 7-speed PDK, just insane car.
And I love to see those acid green calipers in there. That was an option that could be deleted on some of them. This one has it. I just love the color pop of those.
Yeah, one indicator, as my buddy Tavares told me when we were looking at this car, this carbon fiber piece right here is a real telltale way to know that the Wysock package is in play. And you can see the blue surround of the center caps. They're red on the other side to make sure you're putting the right wheels on the right side, because they are reversed as far as the tightening direction goes.
By the way, speaking of the wheels, the front axle lift option is $10,500.
At this price, let's just go for it all. Let's check every box.
Reserve came off at 3.4.
This is the first of 4 918s that will be crossing the auction block, all of them Spider Wysock editions. I think there are 1 today and 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it. You know, it wasn't that long ago that the specs on this car would have been on a full race car, not a car you would drive on the street.
Absolutely. And when, you know what, I mean, Porsche said to themselves, all right, we're going to need to give the consumer a car that they can actually drive, unlike the Carrera GT, which was so non-user friendly, it was impossible to drive on the street. This car, a much, much different story.
Oh, the telephone bidder comes back at $3.9 million.
$4 million upstairs. I'd get everybody to get $4 million bid.
$4 million is bid.
$4,100,000 bid.
My goodness. Chris is going to start doing the yummy dance here in a minute.
Oh, I'm doing it in my head for sure.
Yeah.
This is so cool to see. This color is so unusual, just gorgeous car. Porsche is getting its due with this 918.
Oh, less than 1,000 miles on it.
$4,050,000. That's our Gus Kozar there on the telephone. Now the ball gets sent back upstairs. There's another phone bidder that's jumped into the fray here. One of the gentlemen up there in the suite is our friend Dale Ledbetter, who works with Rick Hendrick.
Last call.
And we see him at some of these big auctions. My goodness. Are you kidding me? We're a million above the point where they lifted the reserve.
Yes, and much higher than the estimate, the pre-auction estimate for this Porsche.
$4,700,000.
Hard to imagine this is just an appetizer for what we're going to see tomorrow, but this is exciting stuff.
I know. And can it change the value in what the others sell for when you're seeing this first one jump to these numbers?
No question.
I think so, especially because all 4 of the 918s that will be crossing the block are so different as far as the looks go.
Mecum Kissimmee 2026 is off the hook.
250 bid, 5,250,000
Wow.
Boy, Dale has a poker face, I'll tell you that.
Well, and
that's Rick Hendrick.
That's Rick Hendrick
Rick
himself.
is in the house, exactly.
He was kind of playing it cool, hiding back there in the back.
Yeah.
$5,250,000 American. $5,250,000. $5,250 bid. I'm going to move a 5 bid.
Well, judging from experience, I think it's safe to say he's going to take this one home.
$5,250,000 bid. Anybody else? $5,000,000 bid. 250. I'm going to move a 5 bid. $5,250,000.
This is a big boy chess match.
I think he has the high bid.
Right now he does, yes.
$5 million.
And whoever's on the phone at this point knows who they're bidding against.
Here goes last train rolling out of town. I'm going to be the last call here. $5 million.
Yeah, in case you're not familiar with Rick, great NASCAR car owner, has a series of automobile dealerships, and a very respected, admired, and loved gentleman in the motorsports world.
This is nuts. Matt Morvac was about to hammer this car, and the phone bidder jumped back in again.
$5,500,000. $5,500,000. If I was sitting up there, I would. $5 million.
There it is. He's nodding.
That is a big yes.
$6 million. $6 million. Saddle hat. Hit 5 pairs. I'm going to about $5,750 bid. 5 about saddle hat. $5,750,000. Hit 5 get about saddle hat. Punter. Not going to about $5,750,000. $5,750,000. $5,750,000 on her down. I'm going to about 5 here. $5,750,000. And now 5 here. Not going to about $5,750,000 bid. $5,750,000. $5,750,000 bid. $5,750,000 not half. $5,750,000 for the dramatic approach. I know that. $5,750,000. $5,750,000 it is. $5,750,000 not half. $5,750,000 it is. $5,750,000. Not going to be about 5 about 7 appeared. Not going to be about 7 apart. Not going to be about 5 pound. $750,000 not half. Now $750,000 it is. Folks, here it is. $5,750,000. Get ready. Not half. Boom! So $5,500,000.
Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is a Mika Moment Wysock edition. How about that? Rick Hendrick comes down here to Kissimmee, and he will take that Porsche 918 Spyder home for $5.5 million.
What's going to happen tomorrow? Oh, boy.
I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep very well tonight.
Fasten your seatbelt.
Oh. Woo! Have you ever?
Wow, that was exciting.
I know, words escape me. What do you say? Man, do you think this will trickle down to my 2018 Grand Cherokee, or is that a little too much wishful thinking?
You're asking a little much, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, dear.
Oh, we'll never forget today.
Well,
and it ain't over yet.
It's not even close to being over. And don't look now, Bill, but the bid on this big break airbox Corvette is $500,000.
And not a big surprise to me. This is the earliest airbox Corvette known to exist. That airbox is kind of a primitive induction system, kind of like a ram air system that someone came up with in 1957. And the airbox cars were the first factory Corvette race cars that were built for privateers. These were not GM campaigned race cars. Had a fresh air intake box and all kinds of other extras. A lot of them were big brakes like this one with the big fin drum brakes, and one of the first 4-speed Corvettes that were built.
That right there is historic.
You bet it is.
And we're at 600,000 and the reserve is off.
283 cubic inches, 283 horsepower. The first year for fuel injection. This was raced for a couple of years by privateer Bill Howe. Documented, real deal, airbox car, RPO 579D.
So, we got it.
$600,000. If you're a car guy and you don't have a big smile on your face right now, something is wrong, because that was an incredible back-to-back. And oh, look at what's on the block next, Scott.
Yes, as Bill said a little while ago, there are no superlatives that are left.
No.
We're going to have to go to the superlative bank and make a withdrawal in a little bit. This is that 1963 Corvette split window coupe, the studio concept car that Peter Brock himself designed and brought to us here.
Yeah, Scott, and both of us know that this car, the changes that Peter make, mainly were about how this car breathes and how it looks aesthetically. Peter said that one of the main changes that he wanted to make this car, well, there's Peter right there showing his original rendering of the 63 car.
There he is, the legend.
That is so very cool. And right here is one of the big changes that Peter made. He brought this rear window down to be flush with those grills, which are now, by the way, functional, as are most of the vents on the car in his new design. These side vents were non-functional, designed only in 1963. These are now functional. These signature hood vents, those are also now functional as well. And if you notice, he deleted the headlight buckets here, made this front fascia very, very clean. The headlights are actually down underneath that fascia. That might be my favorite design change of this car, Scott.
That's pretty cool.
Well, I think my favorite thing is that 6.2-liter, 725 horsepower V8 with a Tremec 5-speed manual. And the history of Peter Brock, you want to talk about somebody that has been down the road and back. He worked for General Motors. He worked for Carroll Shelby. He was a teacher at Carroll Shelby's high-performance driving school at Willow Springs Raceway, and he's responsible for the original graphics package on the 1965 GT350, and of course he designed the Daytona Coupe. So, and he worked with a couple of great designers at General Motors, Larry Shinoda, Tony Lapine, Bill Mitchell. You know what? There's very little on his resume that wouldn't impress anyone.
Yeah, with the Bachmann collection going tomorrow, there's a lot of Ferrari guys in the audience, and they're going, that color looks kind of familiar to me. Well, maybe right. It is a Ferrari blue that he decided to paint the car. And another change that he made was to accentuate the spine, that famous spine that runs from the top of the hood all the way down through the split window to the rear of the car. He brought this up right here, made it a lot more sharp and noteworthy on the car. He also changed the way the gas cap operates. It doesn't flip like this anymore, it flips to the side. Just nothing that he didn't touch. And what he touched, he improved.
And you know, I'm glad you pointed out that spine, because his original drawings had that spine, that elevated spine on there, but Bill Mitchell said didn't want it, so now he applies it to the car that he designs and builds.
Well, it's going to come up a little shy at $525,000. And you're right, Chris, that is Ferrari Azzurro California Blue, the Peter Brock car. The bid goes on. We'll be back in a moment. Along with Bill Stevens here in the booth, I'm Scott Hoke, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Woods, Steve Matchett here with you on ESPN Plus. As we continue now with our live coverage today from Mecum Kissimmee and a 1962 Pontiac Catalina. Look at this. It is on the block for $115. Now $125 the reserve is off.
I think I'm in love again. You know me and big Pontiacs back from that time period. One of my first cars, 62 Bonneville. That one, much better than the one I had. That one has the Tri-Power 389 and a 4-speed, and Wayne Carini making an appearance there. How about that? Good old Wayne.
Wayne here.
Longtime friends with Peter Brock, so he was here to support him as his Corvette went across the block.
Sure.
He's a longtime friend of me. What are you talking about?
All of us.
Of course.
Before we get to the next car, I think we're going to check in with Rutledge Wood, who has made his way upstairs.
I sure have, Scott, and I couldn't help but notice that handsome face that was bidden on that beautiful 918. It's our friend Rick Hendrick. Rick, welcome first off to Kissimmee, but what a beautiful car you just scooped up.
Man, I'll tell you, I don't have buyer's remorse, but I know I paid too much.
Can you feel the excitement? I mean, I know you understand pressure from championship runs to last-minute passes in the race. Do you feel a moment like that when it's happening?
Oh, yeah. You know, I think my guys were telling me to stop, and I was like, one more time. But no, I've got a 2RS that color and a 4.0 that color that with basically no miles, and that would be such a trio of orange. And so I had my eye on that car, and you know, it's such a beautiful car. So,
and I love that you told me I might have overpaid, but we can make it back in Daytona, right?
Yeah, well, I'll probably spend that much in Daytona again, and we wreck everything down there. But no, I love the business, I love the cars, I love the people, and I can't wait to get to Daytona. Can't wait to get the year started again, and it's just. You know, once you get to Daytona, it feels like you've been there for a month after about a week. But we're looking forward to the year. I love the new point system. I'm excited about the year, and I'm a car dog, so I'm all looking through catalogs on the internet at night, and so it's fun to be around car people.
Rick, thank you for being here, buddy.
Okay, buddy. Thank you.
Guys, that's Rick Hendrick. Excited about the chase, which is back, guys.
You know what? And tell him to turn around real quick, because here's another orange car, Rutledge, he might want to add to his group. It's a 69 Chevelle L78.
Yeah, look at this one, huh? This has got that L78, 375 horse, 396. Matching numbers, both engine and 4-speed with the L89 aluminum cylinder heads. Oh boy, this is like the Hope Diamond of 69 Chevelles right here. 410 rear end, and not quite gonna sell this time, but boys over at The Bid Goes On will give this a run for its money.
They will, and they have a starting point of $180,000. Okay, here's another Porsche. This is an 86 930 Turbo, but it's been given some custom treatment here, and a lot of it.
Oh, yeah, man, 3.3 liter flat six. You know, it's very unusual to see a turbo with no wing to help sticking it to the ground, but there you go. There it is. You're getting a great look at it right there. And, man, just a phenomenal job of customizing this. Check out the center exhaust beneath the rear bumper, too. Such a cool touch. Great color, great application of color to the Fuchs wheels, and then all about this tartan interior. I know that Rut was checking this car out earlier because this is totally his style. Fully integrated roll bar. What a great car. And those Euro yellow headlights. Call this color aquamarine. Black and tartan in the interior. Made it, of course, to a 4-speed manual transmission. That would be the G50 version of the 4-speed, which didn't show up in the turbos until 1989. 1 year only for the G50 being made into the turbo. But just, Scott, you gotta love the stance. Those accentuated flares in the rear. Big meats in the rear, too. Bill, love this car.
Looks hungry, doesn't it, huh? It wants to get out there and devour something before the day is over.
Gigantic single exhaust pipe out the rear end, but I am missing that rear wing on this turbo.
Yeah, it's a little bit off-putting that it doesn't have the wing on there, and you know, form and function with that whale tail. They touched the grill cover here too. They've widened it a little bit, and then they've customized the cover for it. So another custom touch look there in the back. You know, you got to let that turbo engine breathe, and therefore they opened it up a little bit.
Guys, all you got to do is get a Carrera GT and get that automatic elevating wing and install that on the car.
Or the 964, same operation.
Do it.
Okay, that group right there, very happy. It sells wing or no wing, $205,000. Boy, look at the human traffic jam out there as a lot of the car crazies are Taking a gander at some of the vehicles heading to the block here momentarily, Bill.
Oh, what a day it has been. Why is everybody outside? Being here, they don't know what they're missing.
I know. The sunshine is a little warm out there, which is nice.
Yeah, I can't complain
still,
about that.
I mean, boy, you don't want to have anybody ask you, where were you when that factory lightweight sold for $11.2 million? I was outside.
Yeah, I was taking a nice walk.
Okay, here is a heavy hitter, Bill, a 69 Baldwin Motion Speedster.
Modern muscle technology meets classic muscle history. If you're familiar with the Motion Performance name, you know that back in the 1960s, Joel Rosen down there, Long Island, New York, had a shop that turned out some of the most voracious big block muscle cars ever built. They have kind of re-energized the name of Baldwin Motion with this car right here. It did not sell. The bid goes on at 150, but this has got so much trick technology. Got the LS3 in it with a 6L90E automatic transmission, but so much more stuff. And the fellows who built this are responsible for the cars that Peter Brock turns out as well. That goes to the bid goes on.
And as you mentioned, at $150,000. Here's yet another in our pretty lengthy list of LS6 powered machines. This Chevelle from 1970.
Yeah, and these are documented cars too that we got coming through. This is a matching numbers LS6 with a 4-speed. Been repainted, Fathom Blue, another one of our fave colors, white stripes. Does have a little original paint left on it. Original sheet metal, original blue cloth interior, original blue vinyl top. So that vinyl top has had some loving care to last this long. 12-bolt positive traction rear end. And we're at $150, and we'll see how much higher it's going to go before we get a gavel. 35,000 plus miles on the odometer.
Another bid. 165. 165. Higher David Agadir, 65. Last call, 200, sir. 165.
Real deal. LS6. Vinyl top car. They didn't all have those.
Okay, 160,000. That'll be short of what the consignor's hoping for. Okay. Let's take a look at this 1963 split window coupe.
Scott, Daytona blue, red interior. Oh man! And you know, yeah, and you know the selling point of this car is not going to be the drivetrain. It is the base 327 250 horse, and it's the 4-speed transmission. But all the documentation with this car is really one of the big selling points. I mean, they've got every shred of documentation that you would want to see when you're buying a 63 split window coupe, I'll tell you. 336 rear end, AM/FM radio, aluminized exhaust, and of course the knockoff aluminum wheels that always enhance the look of any mid-year Corvette.
Tell you what, you could have no engine in this car, and I would be interested in it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because of that color combination. It's just so unusual.
It is striking. Yeah, and the boys up at Joe Scaffidi's bow tie shop up in Billerica from my neck of the woods did the body on restoration and the repaint. Boy, did they do a fabulous job.
You know, that kind of reminds me a little bit of the 96 Grand Sport with the red seats on that blue, you know?
Blue with the red, yep.
That's just beautiful.
Very similar.
Okay, who did not have a poster or a model or a Hot Wheels or whatever of a Lamborghini Countach back in the day?
Yep, guilty as charged.
Chris?
I don't see anyone raising their hands. You said who did not? No one's raising their hands.
Exactly.
Everyone did.
Everybody did. This is from 1988.
And guys, another beautiful example from the Tampa garage. These happen to be the same owners that purchased that Mark IV Supra last Saturday.
Oh, right.
$220,000, 6,000 mile car. I've seen them talk about this car online. They kind of don't want to sell it because they do love this car, that 5.2 liter V12 in the back. You can see why a person wouldn't want to get rid of this car, but I think for them and their collection, how it changes. They've had a Countach before. I always really noticed the U.S. spec bumper and how it changed the front end of these cars, Chris.
In the worst possible way. I mean, I hate to disparage the car because overall it's a work of art. Gandini, of course, but that bumper, man, oof. The government getting involved in the worst way.
We used to call that the Jerry Colonna mustache on the front of those. But yeah, this is a special one, though. This has got the 4-valve per cylinder. This is the Quattrovalvole model. It was produced between 85 and 88. 1 year short, I believe, of the anniversary car was 89, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
5-speed manual, and of course that Bosch K-Jetronic fuel injection, which was an improvement over the carbureted cars earlier on.
This would be the fourth iteration of the Countach. Of course, it all started with the LP400, the 400S, the 500S, and then the 5000 Quattrovalvole. And then that next iteration, Bill, as you just mentioned, was actually designed by Pagani.
You'll get what you got if we got 550.
Right.
But, you know, let's, is there anything more beautiful than a Countach in white, too? So cool. And there's a group of people who don't like the wing. There's a group of people who like the wing. There was even some versions with a front wing on it.
Yeah.
But this is pretty classic Countach right here.
I think the model that you built eventually had a front wing on it, didn't it?
Yes.
I love Frankenstein.
I love wings. I love wings. I love boneless wings, any kind of wings.
Yeah, the name Countach is actually a Piedmontese word that is an expression of disbelief. It was one of the engineers, mechanics who was working on the design of the Countach in the shop, saw it for the first time, and he said, Countach.
Yes.
And Lamborghini, who are known for naming their cars after famous fighting bulls, went for the first time with a name that was not, and that's where Countach originated.
I'm glad I know that now because this entire day has been Countach.
Yes,
that is for sure.
A debate on how to pronounce Countach for a while. It was Countach, kind of like Chipotle. It was.
I think what we're seeing right here, guys, bottom left is negotiating with the owners, trying to decide if they're going to lift that reserve or not. I did tell you they were talking about that they didn't really want to sell the car. They've sold a Countach before, so I think they're trying to kind of do that dance that we see so often.
Well, $500,000 plus, I think, is fair money. Well, and now they waited for me.
Yes, that answers the question right there.
545.
545. Put the hammer up. The hammer's high. 545. 550,000. Hit it as hard as you can. So $545,000.
545. That gentleman will be driving that Lambo home. That is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So many legendary cars that we have had at Mecum Kissimmee this year. I'm just astounded.
I know, and you know, we expected this sort of to happen, but even now, we can't believe what we've seen here. You know,
exactly. It's astounding. Here's a 1960s, as if we need more. Here's a 1967 Corvette, another Duntov car, Bill.
Yep, that's the top of the heap in terms of verifying and evaluating any Corvette. NCR's Top Flight, that Mark of Excellence award, not easy to get. That car needs to be very much like this one. Matching numbers 427. That is the L36 390 horse big block. And this one does not have air conditioning. A lot of times we see these mid-years with that big block engine, and you could get air conditioning from the factory, but this one does not have it. 4-speed car, the Goodwood Green. We've talked so many times about how popular that was. And I will say this, if you don't have air conditioning in a mid-year coupe and you want to drive it in the summertime, you dress lightly. They get a little bit toasty inside.
Indeed they do. All right, sold it for $150. We'll break away here and return with more of this Countach Friday. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody, to Mecum Kissimmee. Time for today's Friday edition of our Stay Built Performance Tip. And for that, we send it over and check in with Chris Jacobs.
Oh, yeah, Scott. Well, our friends at Stable help us avoid the one thing that we as car guys dislike the most, and that is rust. There it is right there. Stops existing rust in its tracks, and it stops new rust from spreading. So this car right here, man, if you think there's a speck of rust on it, I might just have to say Countach, because I will not be able to believe it. This is a 1969 Hemi Coronet RT convertible. Only 4 of these convertibles left the factory with the Hemi under the hood, and this is the only one on the planet that retains its original block, backed up by a 4-speed, and it is stellar. This color is bright turquoise, black interior, white top, color match wheels, poverty caps, red line tires. Oh my goodness, Scott, cannot wait for this one to go, but I believe Tim Wellborn might be interested in this one too.
Well,
back to you.
He may very well be, Chris. Thank you very much, my friend. StableMecum.com is the website, and we're glad to have them with us again in 2026. That's our Stable Performance Tip. And while that was happening, Bill, this day continues to get more unbelievable. This Scarab Formula One car from 1960 just sold for $600,000.
I'll try to be brief. This was America's first Formula One car built by Lance Reventlow. And Lance Reventlow, just one of the drivers that competed in this car. It did not race a lot, but during its history, Sir Sterling Moss was behind the wheel, Richie Ginther, the great American driver. And I'll just say this, that if that looks like an Indy car, back in the day, the technology for both Formula One and Indy cars was pretty similar. Oh, and one other thing, Lance Reventlow, when he moved his shop out in California and vacated it, guess who moved in? Carroll Shelby. That was his first shop. And he took Phil Remington from Reventlow's team to become his engineer, and boy, was that a stroke of genius.
That was a big deal.
Yep.
Well, that one sells for $600,000. Thank you for taking us through the details on that. Let's pick up the activity on this 1970 LS6 convertible that's bidding at $400,000.
What did we say earlier about the convertibles, the LS6s?
Oh, yes, that are documented.
That market is, well, you're getting a good look right now. One family owned up until last year. And that, trust me, folks, adds to the value.
Massive.
You don't have to do much digging around to get the owner history. It's got the bill sheet, the invoice, protective plate. This is an automatic transmission LS6. That big turbo hydromatic, cranberry red, excellent color, F41 suspension. It's got that cowl induction hood with the hood pins, power windows and steering. And, oh, coming up short.
Oh, man.
I know. Would have liked to see that sell, but it still might over at Bid Goes On.
Right, no doubt about that. 450 is the high bid, a recent restoration. And when they did that, the family used as many original parts as they could.
GM, New All Stock.
Right. Okay, 450, the high bid on that car. 1970 Mustang is on the block right now.
Scott, I don't think we've seen a restored and replicated Boss 429.
I believe you are correct. In fact, when I'm introducing the car, I look over and I see the Boss 9 graphic just behind the front wheels.
Yeah.
And I'm going, wait a minute.
Yep, this is a well-done replica. Well, it's very well done because what they did with the powertrain, I mean, the original Boss 429 had a 375 horsepower, 429. This has got a 466 cube, 699 horsepower big block. Well, all righty then. Oh, so many other upgrades on this. Got a roller cam in there from Comp Cams, ceramic coated headers, a Tremec TKO 5-speed, McLeod clutch.
115 is the bid.
I cannot imagine a Boss 429 replica being this well done. It's impressive.
It is. That is a world-class Fooler right there. 130 is bid.
Yeah, this will trade a lot less than what an original number's matching. Boss 429 would sell for, but I just love the color choice, the Calypso Coral, white interior.
You know, you park this next to a real Calypso Coral Boss 9. I challenge you to pick out the difference from a distance.
I know, and you know what? Just scour your memory banks. You remember from the Apex collection?
Yeah.
The Boss 429 Calypso Coral with a white interior?
Oh, right.
One of like 5, I think, that were built. So, boy, if you're going to replicate a 429, Boss 429, this would be the one.
$140,000. That is insane.
That's okay.
Boy.
You can fool an expert with that one.
Okay, we'll move on from that Boss 9 replica to a real Hemi GTX from 1969.
Yep, not a replica. It's got the 426, 425 horse Hemi. And this car was one of the 11 that went to Canada. Why did we let this one out of our hands? Yeah, 4-speed, air grabber hood, got the short grip rear end, Dana 60, 410 gears, mostly original interior, color black. Ivy green on the outside. And will not be inexpensive. We're already at $170,000.
Did you mention broadcast sheet documentation?
No, I didn't, but that's something, you know, we should point out.
Okay.
You know, Tim Wellborn, who joined us a little while ago, said, you know what? You got to have that paperwork in front of you to document these cars. It's in the Chrysler registry.
Okay.
Yeah, another one.
Alex McLaughlin announces to the crowd here at Silver Spurs Arena the reserve off at a $190,000 number.
Only 98 of these 4-speed Hemi GTX hardtops were built that year, and you cannot gripe about the restoration.
Oh, that is just the bomb. $190,000. We're going to take a break here. Much more coming up live. We're here till 7 o'clock tonight, 7 Eastern. Don't forget that on ESPN+. Back in a moment.
Welcome back to Kissimmee, everybody, for our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. And I am with the man of the hour, or will be, I don't know, in about 45 minutes or so when his cars go across the block. Dave Kindig, standing next to your CF1. How you feeling right now, man?
You know, I'm not nervous, actually. It's beautiful weather, great people, numbers look good. I'm excited.
So 1, 2, 3 cars going across the block. Which one are you going to be most happy to see go? Which one are you going to be least happy to see go?
Well, I'm not going to let them go if they don't go to a good home. So, no, you know what? I'm excited for the new owners of all 3 of these cars. And to be honest with you, I mean, these are show cars that can be driven. It's I have passion and ideas in each of these cars for the gentleman that I built them for, and I'm excited to see them go to new homes.
Cool, man. Well, this is not the only automotive TV luminary that I'm hanging out with, and I could be talking about Kev Dog, but he's back there. I'm actually talking about Wayne Carini out here in staging with us, standing next to Dave. Wayne, I got to ask you, how great is it to see Dave's career just blossom? We knew him back when. We were just talking about it. It's amazing, right?
In the middle of the desert near Vegas, and along comes Dave Kindig with his goatee and his spiked hair, and we go, who is that guy? But we're so happy for you. Your career's just exploded. You know, we were happy to work with you on our network, and we'll look forward to for the future at Speed Vision. So
thank you. Thank
you.
Yeah,
you guys are wonderful. You do such a great work, and it deserves all the accolades.
Well, coming from you, Wayne, that means a lot. To be honest with you, to be surrounded with such great talent. Certainly, we have a lot of history, all 3 of us, right?
That's right.
So it's been a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to the future.
It's been so much fun. It's been unbelievable. A great part of my life, I can tell you that.
And that's a true story about the desert in Las Vegas. Lest you think that he was making that up. That is an actual story. When we first met Dave, it was in a place called Valley of the Fire. We were shooting some promos for the network that we were on, and it was a lot of fun. And, man, it's been such an honor and a pleasure to know both of you for so long, as well as Kev Dog back there, too. All right. These cars that are coming across the block in about 10 lots, you're getting a look at the CF1 number 1 right there. And, you know, I'm still astonished that Dave is letting it go, but he's going to do it. And if you stick around, you'll be there to see it. Scott, back to you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, gentlemen. And we will wait with anticipation for those cars to come up on the block. Bill, in the meantime, here is a Mustang Boss 429 from 1969. And no, this is not a replica.
No, it's a real one. Documented in raven black with a black interior. Yow. This is a Carcraft number 1317. The folks at Carcraft responsible for getting that big 429 cubic inch, 375 horsepower engine planted in these Boss 429 Mustangs. 4-speed, like all of them were, 391 traction lock rear end, and the things that you would expect to find on a well-presented Boss. And look at that, it is going to sell for a lot more. In fact, I think twice right now what the replica sold for.
Yes, in fact, I'll look up the replica real quick. I think it was like 140,000 or something like that.
That was my memory, yeah.
Give 300,000.
We're edging up to 300,000.
Yeah, the Calypso Coral replica sold for 140. Just a little point of
sold
reference.
$290,000.
$290 here.
Travis Delzell.
Yeah, and this one only 1,700 miles on the odometer, and that is always going to drive up the bidding.
Okay, now we go to a 1966 Shelby 427 Cobra.
Never get tired of these. This one, CSX 3218. Now the 3 is in the chassis number on all big block coil spring Cobras. 218 is your production sequence, and it's one of 260 big block coil spring street cars that were produced. It's in the Shelby registry. All its history is known. Side oiler 427. Some of them came with 428s. It really was a cost-cutting measure by Shelby, the 428s. Yeah, they were a little bit less money and really gave you performance that was equitable with a 427 when you're driving them on the street. And, of course, a 4-speed. Leather upholstery, of course. And the Halabrand wheels.
Bill, are we going to see this approach the numbers at all that we saw with the narrow body? And if not, what makes that so different?
Once again, it's the rarity of the cars from this generation of the 427 Cobra that has a lot to do with what they are going to trade at. We're already to over $1 million. But then again, this is not the narrow hip. You see the bigger fenders in the back with the flares, what are called SC flares, that little lip that goes around the edge of the wheel well there. And that was a competition type rear fender when Shelby was building these cars strictly to go racing, and then had to build some street cars as well to help finance the operation.
$1.25 million. Remember, the narrow hip ended up selling at $3 million, so we're not even halfway there yet.
No. You know, when you get to the CSX 300 numbers, you know, up to say 50 or 60, those were the cars that Shelby built to go racing, either his own team or to sell it to privateers. And then we get up to 218 like this one. You know, the street cars were really the order of the day.
This is another Don Davis consignment. You see Don there in the upper left-hand corner in the middle of that frame.
Silver mink is the color of this car, too, which I think really works.
Oh, man, I was about to say we've got to be getting close, and there it is. The reserve comes off at 1.4.
1 million for his bid. Give 1 million.
Bill, when you look at this car compared to the narrow body, do you feel like this feels more muscly, whereas the narrow feels more like a British sports car with a lot of power? How do you view those?
Well, first of all, if you've got the wide-hipped car and you've got enough rubber back there, it does give it a really good look. Now, if you've got a wide-hipped car with the sunburst wheels that don't have a lot of offset, those wheels are really pushed in the rear wheel wells. It doesn't have that real competition, that real hardcore look.
220, 1963 Shelby 289 Cobra.
Well, again, you can add another vehicle to our $1 million plus club today here at Mecum Kissimmee. $1.4 million for that 1966 427 Cobra.
And the guy that bought that was also one of the guys that was bidding on the Mark II GT40 Lightweight.
Oh, good catch.
Great opportunity here to compare that car with this. A 1963 Shelby 289, a very early production 289 Cobra, Bill.
This is like a Shelby convention here at Mecum with what we're seeing between the Cobras and the Shelby Mustangs. This one, the 105th of the 126 Mark I or small block Cobras that were built, CSX2 105. As I said, the leaf spring Cobras, the small block Cobras, their chassis numbers began with a 2, CSX2 like this one, and then 105, and yes, the 105th Mark I Cobra built. One of just 51 in this series that was fitted with the later 289. Remember those early Cobras had 260s, and this one with Weber downdraft carburetors. And a brace of Weber carburetors gives you one throat for every cylinder, and if you really know what you're doing around those carburetors, you can individually tune each cylinder to give you maximum performance. It's finished in as-delivered Guardsman Blue, a classic Shelby color, the black leather interior.
You mentioned the Shelby booth out in the lobby, or just out on the midway.
Yes.
I think they knew something was in the works here.
Which is why they came in and set up shop. You're right.
900 grand.
You know, and when you snoop around this car, you're going to find that that number 105 is on the hinge plates, left side hood latch, the boot latch, or the trunk latch. And that helps to verify just what number this car is. It is indeed 105.
We're at $1 million. Yes, we are.
And we're in the neighborhood. These cars are trading pretty much around the $1 million area. These small block street cars in this kind of condition.
Right.
We've seen some that do not trade this high because, you know, they don't have the Webers, they don't have this kind of fit and finish, and a very desirable Guardsman Blue paint job.
Generally speaking, the big block, the 427 cars, are overall more valuable, more desirable, yes, than the earlier cars, the 289s?
Absolutely right.
1 million. Now 50. Did you want to give $1,050,000? Did you want to give $1,050,000? Mitch, we are close. I'm going to close it with you for now at $1 million. We are very close. The bid does go on.
Yeah,
okay.
we're close. We are close.
Thank you for letting us know that, Alex McLaughlin, AMAC.
By the way, I like the little touch there. They have a riveted hood scoop on this car, which would not have been on street cars, but kind of gives a nod to the competition cars.
Yeah, nice little touch, and that has certainly not hurt anything.
No.
With this car. Next up on our block, 2008 Bugatti Veyron, a world-changing car when it was introduced.
18 years ago, can that be? Boy, it almost seems like yesterday that we were catching our breath when this car was first revealed. It has 1,000 horsepower, the 8-liter W16-cylinder engine with 4 turbochargers. And for a while, this was the fastest production car in the world.
Yeah, I just want to point out something after you said that this car has 1,000 horsepower, Bill. There's actually a dial on the left side of the gauge cluster that goes from 1 to 1001, and that is the horsepower dial. So essentially it's telling you how much horsepower you're using while you're driving the car.
Yeah.
But you said it's got game changer when this car came out.
No question.
Yeah, you could actually dial in more boost to give you that 1,000 horsepower, which, you know, you feel it in the seat of your pants, too.
Boy, do you. I was lucky enough to get to drive one of these on Top Gear. The model I drove was the Grand Sport Vitesse.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not just that it pins you into your seat. It's the look on people's faces when you exit their visual line of sight so rapidly that it absolutely melts people's minds going, how could a street car be this fast and have that much acceleration? But those 4 turbos, Chris, when they spool up, you're gone.
Yeah.
Just a rocket ship.
I was just telling Will to try to get a shot of that horsepower dial there. There it is right there, 1001.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you pull out of the 7-Eleven with that car, and you will definitely attract attention.
you might hit 711 horsepower before you get out of the parking lot.
Good point.
It was interesting when we were doing that Top Gear show, we were trying to get Tanner Faust to actually take it out on a racetrack and go push it the way it had been designed, but Bugatti didn't want to pay for not the tires, which is typically what people would burn off in a high run test. They didn't want to pay to replace the brakes because those carbon brakes at that time were like 150 grand to change them. But we've seen these cars go into some collections. A couple guys, Tyler Hoovey, Ed Boylan, a couple other guys have been able to get them over the years, but still just a timeless ride to me, Chris.
I believe that the Bugatti Veyron at one time was the record holder for fastest production car in the
Yes,
world.
I said that.
252,
254, yes.
An active aero, that rear spoiler, when you hit the brakes, will actually come up and help sort of act as an air brake to also help slow the car down.
I think the wheels on these are like $25,000 a piece. Does that sound right?
They're crazy, and a lot of people end up changing the wheels because it's the tire itself that is so expensive to run that would be speed rated enough for that. So a lot of people end up putting nicer aftermarket wheels so they can change that tire. Still a huge tire, and you still need good ones.
I still remember the first time we saw one of these at Monterey.
Yeah.
Maybe 2010, 11, maybe something like that.
I remember.
We were all, our jaws just hit the floor.
Agape we were.
Yes, we were. 1.6 million will be a little bit short on the Bugatti Veyron from 2008. So our next vehicle to inspect with Steve Matchett on the case with all of us, 2023 Ferrari SF90, the Spider Edition.
I have to say, Scott, what Ferrari managed to achieve with this car is an absolute symphony of engineering magic. It was produced, the name gives it away, it's the SF90, and it's a celebration of Scuderia Ferrari 90. It's 90 years of the racing division, not of the road car division.
Right.
This is an homage to Enzo Ferrari when he took over full control of the racing team, renamed it Scuderia Ferrari. This is absolutely loaded with all sorts of Formula One technology on the car. The interior, of course, gives you a beautiful lightweight carbon everywhere. At the rear, there is a version of the Formula One DRS, the drag reduction system here to give the car more downforce. Very low slung engine, 4-litre V8. But at the back, you can see here just the attention to detail. Ferrari would not compromise on the position of the horse logo. Just absolutely fantastic.
Oh, the reserve comes off at $555,000.
Well, you know, Ferrari, they are just masters at being able to extract horsepower from small displacement engines. That's a 4-liter twin-turbo hybrid engine with 986 horsepower. Boy, they know how to wave their magic wand.
How's your daddy?
Love it. Sold it. $555,000. Oh, it is a constant parade of amazing machines. Early Corvettes, 911s, Mopars, Camaros. We've got those Kindig cars coming up, another small block Cobra, 289 Cobra on the way here in a little bit. In the meantime, $110,000 bid on a 57 Bel Air Custom.
We are back on Six Figure Street here at Mecum. This is an Antique Automobile Club of America prize winner, frame-off restoration. It's a fuel-injected car. Don't know if it was born with a fuel injection, but it is the factory fuel injection, the 283 cube engine with the 283 horsepower. Rochester fuel injection setup, 3-speed manual in Matador red. You see the beautiful interior on that car as well.
$110,000 bid.
$112,500. $112,500. Half of the bag of the baby nigga down 112.5. Half of the bag of the baby nigga down 112.5. Half of the bag of the baby nigga down 112.5. Half of the bag of the baby nigga down. Half of the bag of the baby nigga down 112.5. Half of the bag Frank give me nigga 112.5. Half of the bag of the baby nigga down 112.5. Half of the bag of the baby nigga down 100 and half of the baby nigga down 115. 115. Half of the baby nigga down 175. 112.5. Get the 110. 110. No, 110. 110.
I mean, I gotta have 100 on that car. I got more than that.
Okay, they reset things a little bit. 107.5 is the bid.
Let's go to this car and they'll figure that out.
Now offering it to
All right, well, you heard Frank Mecum kind of determine what's going to happen. They're going to figure things out on the Bel Air, and in the meantime, focus the attention for a few minutes on a 2023 Porsche Cayman GT4 RS.
This is a screamer. 493 horsepower in this little Cayman out of that 4-liter flat 6. That 7-speed PDK automatic, the Y-Sock package, ceramic composite brakes, those aren't cheap. The front axle lift system. I think we saw that on that 918 earlier, that same lift system in that car, the $10,000 option. A lot of racing modifications in this car. Carbon fiber roll cage with that harness bar. You see those wheels, beautiful. Alloy wheels, painted calipers. And that's another one of those cars where you don't have to do a whole lot to it to take it to the racetrack and carve some corners.
Yep, and a new owner is going to be able to take it to the racetrack pretty soon because the reserve is off at 185. 7-speed PDK transmission.
At 185, you get 190,000.
I think I said that. Oh, you did? Stay with me. I'm sorry. I usually do, but there's a lot going on here. You know? I like those gold wheels.
Me too.
With this silver paint. That's kind of cool.
Yep, good match with the rest of the car.
And it does sell at $185,000. Oh, the roar you're hearing in the background. Oh, man, that is some throaty goodness out of a Copo Camaro from 2013.
Yeah, danger just rode into town, people. Yep. 2013, okay, this is the early version of the Copo Camaro in that generation. They landed in 2012, and these cars gave you a multitude of different engine choices, from naturally aspirated 427s like this one. You could get a supercharged small block, and these cars are not street legal, as we point out all the time, strictly for the drag strip. It's got a race-tuned power glide, the Hurst quarter stick shifter, NHRA certified the roll cage, silver paint, black interior. It's got the right safety belts. Underneath, Strange Engineering built the coilovers and the disc brakes. We just talked about a Porsche that's track ready. Well, this one is, because that's why it was built.
Sure is.
And now 2. I'm 5. Reserves off. 2, 5, 7.
Okay, reserve is off. Somebody's going to go racing on a bargain here today, Bill.
Yeah, yep. And the horsepower range on these cars up to about 600 plus.
Do they have a dial
no.
like the Bugatti?
No.
72 to bid. 75.
Yeah.
72. 75. I get a man now 5.
Not enough time in the quarter to be worrying about doing that, huh?
No, just keep it in your own lane.
80. Give 80,000. And now 80.
That's kind of like good life advice sometimes, too, isn't it?
It really is. Tend your own fire, stay in your own lane.
They got 80 bid.
And I love the fact they only built 69 of these, because that pays tribute to that original 69 ZL1 Camaro.
Sure does.
How about 82, sir, before I go?
One more shot there, 82.
82.
You know, it's funny. We haven't seen one of those original ZL1s in a minute.
Yeah, they're hiding.
Those are big buck cars.
We have had them, but we're going back a ways. Yeah.
Okay, $80,000. Quick handshake there, and they'll sign off on the deal and allow us to talk about another car that might be suited for a racetrack near you, perhaps.
Yeah, the 63 Plymouth Savoy Max Wedge. That Max Wedge preceded the Hemi. These were powerful cars. They were denizens on the drag strip. That dual quad 426 paired up with that 3-speed manual transmission. And I hasten to tell you that the 3-speed was what was campaigned in some of those early drag racing cars from Chrysler before the 4-speed came in. In fact, General Motors even had 3-speed race cars before they switched to the 4-speed as well during that same time period. One of only 177 high-compression Savoys that were produced for 1963. Plymouth Belvederes, you remember, back during that time period, also were campaigned with this drivetrain.
Is it Savoy or Savoy?
Yeah, I've heard both, but it's like Chipotle, Chipotle.
Okay. Willie's.
Willie's.
Okay.
Countach.
Well, yeah, that's all over the map.
Yeah.
$100,000 is the bid currently.
Yeah, this would be eligible for nostalgia drag racing. Vintage drag racing is very popular in a lot of places in the country.
That is a really sharp metallic blue.
It is.
Kind of a blue-gray. I like it. $100,000 even up here, and that's where it hammers. Clint Hunter, our auctioneer right now. And somebody up in the upper deck got that one up in the suites again. $100,000. Okay, here is the latest entry from the Shelby 289 Cobra stable. This is from 1964.
All right, class, the chassis number on this car is CSX2159. What have we learned? What has Professor Bill told you about that chassis number? Do we remember?
It came right after 2158.
All right, you go to the back of the class.
I'm sorry.
No, 159 is your production sequence. This would be the 159th small block Cobra that was built back in 1964. And this was restored back in 2008. Matching numbers 289. These had about 300 horsepower after Shelby got done with them. And the 4-speed. You could get an automatic, very few of those in these small block cars. Silver Mist, I think this is the second time we've seen that color on a Cobra.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, some of those early 62 small block Cobras did not have fender vents. So this is the first 289 produced with them.
$1.2 million is the current bid. I'm sorry, I sound so cavalier almost announcing that because of the level of cars we've had today.
We've become jaded.
I know.
Wow. No, you know what? I can't remember the last time I've enjoyed a day at Mecum as much as today.
Anybody else?
You know, and there's always the debate between Cobra owners as to which car handled better, was more fun to drive. You've got the small block guys that say you don't have as much weight over the front end, car's more nimble, but it's got transverse leaf springs that kind of make it a little bouncy over rough pavement. And then you got the coil spring big block Cobras. The people that have those cars say, oh no, these are much more much better handling, and the 427 doesn't make any difference because of all that torque and whatever. Let them fight. I don't care.
Well, it's going to take a little bit more than 1.2 million, so we'll let it go to the bid goes on. And take a look now at a 1965 Shelby GT350.
Okay, I'm going to give you another chance here. SFM 5S262. 262.
How about the 262nd out of 562 built?
God, I'm so glad you knew that. Thank you very much. You've restored my faith in you.
Thank you.
This was a factory demonstrator when new. Boy, that must have been fun to go out on a test drive in one of these. This has won the Mustang Club of America Concours Gold Award. An Amelia Island Concours class winner. This won an award at the Greenbrier Concours d'Elegance. Yep. When you do that, you know you've got a righteous GT350. 306 horsepower, 289 with that aluminum case T10 4-speed transmission. Pretty stiff gear in the back, 389 gears and that 9-inch rear differential. That's good for acceleration.
Maybe it doesn't matter, but I think it's a little bit of a curiosity that with that VIN number, kind of a middle production car that they ended up using for a factory demo car.
Yep, I could see that happening. Yeah.
Over $500,000 is bid.
Yeah, all the right pieces here. You've got the trunk-mounted battery. That's pretty rare in a street car. Fiberglass porthole hood. Krager wheels. 5-spoke Kragers. Howard Pardee, my old friend. He is the GT350 registrar for the Shelby American Club for so many years. And he verified the serial number on this car.
520,000. Close bid at 510,000. The bid goes on.
Now offering F228 to 1965 Ford GT40 Mark 1.
This Friday at Mecum Kissimmee continues to defy the odds and defy history. Here's a 1965 Ford GT40 Mark 1. One of only 2 of these that Carroll Shelby actually drove.
Yes, he did. And what was the backdrop for that? Well, Carroll Shelby drove this car at the opening of a new section of the Santa Monica Freeway back in 1966 with Miss Santa Monica in the passenger seat. Oh, he was a crafty old fox, wasn't he? Huh? Yeah, the Mark I cars, the small block cars, the 289s, and you look closely, it's a right-hand drive. You see that bubble on the top of the roof there, which actually got carried over to the Viper coupes. That's called the gurney bubble, because Dan's so tall, when he wore his helmet, if you didn't do that, his head would be bouncing off the inside of the roof.
Yep.
This one, not what you would call rich in racing provenance, but got a great history. It was leased to the MGM studios and driven by Bob Bondurant for camera testing laps at the Riverside Circuit, part of the preparation of the filming of that great movie Grand Prix, which I hope everybody has seen.
$4.5 million is bid.
$5 million. $5 million. $4 million, $7. $5 million. $5 million on 5.
$4.7 million is the bid.
$5 million.
Ronnie Spain, he's looked this car over. The car was involved in a slight collision. He says no consequence to the chassis of this car. It is maintained as straight as an arrow.
Bill, do you happen to know how different this car is from, say, the lightweight that we saw go through earlier? What make the big fundamental differences between the two?
Power plant. 289 versus the 427. And that 427, they put an all-aluminum 427 in the GT40s in 1967. And the engineers at Ford ran that engine 24 hours plus at full throttle to make sure that it had the durability to go 24 hours. And Carroll Shelby is always grateful to the Ford engineers for doing that, because there had been some reliability problems with the Ford GT engines prior to that 427 getting that kind of R&D.
$5.3 million. That's the current bid.
This is Bennett Goodwood for that great vintage revival that they have every year. I've been there several times. And they have a gentleman's race over there. And, you know, nobody goes foot to the floor.
Oh, but they want
to. Yeah, they probably do. But it is fun to watch. It really takes you back.
Yeah, there they fire it up. Moving right in front of us. $5.3 million is bid. And not sure how much more it will take, but 5.3 will not be enough. We'll take a break here as we approach 5 o'clock in the East. More to come here on ESPN Plus in just a moment.
Fasten your seatbelt.
I love it.
Oh, so good.
Oh boy.
Just insane car. What a car.
Welcome to the $1 Million Car Club.
Make some noise. So, $11,250,000 sold.
That's just a brief glimpse at some of the big hits we've been playing for you today on our airwaves. It is coming up on 5 o'clock here in Kissimmee, Florida, as we have 2 hours yet to go with you here on ESPN Plus. So good of you to join us. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Woods, Steve Matchett, all hands on deck. And for good reason. We continue to roll out some amazing cars. And the next one is in that mix, a 2008 911 Carrera, selling at no reserve.
Yeah, and 3 words in the description for this car are absolutely signature expressions. 911 Carrera, guards red. 3.6 liter flat 6-cylinder engine. Odometer reads just about 2,100 miles. Got the 6-speed manual. And any Porsche 911 is worthy of your attention.
That's not even broken in yet.
No.
There's a dozen cars in this collection, by the way. This is the West Coast collection. And as soon as we're finished with that, guess who's on deck? Dave Kindig, Kev Dog, and that group with those 3
pedal car there,
creations.
indicating that, excuse me, Scott, manual transmission, of course, which is a huge plus in any Porsche.
So, $70,000 on the internet. Thank you.
That didn't take long.
Nope, 70 grand buys it. Very cool. Shelby GT350H.
Yeah.
1966. This is one of the first ones.
Yep, the Hertz cars. 1966, Carroll Shelby and Hertz got together. Thought they'd rent out some GT350s. This is one of approximately 85 that were produced out of the 1,000 with a 4-speed manual transmission. It was born with a high-performance 289, 306 horsepower, and the T10 aluminum 4-speed. And, of course, these are called rent-a-racers. Kind of a urban legend. Some people exaggerate a little bit when they talk about how many of these went to the racetrack. Maybe some did, but it certainly wasn't widespread, we'll say. And they went from the 4-speed to the automatic transmissions, which was kind of a disincentive for people to go out and race with these cars as well. But in the Shelby registry and the value on these cars, nice ones, well-restored ones like this one, really goes up the bidometer.
I was mildly disappointed to see that it's missing its sticker on the dash, which says that this car is equipped with competition brakes. Stronger than normal brake pressure may be required. It's always my favorite touch on these, but unfortunately it's missing that from its restoration.
Well, you know what happened? They converted a lot of those cars away from the metallic brakes because people didn't know that you had to heat them up before the car would stop. And they drive out of the Hertz parking lot and, you know,
right into a tree
panic
or something
when they hit the brakes. So, yeah, they get converted to more conventional brakes.
Wild to think that you could have rented one of these no matter what, because for a lot of us in our lifetime, we've never seen in the U.S. a rental car that had a manual transmission either.
True.
Let alone one that had enough power to go have a little fun and get in trouble with it. I do believe a bunch of them didn't make it continuously through the rental program. Because of both the brakes and the keep shifting the power.
There was some attrition, I
Absolutely.
think.
Yeah, and Bill mentioned that urban legend of people taking to the racetrack, and to go even further, people would swap the engines out, put them in their own car, race them, put them back in the rental car, and return them.
250.
Sort of like the U-Haul program we've seen a handful of people do.
245 is bid. I should also point out the consignor here, the guy that did the restoration work, is our good friend from Level 1 Restoration out in Arvada, Colorado, Gary Riley. This is one of his cars.
Congratulations.
And we see Gary at the McCacken show and often at Mecum Auctions. He is a terrific guy, but boy, he knows his stuff and he can restore a car.
Yeah, I got a tour of his shop not long ago, and his guys are all 5-star aces when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he had a wonderful display at this past McCacken in November.
Okay, $250 for that Rent-A-Racer, and we move to a 1970 GTO Judge Ram 4 convertible build.
Yes, Ram Air 4, 370 horse, 4-speed, and a convertible, as you said. This has been the McCacken, and this one has all of the documentation and all of the paperwork that will verify exactly what you are looking at. These cars are extremely rare. One of 6 Ram Air 4 Judge convertibles known to exist with a 4-speed. And the only Ram Air 4 Judge convertible with this code 254 red interior. Is that special enough? Is $400,000 enough? Apparently not.
My goodness. No, it's not, because we're at $475. It still might not be enough. It's not going to be enough.
Rarity is scarcity. Boy, oh boy.
Guys,
go ahead.
are you wondering what is in the 8-track?
Oh, is there a tape in there?
Wilfredo let me know that it is Led Zeppelin. Feels like a good sign.
Which one? Which
yeah,
Led Zeppelin?
exactly. Which one?
Oh, Houses of the Holy, Zozo.
Who's opening Zozo?
$550,000. $575,000 for it. I have 550 bids. You're going to get 575.
Led Zeppelin 2.
Oh,
okay.
Solid. Solid.
2. That got Immigrant Song on it?
I think so.
I think so.
You may be right.
Well, in any case, the 8-track is going to stay in the car, and it's going to reach a high bid of $550,000, which will make it a bid goes on candidate for a post-block sale. Okay. 1963 Corvette, split window coupe, Z06, N03.
Yep.
And TRS top flight car, Bill.
Yep, that N03, that's a tanker. That's that 36.5-gallon tank for racing gasoline, because this is where a lot of these cars wound up. 63 of them were built, 199 Z06s, of course, and they all have that 360 horsepower fuel-injected engine and a 4-speed transmission. A lot of special Z06 special performance equipment goes along with it. The heavy-duty metallic power brakes with cooling fans, dual-circuit master cylinder, special heavy-duty suspension, shock springs, and sway bar. Yow. And how about Daytona Blue?
Blue striped tires.
Yeah, what a picture.
No wheel covers.
Yeah, the hubcap
plain.
delete is such a great look. Love it.
Power windows, not something you'd find in a lot of those Z06s back in 1963. It was all about performance and not feeling cushy.
By the way, the original hubcaps are included, just in case you're wondering. $700,000. Are you kidding?
Yeah, and you know what? This is another instance where you have what anybody would perceive as being a split window coupe with fuel injection without any hint at all that it's a Z06. No exterior badges whatsoever to tell you what's really happening inside.
This is another one of Gary Riley's cars, and the reserve. Did I hear them say they lifted it?
Yeah,
yes,
off.
they did. The reserve is off. $850,000.
At 900,000, you're going to get 900.
What a great look with those blue line tires. You're right, Scott. So cool looking.
Yeah, that tanker makes it special. You get a Z06 without that big tank. I think there's one in the Moyer collection, in fact, but this one has got it.
The reserve is up. Give $900,000.
Are we in record territory here, Bill, for one of these cars?
I am not sure. We may have seen one of these go for maybe $1 million at one point, but you raise a good question, because we're close to that right now.
$950 is bid? Whoa.
Yep. People know what this is.
That was Sly Stallone over the top.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do me a favor, sir.
Top flight car from NCRS.
Give $975.
Al Brenning has given this car a seal of approval, been validated.
$975,000. Anybody else?
Mind blown here.
All right, you're out. 950.
Special cars
975.
sell for special money. That's all you can do is just admire that.
Sold $950,000.
Well said.
Frank's Way.
And at that mark, $950,000.
Regarded by many as the finest surviving 64 big tank fueling in its
How do you follow that?
You don't.
Well, you bring out another Corvette from 1964. This is an N03 coupe.
Yeah, of course, the Z06 was 1 year only, but that big 36.5 gallon gasoline tank, that was still available in 1964, one of 38 that were built that came with that big tank. This is known as the Jack Murray tanker. And this was ordered new by a GM employee in the GM marketing department back in 1964. It's got the fuel-injected engine, but in 64, the horsepower went from 360 to 375. And the tuxedo black and the silver interior is so eye-catching.
JK always used to call that the spaceman interior,
Yeah,
didn't he?
right. Yeah, on the 78 pace cars with that silver interior, we see that pretty often. Of course, a 4-speed in it as well, knockoff aluminum wheels. And those were available from the factory in 1964, 355 positive traction rear end.
You mentioned this in the Bloomington Gold Hall of Fame?
In the Hall of Fame, yep.
The reserve is off on this mid-year Corvette, 550 and now 575. I thought I heard him say the reserve.
600 now.
Yeah, they call it the Jack Murray tanker because this car disappeared for a while. And Jack Murray, who was a noted Corvette expert and a racer, rediscovered this automobile. And that's why we're able to enjoy it today.
Sold $700.
Okay, the reserve was off. Okay, $700,000.
I'm jelly again.
Me too.
So apparently we do know how to follow that last Z06.
I guess so.
Yep.
Right. Wow. You know what? The lesson learned today, expect the unexpected.
Boy, ain't that the truth.
1971 Pontiac GTO Judge from the West Coast Collection.
Yeah, this was the final chapter for the GTO Judge in 1971, debuted in 69. It's got that big 455 cubic inch big block engine in there. McCacken Concours Gold winner a couple of years ago. And it's got the 4-speed manual transmission as well. Let's not forget that. Only 195 were built in 1971 with a 4-speed. Safety track differential, 12-bolt. Engine's been balanced and blueprinted. That's an extra step. Forged connecting rods and pistons. So that's been beefed up a little bit. And the best original parts, along with many NOS new old stock parts, were used during the restoration.
$195,000
Stand by.
is the bid.
I'm thinking a little bit more activity here, and we may hammer this.
Yeah, let's pick it up.
All right, the reserve lifted here, just shy of 200 grand.
Yep, had a feeling.
You better get 200.
Got one guy paying attention.
So, $195,000.
Okay, $195
Jordan Hunter on the telephone.
will be enough for that GTO Judge.
I want something really rare now. Do you think we can come up with something really
Like
rare?
a steak rare? Or?
No.
Okay.
No, let me be more clear.
Okay.
A rare automobile.
Ooh.
Ooh.
How about this one?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, take a look at this. This is a real Chevelle Z16 from 1965. 1 year only. Oh, so much history with these cars. Chevy built this car with this engine pretty much to get everybody all torqued up for 1966 when the SS 396 hit the streets. Only 201 of these were built in 65. This has the hydraulic lifter 396 rated at 375 horsepower. That big solid lifter motor came in the following year, but these are extremely rare and desirable. They gave these out to some celebrities back in 1965 to get the word out that the Chevy SS 396 was on its way. 4-speed transmission, sport steering wheel, got bigger brakes on it, mag-style wheel covers.
Didn't they, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't they initially kind of cloak it in secrecy and maybe call it a Mark IV big block? They didn't really let too much out of the bag.
Well, they didn't print any showroom literature about this car. It was like the 67 Z28.
Exactly.
You know, they wanted to kind of keep this one to themselves. And then, of course, in 1966, everybody was lining up to buy that SS 396 because, I mean, you want to talk about a car that was a home run right out of the batter's box.
Well, and I don't know if you mentioned the numbers. You talk about rarity, just 201 bill.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
185,000.
So $185,000.
Saw one of these that was in unrestored condition at McCacken, and maybe in a year or two we might see it on the block. Who knows? 185. Okay, it's Hemi time. 69 Coronet RT convertible.
Hemi time? Hemi 4-speed convertible time. This is an unbelievable car. The restoration is just off the charts. The color you're looking at is called bright turquoise, black interior, white top, color matched wheels with those poverty caps, and you're getting a look at the elephant right there. 426, putting out 425 horsepower. That Ram Charger N96 intake. Just an incredible car. And you know what? You want to talk rarity? Only 4 Hemis were produced, convertible 4 speeds in 1969, and only one, this one, retains its original numbers matching block, Rutledge.
And Bill, something that makes this car so cool is there are letters of correspondence between all of the owners of these cars, which if all of the information Chris just gave you doesn't really solidify how special it is, you know when owners of cars are passing it down, they take time to talk about it, share that. To me, it says this car is really, really special.
Yeah, as the years go by, Rut, you're right. The owner history becomes more and more important. And when you have a line of communication like that, boy, it answers a lot of the questions that you might have. Now, this was the fraternal twin of the Super Bee, wasn't it, Chris? This would have been the fraternal twin of the Super Bee. Would have that based on the Coronet, wasn't it?
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Same bodies, just different model names. Yeah. Essentially, shared a lot of the same sheet metal.
$700,000 that bought it. Again, another Gary Riley entry into our lineup today. What a car. 1972 Chevy Nova is going to be up next. It is selling at no reserve here, Brother Bill.
Is 496 cubic inches big enough for you?
How many?
496.
I was kind of hoping for 502, but that's okay.
Okay, you know what? There may be room to bore that out a little bit more, but we'll live with this for at least the time being. Oh, yeah.
This is good.
Mark Jones at Vortec Pro, responsible for building that big block. Art Morrison subframe up front and a Caltrac rear suspension. So this is a real high-end hot rod. Has kind of a very conservative look to it, but we've seen cars like that today that are foolers with a lot of chaos going on underneath the bodywork. Turbo 400 automatic transmission. Undercarriage has been all detailed on this car. It looks as good underneath as it does up top. In fact, the goal of this build was to build a high-quality, stock-looking sleeper Nova. Boy, did they hit the bullseye with that.
They really did, and it's funny. We almost get desensitized to some of the cars that come through here because they're just the highest quality of all of them. But then you look at something like this and go, well, this is still a beautiful car, great restoration.
Sure.
And we could drive it, and it won't tank the value if we put any miles on it. So easy to forget because we're seeing so many just incredible cars. But there's a ton of great ones that are still great deals rolling through also.
Oh, man, 496 cubes. I'm just going to guess maybe 600 horsepower. You punch the throttle on this, you better have your toupee nailed down because it's going to go out the window.
57,000. You make it 7. You make it 7. You make it 57.
Oh, man.
Bill, you're the best.
That's all I can picture is somebody hitting the throttle and just not being prepared.
So, $57,000.
All right, they did a little bit of a reset there, and $57,000 would be the sale number. Well, we've already had one Super Beat A12 today, a long while ago. Here's one from 1969.
Hey, Chris, yeah, I just mentioned the Super Bee on that Coronet.
Yeah, exactly, and lo and behold, we've summoned it. Much like the Butterscotch A12 that we had earlier was preserved to perfection, this one has been restored to perfection. Same power plant there, 440. With the 6-pack setup, that 3 dual carb setup. This one in green go over black, bench seat, and this one is a 4-speed as well. Rally dash, hubcap delete, of course, which is one of the A12 package signatures, and the hopped up suspension as well, Bill.
Yeah, and got the Dave Wise seal of approval, which we'd like to see. It's in the A12 registry. It's a real car.
Yeah, these are known as 69.5s because they came out mid-year. I love also about this particular one is that the stripe has been deleted. Just that Super Beat decal on the rear quarter just really sets off that beautiful paint, super clean look.
Now, you like the lack of a stripe on this, is that what you said? Okay. The next time we get one with a stripe, don't say, hey, I like the stripe on the back, okay?
I can like both. I can like both.
Oh, no. You've got to be consistent.
Well, let me tell you, if I had to choose one or the other, I'd go stripe delete.
I agree with you. It really kind of toughens up the look of that.
Yeah.
Sir, are you asking permission?
Don't do that.
It is way better.
And the green with the red line tires and that hubcap delete once again. It's just such a great look. That fiberglass lift-off hood. You're getting a look at the passenger side fender there. And there's the Pentastar down at the bottom, which Chrysler Corporation only put on the passenger side for some reason. That little plastic Pentastar insert.
You know what? What's the first thing you see when you look at a car? The color.
Yep.
And if the color's right, you know what? People are going to fall in and get interested in it.
$120,000 on the car off the block.
It's like that Daytona blue Corvette a little while ago with the red interior.
Oh, boy.
As I said, that could have no engine in it, and I'd love the car.
120.
That's a magnet. That is.
$130,000. 130, 125, 130, 125,
Jimmy Landis
130,000, 130.
Trying to coax another $5,000 out of the crowd here. The reserve is off, as you can see.
130, 125, and 130, 130. You changed your mind?
He's got 125 up there.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Hey,
You want to get 127.5? Give another 2.
Hey, 127.5!
130 with Kirk. 135.
I don't think it's too far removed from Christmas. I mean, that green and the red line tires, man, it's like,
yeah. Yeah, you got the red logo on the scoop on the hood as well.
Yeah.
Hey, 32.5!
Don't blow your voice for $2,500 bid.
You're in.
I mean, if you're going to blow it, yeah, $250,000 bid would be all right.
Ask for the next bid, Jimmy. We're in.
So what do you have, 130?
That's Jordan
Yes.
Hunter.
35,000.
Jimmy's kind of giving him a little bit of a rough time there. Just having fun.
135. 137.5. I have 135,000.
Just got 135 current bid.
137.5.
Yes or no? Anybody else? So 135.
And 135 will do it.
Now I'll bring up.
Man, oh man! You know, I remember these cars when I would go out and hang with my buddies. If somebody showed up with one of these at a cruise night or whatever, and they lifted that hood and put it up on the stands, you didn't see any other car in the parking lot.
Oh, right.
That was the only thing people wanted to see.
They knew what they were doing, didn't they?
They did.
I'm trying to remember when. Feels like years ago that we've had the last pickup truck on the auction block.
Yeah.
Here's a C10 from 1971, selling at no reserve.
Yeah, we're in the glamour era here with a 350 small block on this 71 C10. And aluminum intake, 4-barrel, Z28 valve covers. Okay.
This one's real clean with those bigger style rallies on there. Got the stance of this one right. It's drawing a lot of eyes back in staging when we went to go check it out.
Yeah, you're right about the wheels. Perfect match there. Yeah, nothing too complicated here. Just a nice, simple build. Not a show truck. You can drive this one.
And Bill, when you can see the black paint lay so perfectly flat like that, really shows you that every attention to detail is paid when you're doing all the body work to get that thing ready.
Exactly. That's a repaint, but that is an original black truck, too.
Okay, it sells for $55,000. And one more car now from the West Coast collection before we get into the Dave Kindig trio of Corvettes. This is a 1971 Hemi Charger RT.
What a color combination. That's what strikes me the most, that bright blue over bright blue. But once again, the elephant making an appearance under the hood. Another incredible power plant there. And this one is backed up by a pistol grip 4-speed transmission. Deck lid spoiler. Now, 71, of course, represents a new body style for the Charger. And I happen to love it. It has grown on me over the years. I used to be more of a 68, 69 guy, but this 71, is just an incredible car. Elastomeric color match front bumper looks so cool. Color match wheels, once again with the poverty caps, frat zogs on the center. Man, Bill, this checks a lot of my Mopar boxes.
It's won you over, I can tell. Yeah, that's got the air grabber hood on that 426 cubic inch Hemi, 425 horse, super track pack car, 410 Dana rear end. Oh, it's got the documentation as well. And this was the farewell for the original Hemi. During the muscle car era, we wouldn't see the Hemi again in, well, another 35 years or so.
Well, they've kind of reopened the bidding here and cranked it up just a bit to $225,000.
As I went by and asked our friend Tim Wellborn, who was on the show with us earlier, I said, hey, is this one you're going to be bidding on? He said, well, it's not, because it used to be my car. This guy scooped it up from him, did a total restoration. Tim said it was a 9.5. It's a solid 10 all day long. This car is perfect now.
255, and you're out there. You want to get 265. $255,000 bid. 206.
There are a few of those cars that are previously part of the Wellborn Muscle Car Museum collection. They're all good, man.
Yeah, a lot of his cars, there's only one of these or three of these or whatever. Man, can he find them?
Roll the dice and hope it works out. I'm gonna hold it, I think. 255? Yeah, I'm gonna hold it. Too good of a car. No. Takes 265? Yeah, it takes 275. That's what
Yeah, I'd love to. 255. What's
275.
255 is bid, and they're 20 grand away.
In effect.
Mecum roll, I was
sir.
expecting that
You
to
raise your
happen.
bid to 275, I can sell it to you right now. You raise your bid to 275, it's yours. I mean to tell you 275. $275,000. Give them some encouragement. Raise your bid to $275,000. Raise your bid to 275. Do not turn around and offer me anything less yet. I'm not ready for that. 275. Give 275. Sir, yes? All right. What do you got? $275,000.
Did he?
Sold.
Wow.
He did it.
Okay.
He went for it.
Now I'll bring
How about that?
from the Kindig
A $20,000 jump, and that gentleman just bought that Hemi Charger RT, and that will wrap up the West Coast collection of cars. In total, more than $4 million worth of cars changing hands here this afternoon. 3 of the absolute coolest Corvettes on the planet are coming up here next, courtesy of our good friend Dave Kindig. And we start with the car that started it all.
Yeah, well, let's flash back real quick 3 years ago to 2023 when the CF1 number 5 sold here at Mecum for $770,000. This is CF1 number 1. It is the car that started it all. They're into the 30s now. 34, I think, is the car they're working on. But this is number 1. It had been purchased by the public. It came back to Dave, and he is now offering it here at Mecum today.
Oh, the genius of Dave Kindig. Roadster Shop chassis. Started with that for the platform. Went to Lingenfelter, who built him a 427 cubic inch LS7 rated at 550 horsepower with the Borla 8-stack injection. Oh, that is so impressive. 4L80E automatic transmission, and the workmanship, just the attention to detail, is unmatched.
It's incredible.
So hard to imagine taking a look at such an iconic car and thinking, how can I make it better? How can I bring it into a truly modern era without going too far away from the original design? And to me, that's the brilliance of Dave Kindig and what they do at his shop, Kindig Designs. It's just unbelievable. The first time I got to see this car, have Chris walk around and show me some of those things that just make it so unique and so special. It's unbelievable.
And you know, that's one of the great things about doing a custom based on a Corvette. You really don't have to do a lot to the exterior, but you can go nuts on the drivetrain, the suspension, the interior, the wheels, and all of the hard parts. But you really don't have to do much to improve the profile or the appearance of the exterior.
It's just incredible, Jimmy.
I think they paid plenty of attention to, in my opinion, interior job 1, and that is a little bit more room for the driver, more leg room, more space in the cockpit. That is going to help it out a lot.
Well, you get another chance. Here's
Well, the high bid here, $550,000.
Corvette custom convertible. This is a custom 62
And they're not going to let it go for that.
No, and I can't blame them. Nope.
So the next car in this group, 66 Corvette Custom.
That Dave Kindig, what a goofy guy. You know what he calls this color?
What's that?
Experimental. Mental. Get it? Mint? Mental?
Experiment.
Experimental.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, 66 Corvette, by the way. GM Performance 6.2 LT4, supercharged with a Lingenfelter overdrive pulley, 720 horsepower in this car with a 4L80E automatic and a Roadster Shop fast track chassis.
Yeah, and he touched everything in this car. You can see from the interior there. Enough of the DNA from the Corvette left over, but I mean, just comfort, creature comforts all over the place. I love that LT4 motor, and when you pop the hood, instead of seeing just that flat top, Dave has customized the engine cover as well. Did just a wonderful, wonderful job with that. Getting a look at that right there. Just absolute artistry under the hood.
Everywhere, bud. Hey, you know, Chris, do you know how long the build was, maybe, on some of Dave? What's the average build time for
the process
cars?
for Dave now, or this particular car? I mean, he takes...
It varies.
Yeah, it varies, but I would say it averages probably 6 months to a year.
So he may only do 1 or 2 cars a year.
Well, he's got quite an operation out at his shop in Salt Lake City. They've probably got 6 or 7 builds going at any particular time.
Yeah.
He's got, you know, it goes through the process. He's got teams working on it, and then it goes out for the interior and comes back for the finish. But they're a very well-oiled machine over there at Kindig Design.
Guys, that stance, to see that car, again, it's making slight improvements. It's not going crazy. We've seen some wild designs, but just so thoughtful in how they do it. Adding his design door handles to that car. You see the bright work and how it just really enhances everything.
Oh, yeah.
What a beautiful setup.
You know, my favorite part of this car, that engine room. That black engine with the gold Corvette lettering, man. That is just super special.
Let's have that fast track chassis too. It allows you to run those wheels and tires and not have to butcher the wheel wells. You spec the chassis out so that you can get the wheels and tires to sit within the bodywork of that car. That's another step that really makes him, a genius in what he does.
Next level. I mean, there's no area of this car when we were walking around it the other day. There's no area that's left untouched. Not even like mildly. I don't know if people see this. No, every single inch of these cars has attention to detail paid to it.
I'll bet if you open the glove compartment, the light works.
Absolutely.
Don't make no difference now.
475. 450, 475.
You want to try anything else? You want to try 460? Why not?
475.
I like spending your money.
450.
Well, you might be able to help.
$475,000. George, last and final call, and it is.
All done, guys? I don't have any more. I don't have any more.
Close the bid at $450,000.
Well, a little bit stronger than 450 you will need to be for the 66 Corvette. Now let's take a look at the third of these Vettes from 1962, this one.
Yeah, and another example of an aftermarket chassis providing the platform, an Art Morrison IRS chassis. The engine's a supercharged LT4, like we just saw, with 720 horsepower, and a 6-speed T56 manual transmission. Magallo Rosa, Ferrari red, beautifully applied.
Yeah, once again, building that engine cover. He's allowed the call out to come through this time. You see that supercharged LT4 badge in there. And he's done something kind of special in the coves. He's eliminated the 18 spears that would be on a traditional 62 Corvette. And he has installed what looks like a grill there. And knowing Dave, it's probably a functional for airflow coming through the side cove there. But just a beautiful, clean interpretation of a 62 Vette.
You see those wheels, by the way? Nobody else has them. Those are one-offs that were done by Billet Specialties.
High bid here, 450. We'll be back. Also good to have you with us. We're rolling on here on ESPN Plus. That's the 303 staging lane as we get into the last 90 minutes of today's coverage.
I have an announcement to make.
Oh, hit me.
Okay. My good friend Mark Pauck is here. He comes down almost every year, former Pro Stock standout, NHRA, the reigning factory showdown champion in the NHRA.
Okay.
He bought that pink Challenger that we saw a little earlier.
Oh, really?
Yes, he and his son are here, and that's who bought it.
Nice.
Very nice.
Very good. Well done him. 21 Aston Martin DBS Superleggera 007 edition. Just hit a high bid of $250,000.
Yeah, Superleggera Super Light Aston Martin with a V12 and featured in the film No Time to Die with James Bond.
James Bond. 1965 Corvette convertible. Man, we've had a lot of big-time cars today, but there have been some just outstanding Corvettes as part of this run today.
Yep, we've had original and restored and customs. Well, we started the auction with 410 Corvettes, so
exactly.
We're not out of them yet. How about this? 350 horse 327, that's the L79. Frame off restoration, 4-speed with rally red, paint palette and interior. AM/FM radio, another great option, the teak wood steering wheel.
Oh, yes.
Side exhaust, knockoff wheels, and we've just introduced this car to its new owner.
Yep, at $180,000. Here's another wing car, and this will get everybody's attention, especially the Mopar mavens in the room. 1970 Superbird.
Oh, Scott. V-code car. with an automatic transmission. They only built 408 of these. And it's got that, well, I said V code. You know what that means, 440. 6-barrel, 390 horse. Performance rear axle with 355 gears. Blue fire metallic, white and black inside, which you get to see right now. And the beautifully presented interior. So we'll see where this bird goes, because it's already flying past $250,000.
You've been waiting all week to use that, haven't you?
I still have a whole list of things I'm going to try to work in.
Oh, 250, 260 in the back, plant ground.
260.
260 pounds and out of mid, sir.
We know we're going to sell it.
Yeah, reserve is off. All right. I sounded like Walter Brennan there, didn't I?
Maybe.
Yeah. Reserve is off.
250 pounds and out of
All right, $250,000 buys that 1970 Superbird. We're going to take a quick break, but man, hang on to your hats. When we return, a dozen or so cars, big ones coming up. It might even be Corvette o'clock.
You're looking at the road art associated with the Bachmann collection, the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection. Over the years, their love of Ferrari went well beyond the cars themselves, but memorabilia that will be part of the auction in this collection, which crosses the block tomorrow. Danielle Trotta alongside Ferrari aficionado. He worked in Maranello and at the Ferrari Formula One team. So if anyone knows inside this room the particulars, it is Steve Matchett standing beside me, and we have 46 Ferraris inside this incredible room, Steve, all going at no reserve tomorrow, from early icons to modern superstars, pristine low mileage examples, the best of Ferrari. Can you take us through a couple of your favorites? It's hard to choose.
Well, it's hard to choose, but I have to say the Bachmann collection is absolutely beyond stunning, isn't it, from start to finish. I want to highlight two cars, Danielle. First off, let's start here with the F40. This is a 92 version of the F40. The reason this is so significant in the history of Ferrari, this was the final car, the last design that Il Commendatore Enzo Ferrari gave his signature to and signed off on before we lost him in 1988. And he wanted his legacy to be to give to his customer base the finest example of the closest version of a Formula One car that road technology could allow. So very basic. There's nothing on the inside. There's no carpets. Everything's very basic. There's no traction control. There's no ABS. You've got to absolutely dominate this car to get the best out of it. But that's what Enzo wanted to leave to his customer base. It's just a fabulous piece of engineering. But now, in celebration of Enzo Ferrari, the Ferrari factory later on in 2003 produced this absolutely stunning masterpiece in celebration of their old boss. This is the Ferrari Enzo. And it is an exquisite example of all but Formula One racing technology, including this. I have to show you this, which has to be the finest badge work that Ferrari have ever done. It is a facsimile of Enzo Ferrari's signature on the Enzo Ferrari. And on the inside, as we look here, we can see that absolutely incredible 60-degree V12 with the red crackle cam covers, very reminiscent of the Testarossa there, and this wonderful suspension array with a Formula One design rocker to transfer the loads from lateral down to a vertical loading. It is just simply stunning. These two cars, to me, are an absolute celebration of Ferrari, Danielle.
An absolute loving and perfect tribute to the icon Enzo himself.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see this entire collection cross the block. It truly is one of the moments that we have all been waiting for, the build up until tomorrow, right? All going at no reserve, but still a lot more to come today from Mecum Kissimmee. We are back to the block right after this quick break.
Oh, again, a terrific crowd today. A lot of folks out and about, some in here in the building, out at the entrance where the cars come in, right next to the 303 staging lane. That's a good place to be. Want to tell you about a pretty good 1-2 punch from Our friends at 303, the protectant and interior cleaner, give you a big combo to clean and protect your car's interior. The cleaner gets rid of the surface gunk without leaving a residue. The protectant, on the other hand, takes care of your plastic, rubber, vinyl surfaces, keeping them all looking spectacular. You can find out more at 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. Bill.
Yo.
This is the third Duntov award-winning Corvette we've had today. That's insane.
It is. You know, we're lucky sometimes to get one at a Mecum auction, and we've had more than that today. This is one NCRS and Bloomington Gold certification. By the way, NCRS, if you don't know, National Corvette Restorers Society. They and Bloomington Gold, the two most recognized organizations for authenticating Corvettes. This is a dual quad 283, by the way, with 270 horse and a lot of awards.
And a high bid of $110,000. And that allows us to turn our attention to a 1965 Shelby Factory Stage 3 Dragon Snake.
Yes, sirree. This is one of those cars that Carroll Shelby's employees convinced him that they should build and go drag racing with. Remember, a lot of guys that worked for Shelby in the early days were hot rodders. There you see the 289 with a set of Webers on there. The only Stage 3 factory-built customer Dragon Snake on planet Earth, ordered new by a guy by the name of Don Reimer of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. One of 5 factory-built Dragon Snakes, CSX 2427. Featured by Ford during the 50th anniversary Cobra celebration. You've seen it in many magazines and books. And one of the most correct and historically accurate restored Dragon Snakes you're going to find anywhere. Dragon Snakes were out there winning championships, setting records in the NHRA and the AHRA. My friend Bruce Larson, who we see sometimes at the auction here, the funny car champion from 1989. Before that, he was campaigning a Dragon Snake. Bruce Larson and his partner, I mean, they were practically unbeatable when they were out in their Dragon Snake.
Well, we'll see.
Larson and Costello. In fact, we've had that
working on
here at a Mecum auction on the block.
Yes! Well, you're in. You're in.
1.15 million is bid.
You're 1 million. They got 1, 2. They got 1, 2, so you'd have to be 250.
Yeah, that Don Reimer, the original owner, he was kind of a showman.
1,250,000.
They painted it that color yellow to match his Thunderbird tow car.
Right,
package.
I get it.
That must have
I
been,
get
huh? Yeah.
The bid's 1,200,000.
Yeah, my late friend Steven Giuliano.
Yeah.
I'm sure you remember that name, Scott.
Oh, yes.
Restored this car and used only new old stock and original parts.
All
It
right,
took
we
him a while to
appreciate
do
it,
it. Had
sir.
to track down everything needed to make this car so correct.
That was Steve Giuliano's MO, man. Just make it as
every one of them.
original as possible.
Yep.
Use all the best stuff and the right stuff. And at $1.2 million, that is going to roll past our booth and make another pit stop at the bid goes on. Here's a 1968 Hemi Charger RT Total Custom. Do we want to go with Pro Touring here?
You know what? I think we could, because it's got plenty of power. It's got an updated suspension system. It's got a reworked interior. And it's got creature comforts as well. So, yep.
Okay.
I'll give it the seal of approval for Pro Touring. J-Code Hemi Charger, built by Mr. Norms. Hudson, Florida, down there, right around this area.
Look at that.
Yep. How about the workmanship there? Twin precision turbos. Dominator computer system with a Holley Sniper intake. Boy, that takes some real clever engineering. Got an automatic. You see the interior in that brown color. It's a root beer brown on the outside.
Reserves off.
315 pounds of dollars. Anybody else? 350, down 20. 320.
Yeah, this is definitely worth 300,000 plus.
325.
Dakota digital gauges, vintage air, custom console, LED lights, Detroit speed wiper motor, even an aftermarket wiper motor with intermittent settings. That's an extra step. Aluminum radiator.
$330,000.
Wow, 330 grand.
Way down to the right.
It is showtime.
That is a choice piece. Those wheels are super cool. Look at that deep dish on the back. Nicely done.
Yep, I would give that best of show wherever it goes.
Okay, 1963. Another split window coupe up on the block right now. This is a Fuelie car.
Yes, it is, with Bloomington Gold NCRS and Concours Gold Awards at the McCacken Show. The last Fuelie that was built in 1963, according to the documentation. Comprehensive nut and bolt frame-off restoration. And, of course, the engine, that's a Fuelie, the 360-horse 327 with a 4-speed and a 370 positive traction rear end. That signature Corvette color, ermine white, the black bucket seat inside.
230, 40, 230, 40, 50, 250, 240, 50.
Boy, have we seen the bidding on Fuelie mid-year Corvettes just go through the roof.
270, 260, 70. I got 260, 270. 260.
And this is a really tall roof, too, so
yes. It better be tall.
It's not just a little meeting room at the hotel or something. Man, you got to go big when you come to Kissimmee. I tell you what, on this entire campus, 200 acres total. More than 11 acres of giant tents. That doesn't even include the big glass houses. Exactly. And the big building to the east of us. You got to have this much space for 4,500 cars.
Do they still have like the state fair or county fair or any big events here during the summer? Maybe probably do.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Yeah.
I got to get that softball in the bushel basket. I have been trying to do that for so long.
It's up to you. We got
Sucker bounces out. I don't know what the secret is.
265, 270 pounds out there. 365.
If we got to 280,
I think we got a ways to go on this guy.
I got to ask him. I got to try to get him up.
295. That's what I got. 295 would do it.
I think I just heard him say, well, let's listen.
295 buys it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
Hey, sir, you're in at 265. However, that's not quite enough. But we're not that far. Mecum rule is in effect. Raise your bid to $295,000. No, you're shaking your head the wrong way. $295,000. I could drop.
I don't know if you mentioned it, but this is a kind of a late production car. Did you mention?
Yeah, this is purported to be the last Fuelie model that was built in
295,000. You had the first chance. You was my last bidder. 280. Yep. Well, we raised his bid to $280,000, sir. He met you in the middle. 280. $280,000. 280. $285,000 bidding still open.
We're going to pay
$285,000 bid. 280. 285.
So you get the same as you.
$280,000 bid. 285. I'm going to do 285. I'm going to do 280. 285.
Yeah, you're taking your.
$280,000 bid. 285. I'm going to do 285.
10%.
$280,000. 285. I'm going to now die. Anybody else? $285,000 bid. 280 down 5. 280. 285.
You want it at 270.
You got an interested guy over there.
I know. He raised his bid. That's why.
285.
What if we just give him
295? We
270?
can put it to bed.
That's 10 more than we had before.
We can go to the next car. Go to get 295.
See if we can get this guy here.
He's the one that we raised to that. That's why.
Where's he at right now? He's at
280.
285. Help me along a little bit. 285. You want to do that?
I gotta do something though. We gotta.
Yep.
Well, they're still contemplating it, and I hear Dana Meekum's voice in there.
Yeah.
I got $285,500. She gave me another $2,500. 285.
Mecum rule maybe? It worked the last time we employed it.
Yeah, I think the Mecum rule is not in effect anymore because the guy only went to 280.
No, I got to roll. Got to roll it.
I guess we're going to close the bid.
Yeah, and what if he meant it 275?
I mean, I'm giving you.
He's
got the deal.
pretty firm there, I think, and going to let it go to the bid goes on. 280.25 is where we will leave it and let you know if anything should come to pass in the next few minutes. All right, next up, we've got to take a break, and we will go to extra time in our television match today. Stay with us. I tell you what, you could put on a blindfold and point in any direction to pick out our State Farm moment of the day today, of all days, at Mecum Kissimmee 2026. State Farm offers surprisingly great rates that fit into any budget. And I tell you what, we have landed on this 1964 Corvette N03 Tuxedo Black Coupe. Silver interior, 375 horse, 327, 4-speed transmission. It sold a little while ago for $700,000. Just one of many incredible cars. And that one got the entire gang all fired up there. And they are over the moon. Our State Farm moment of the day today from Kissimmee 2026. Oh, look, another Corvette on the block.
Oh, and each one more spectacular than the one before. Marina Blue 67 convertible with the L71, 435 horse, 427, and a 4-speed, an NCRS top flight winner. Frame off restored, documented, has the tank sticker, invoice, the shipping report. All 3 documents contained together in a frame and validated by the NCRS. Al Grenning got involved. He affirmed this engine pad certification that tells you that that powertrain is the one the car was born with.
All right, high bid on that at $225,000. Next up, are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding.
A 1 of 1, 67 special order from the factory.
Yep. Bob Wingate. Bob Wingate was a great guy. Pardon me, I knew him years ago out in LA. He was a photographer. His work wound up in a lot of the hot rod magazines. He was a Corvette collector, had the best of the best, and he led the nation for a number of years in a row for single-handedly selling the most Corvettes for an individual. And this Corvette was given to him as a reward for his promotional and sales efforts. Yep, he was a stud. This one, again, L71, 435 horse, 427, and a 4-speed. Only known documented example of a factory shop order C2 Corvette.
That's insane.
It is insane. It's crazy talk. M24 speed. Wingate had intended to autocross the car and felt that this setup would be more useful. And with a wide ratio transmission, I can understand, having done a lot of autocrossing myself, wide ratio transmission reduces the number of gear shifts that you make as opposed to a close ratio transmission.
And look at some of the extra bodywork. 3 taillights in the back, the little different treatment on the grille up front.
Yep. Those 3 taillights, that was actually pretty common back in the day, and I think Tony Nancy, that great customizer and racer, was the first guy to do that.
Right. That is so cool. Well, it did not sell. It reached a high bid of $350,000. So we will move to the next 67 Corvette.
Yeah, not quite the L71. This would be the 400 horsepower 427 with 3 2-barrel carburetors. But again, all the awards you can think of from Bloomington Gold and NCRS. And it's been validated and documented. This one with a Power Glide, automatic transmission and factory air. Now, this is a combination that is, well, not widespread, but certainly more common when you see that 400 horsepower 427. You know it's the hydraulic lifter engine, which was available with factory air conditioning and sometimes teamed up with the Power Glide automatic. Power steering, power disc brakes, power windows, telescoping steering wheel, headrest, nice. Rally red, black interior, and the bolt-on wheels. Kelsey Hayes aluminum bolt-on wheels. Those are the actual Kelsey Hayes bolt-on wheels. Money, 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 money. But the spare tire is a reproduction of a Kelsey Hayes bolt-on wheel.
Well, the high bid here at 180. So it'll be a bid goes on car.
That's, you know, a couple of miles away from what it would take.
Well, coming up, Bill, this looks an awful lot like your 69 L88 in Riverside Gold that you had a long time ago, but it's not. It's another automatic car.
Right. Yeah, this one is known as Goldie. The other one was automatically yours. That was the nickname on that car. But yeah, 17 L88s produced, and that's going from 67 to 69, had automatics. And this is one of them. And wow, it's also got those factory side exhausts. 1969 is the only year in the C3 generation you get factory side exhausts, and they are on an L88. Original leather interior featured in the 1986 Bloomington Gold Special Collection of L88s. Comprehensive restoration to correct specs. Last year, expertly prepared for rigorous NCRS judging at the National Convention in Vegas.
$350. And that is going to be the high bid.
Yeah, and I would tell you right now that that's going to need a lot more activity to get it sold.
Oh, man.
Yep.
All right, 1970 Datsun 240Z up on the auction block now.
Yep, 1970, the 240Z becomes the poor man's Corvette, actually, is what a lot of people called it. But this one has the same kind of awards and accolades as some of the Corvettes we've had. A gold medallion award winner at the Z-Car National Convention. And it was featured at the induction of Nissan President Yutaka Katayama, a Hall of Fame in 1988. A pretty famous car here. Franklin Mint builds scale model cars, all different scale model cars, and they used this one to help them build an authentic replica in scale. 2.4 liter inline six, and the 4-speed manual transmission. $140,000, the current bid, and I'm rubbing my eyes because we have not seen these cars anywhere near this neighborhood, but this is a very special one indeed. And by the way, this market also is beginning to elevate.
Now, are we putting it on his number?
Yeah, this is a very, very exclusive neighborhood here in Central Florida, man. This is like
145.
the ultimate gated community of cars.
You're right.
By the way, as this one sells for $140,000 normally by about 6:15 or so, we're off the air. We're going to be here till 7 o'clock because all the cars are so good.
Bonus coverage.
You got it.
An absolute gorgeous end to the day here in Central Florida. We hope you're enjoying our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions here from Kissimmee. And when it comes to talking about the Ferrari 250 GTO, 3 numbers are very important: 36, 9, and 1. 36 total units produced. 9 were right-hand drive, and 1, only 1, this one, left the factory in white. An incredible car that will be crossing the auction block tomorrow. If you were lucky enough to witness the 917 crossing the block last year. Perhaps you were extremely lucky and you were here with us in person. Well, I'm sure that energy from last year will be matched and surpassed when this incredible, historic machine crosses the block. Definitely make sure to check in with us. And if you're lucky enough to be here with us, make sure to be in the auction hall because it will be a very special moment. Scott, back to you.
Chris Jacobs, thank you very much. And you are absolutely right. As good as today has been, tomorrow, I don't even want to predict it other than stay tuned. That car is the halo car of this entire auction, and the Bachmann Ferrari collection as well. That'll be part of tomorrow's telecast. We're here from noon until 7 tomorrow with you. Here's a custom treatment on and kind of never before seen treatment on a Chevelle from 1967, Bill.
Okay, real quick. It is a full custom car. It's got custom everything, but I want to quickly tell you the story behind the car. The nickname of it is Overlord. Command Sergeant Major David Vreeland nicknamed this car in memory of his dad, who was part of the D-Day invasion force in Normandy in World War II. Wow. And that was called Operation Overlord. The car is a tribute to his dad.
That is pretty cool.
I love that.
And it brought $250,000.
Beautiful custom, guys. That thing's incredible.
Yeah, man. No expense spared.
It brought the money. And this one is bringing the noise in a very good way. This is a 1957 Devon SS Ryan special.
Yeah, Devon was a family-owned business. They built basically bodies. They rarely, if ever, built complete automobiles, but they built bodies that people would buy, and then they could put the platform under it that they wanted, and there were all kinds of different approaches to these, and a lot of them were raced like this one. This one has a 331 cubic inch Chevy V8 and a race-prepared 4-speed manual transmission, a custom chassis. Probably no two are alike, really, and this was built in 57 by a racer by the name of Peter Ryan, hence the name Ryan Special, and he later raced in Formula One.
What I love is the authenticity of that car. When you see the headrest that's there kind of wrapped in that red tape,
yep,
reminds you of so many race cars of the past. They did the best with the safety equipment they had. It was not record-breaking for the time,
no,
but they said, well, I got to have something back here to pad me a little bit.
You're right. A lot of these cars garage built. I remember Popular Mechanics magazine and Mechanics Illustrator would have ads selling Devons in the back and the classified ads. Build your own car, you know, to get the Devon.
Well, that car reaches $150, I think, 150 before we send it away to the bid goes on and see if they can't work out a deal. And now it's a 1953 Corvette. Yes, 53, first year. This one's been subjected to a complete and total frame-off restoration.
Yeah, and the first thing you notice is that the finish of this body and the gloss on that paint, you know, immediately has been restored. Because these original 53 Corvettes, that was kind of their Achilles heel. The uneven finish of the fiberglass and the paint really didn't gloss like this. So beautiful job on the restoration, a frame-off job. It's got the Blue Flame 6 and the Power Glide automatic. And, well, you know, we don't have to give you a whole list of options on these cars because there were scant extras that you could get. Push-button radio, yeah, maybe that, but otherwise, what you see is what you got.
Number 186 of the run of 300.
Right, 300, first year. 1954, they almost pulled the plug. The second year, they just were not selling. But they hung in there. 55, things picked up a little bit. And by 1956, when Zora Arkus Duntov got his hands on this car, well, they were over the hump.
It's funny when we got a chance to see Dave Kendig's CF1 earlier. Now looking at this car, it really does give you that appreciation for both of them. To see where this car started, to see where Dave took it, but still making you feel like it's just like a regular Corvette that went off to college and then it stayed a little longer, got a master's, and said, you know what? just going to get my doctorate.
It was like me on the multi-year program. Right?
Absolutely.
I didn't get a doctorate or anything, but
Sell it.
270 is the bid, and that's going to be enough. Reserve comes off.
Guys, 280,000. 275, 280,000. Mike gets it. 280,000.
Would you like Mac or are you all done?
$280,000 I have. Sold 275. Sold.
All right.
Now bring up 264.
We'll take that. One of 300 first-year Corvettes. Sells at 275.
We started with 410. Want to take a guess how many we got left?
Oh,
we've had so many.
I know. Let's see. I
know. It boggles the mind. We never get that many.
We might have 30 tomorrow. Just a wild guess.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? All I could do is guess.
Here's a 19-720S McLaren.
Guys, with those butterfly doors that we love so much on this car, Bill, it's elegance, it's speed, it's so many things wrapped in one package.
Yes, and congratulations to the McLaren Formula One team for bagging that World Championship for 2025. Yeah, this was the hot McLaren in 2019. 710 horsepower, 4.0 liter V8 with twin turbos, 7-speed dual clutch automatic. Burton Blues color on the outside, tan interior, carbon ceramic 4-wheel disc brakes with anti-lock brakes and orange calipers. Spoiler on the back, carbon fiber, and we're at $230,000. Yeah, that rear spoiler can be deployed. Actually acts as an air brake. Helps slow the car down.
Oh, you gotta take her home.
Love to see that active arrow, especially in a car that has enough speed to need it and use it. So cool.
Oh, it's a 200-mile-an-hour car, no argument.
$250,000. How we doing? How to get a bit of a 250?
240 is the bid.
Well, 3,500 miles on the odometer. So, someone's been having some fun with it.
45. Now 250. Get 245, 250,000.
Well, that's the magic word. The reserve is off.
I appreciate it. You know this one's going home with somebody. All right.
245.
Want to give it one more try there? They're still asking, so I'm going to hang out. But other than that, I got a 45, 50. And it's going to be 15. I'm going to 245 into 15. I have. Sold 245. Sold $245,000. John.
Now I'll bring up 265 and 1971 Plymouth Cuda convertible with the original.
All right, the hammer drops $245,000. I see some fun roads ahead for that couple for sure. Man, oh man.
Man, I'm thinking of that Tavares song. It's where the happy people go.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
I didn't know you listened to that.
Oh, I used to be a disco.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I keep forgetting that. Okay, here we go. 71 Cuda convertible now up on the block. Man, this has got some eye snap to it, Bill.
Yeah, and you know, Scott, almost every time a car hits the block for some reason, it's exclusive, it's rare, it's one of only so many. This is one of only 87 Cuda convertibles in 1971 with a 383 V8 and torque flight automatic. There you go. Dave Wise has issued a report on this car, one of his elite reports.
And for you hockey fans out there, the Finnish Flyer, Teemu Selänne, used to own this car.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
That's a little bit of sports provenance there.
Yep.
Cool. No reserve, by the way, at $110. And you mentioned that 383. It's a real N-code car for sure.
Yep.
And that is tawny gold. And does that work with those giant white billboards?
Oh, yeah.
And the white top, man?
That's scratching my itch, that's for sure.
130 at no reserve.
So the CUDA nomenclature would include the 383, the 440, and the Hemi. Anything lower displacement that would just be called the Barracuda and wouldn't have gotten those fender gills. But we know it's a CUDA.
Right, a 71,
383.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that paint lays a lot sexier than it does on a UPS truck, I gotta tell you.
As we welcome you back here to Kissimmee at Heritage Park, Osceola Heritage Park on ESPN Plus. Just about 30 minutes remain. Plenty of cars to attend to. And we will begin this segment with a 67 Shelby GT500.
Oh, excellent Shelby Mustangs throughout the day today from all of the Shelby Mustang generations. I mean, right up until the current era, in fact. This one, the 67 428 Police Interceptor, 355 horse with the 2 4-barrel carburetors and a 4-speed manual, the dark moss green with a black interior is certainly very pleasing to the eye. Great restoration, outstanding condition.
Bill, do you know why Shelby went with those longer rectangular taillights over the standard Mustang? What was the kind of thought process in that?
Those are Thunderbird taillights, and just to make the back of the Shelby Mustang a little more distinctive, they put in the sequential Thunderbird taillights.
That's awesome.
I love that.
$300,000 will be short of what is necessary to buy that car. 1959 Jaguar next, a fixed head coupe XK150S.
3.8 liter inline 6-cylinder engine. It's been upgraded with triple SU carburetors, 4-speed manual with overdrive. And look at the finish underneath the hood. Outstanding. Imperial maroon, tan inside. And of course, these classic Jaguars, 1959, all about luxury, creature comforts, the walnut trim inside, the leather, triple chrome plated bumpers and trim. The Barani polished alloy wire wheels. Oh, that is a postcard Jaguar. $180,000 and closing in on $200,000. And I think if we can get there, and maybe we can do a little horse trading. Didn't make it.
Yep, $190,000 is going to be the high bid. So the next car is 71 CUDA.
With a 383, another 383 powered CUDA from 1971 with the orange and the orange houndstooth inside. We'll get a look at that in a second when it rolls forward. Torque Flight 727 and factory air conditioning. Broadcast sheet, fender tags, go ahead.
Orange over orange houndstooth. I mean, come on. This color combination is amazing. The color matched bumpers, the 383 billboards. Man, there's so much to love about this car. Those rally wheels. Look at that. Throw a 4-speed in this and count me in.
Well, the parts are available. And that's going to sell for $135,000.
Gotta think that's a factory setup with that interior too. That is, someone had a lot of style back in '71.
Yep, they upgraded those rally wheels, put on a set of 17-inch jobs.
They had a lot of style, and Chris, orange, you glad they did?
Ha ha. Yes, I am.
Yeah, back in the day, you get front disc brakes on these. This has been upgraded to 4-wheel disc brakes.
All right, a little bit off the main floor, but still well within reach. Oh man, I think she is just overjoyed. 137.5. Okay, 1958 custom Corvette. That's what we're going to take a look at next.
You know who did this car? Indianapolis.
Oh, yeah. Jeff Hayes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeff Hayes build, pro touring job. Yeah, all of the craftsmanship and workmanship that you can expect from Jeff can be encapsulated in this 58 Corvette. LS swap for power, 4L70E automatic. C4 Corvette disc brakes, vintage air inside. That's Lexus Pearl White covering most of the car, and you see kind of that almost looks like a convertible top, but it isn't.
Yeah,
it's a vinyl top.
Material, the vinyl.
Yes.
Almost feels like a
removable top.
denim
That's
almost,
nice.
Chris.
That's really nice.
Cool, soft surface on that.
Maybe it's denim on the top because it's sort of a denim finish. That was around the same time I think Harley was using a sort of flat, a matte color that they referred to as denim too. What a cool car.
That white paint you were talking about is just got a lot of pearl. It's kind of an eggshell look.
Yeah, it's a matte. It's a matte.
Yeah.
It's a semi-gloss, so it's not a clear coat, a pure clear coat. It's just kind of a little bit of a dull finish on it.
Yeah, that'll need more love than 190 for sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here comes an E-Code Sunliner on a 57 Ford Fairlane 500.
Did anybody know that there was an E-Code 57 Ford Fairlane 500? Well, there you go. The E-Code is the dual quad setup on the 312 cubic inch Y block with an automatic transmission and a sensational restoration.
You know who did it?
Amos Minter.
Yes.
The Thunderbird expert. He's branching out here and doing Fairlanes. So it's got the same kind of outstanding fit and finish as any of his Thunderbirds. Power top, power steering, and power brakes.
Coming down the lane, line F272, a 1970 Dodge Challenger RT convertible pilot car with a 4-speed.
Boy, that red and black contrast is just insane.
They are talking to each other, aren't they?
All right, I believe 60,000 was the high bid. Yes, it was. So we will advance the lineup to bring out a 1970 Challenger RT convertible pilot car.
Yeah, pilot cars, all the manufacturers built these. These were prototypes, if you will, and they could be built for any number of reasons. Executives could drive them, or they would farm them out to the press just to get them evaluated, get another opinion on them. This was one of 61 V-Code six-pack convertibles that were produced in 1970. That gives it some speciality for sure. 390 horse, 440. 4-speed manual, the 833 track pack as well with a Dana rear end. And the Chrysler registry. They kept all the receipts, all the invoices for the restoration.
And Bill, they call this color bright red. It's almost coral in the right light. It's got such a nice deep red to it. It's got a real pop and some bright lights. It's a beautiful, beautiful car.
Oh, against that white interior.
Well, the high bid here is going to be $340 by the time the dust settles. And here is a similar car, another convertible pilot car, 1970 Cuda.
Serial number 4 pilot car. Wow, that's early. It is the first 1970 Cuda convertible produced with the V-Code 440 6-barrel engine, and that is documented. That's worth some money.
Well, $300,000 right now.
Yes, sir. Restored about 21 years ago by Rocket Restorations up in Olympia, Washington. It's got the shaker hood, and it's got the pistol grip shifter on that 4-speed, of course. Premium sound, power windows, remote mirror, Dana rear end, dual exhaust, power front disc brakes, and rally wheels.
And Bill, what is it about pilot cars that people love so much? Is it just the kind of allure that there was only one that was the technical pilot car?
Well, usually there's more than one, but you're getting a car that has not been released to the general public. You know, strictly an in-house automobile that was used to evaluate new options, parts, pieces, whatever. So it gives it a special kind of history.
Oh, such a unbelievable day today. And we've still got 15 minutes or so and some good cars. So we're gonna bring as many of them to you as we can here. A 6-figure 57 Bonneville to start off a new segment. What do you say?
Fuel injection in 1957 on that 347 cubic inch V8. How many times today have I said one of only?
A lot.
A lot. One of only 620 Bonneville convertibles in 1957. Completely restored in 2011. It's a POCI Gold Award winner. That was in 2012, right after the restoration was done. Automatic transmission, power steering and brakes. And this is the car that changed the course of the Pontiac Motor Division, taking it from what was considered to be your grandmother's car to a car that young people, that people wanted performance and speed, could warm up to. And this was only the beginning, 1958. They went to the 3 two-barrel carburetors, and before the 50s were over, they had the 389 in 1959, and that was the engine that really catapulted Pontiac into the high-performance world.
120 is the bid, says Trev Morvac.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
We don't see it, but the top on this car is black. And if you see photographs on the Mecum website, boy, that gives it such a stately visual appeal when the top is up. I like that it's down here, but gold with the black top, man, that is super cool.
Yeah, it kind of changes the flavor of the car with a black top on that.
It does.
125. 120's bid. 125.
That's got leather upholstery too. That was really cheap back in 1957. Corvette didn't get a leather interior until 63. Cadillacs had them.
Okay, 120,000. That'll be where that car ends up. And now we go to the mid-70s with Cadillac Coupe de Ville.
From the Pontiac to the Cadillac. General Motors, 2 different generations, and yet they really were setting the pace in style and performance. 75 Cadillac had the 500 cubic inch V8. That came in 1970. 3-speed, turbo, hydromatic transmission. Power everywhere you looked, but how about that Roxina red and the white and the red interior? Oh boy, that looks so cushy. AM/FM radio, cruise control. Those front seats we just saw are power operated. And I mentioned the leather upholstery in the Pontiac in 1975. Yeah, that was considered almost, you know, what's the word I'm looking for?
22,000 takes 30,000 to buy it.
On a leather interior would, you know, that would be almost boring. I mean, you would expect it so much, it would not be a sensation.
Commonplace.
Commonplace, thank you. That would be it. Good word.
All right. Thank you. 22,000 for the Cadillac. Big money potential here. And that is always the case when a J model Duesenberg comes to the auction block. This is from 1929.
Now, here's the deal. We've mentioned it any number of times. If you bought a Duesenberg, you bought the platform, you bought the chassis, you bought the running gear, and then you went to a coach builder, which means whenever you have a Duesenberg, it's very likely that you're going to have a model name that is not commonplace. Huh? See what I did there?
Oh, man, you are too much.
This is the Legrand Blind Quarter Brougham, okay? So how many were built? Who knows? Because they were all bespoke. This one has the 265 horsepower Lycoming straight 8, 420 cubic inches, and the 3-speed manual transmission. This was delivered new in August of 1929. as a sedan with body number 208, and then it went back to Duesenberg in 1933 and was upgraded. They just took one body off and they put this one on. So that's how Fred and Augie Duesenberg did business. Almost every single car was distinctive in its own right.
Isn't that amazing to think that you could go back and get a totally different body?
I know, couldn't do that today.
What a wild, wild thought.
I mean, you could go to Dave Kindig maybe, and he'd cook up a new body. Yeah, there's a place not far from me, about an hour and a half away from me, out in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, called Libby's Classic Car Restoration Center, and they did the mechanical restoration on this Ducey.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
It did not meet the reserve. $725,000 was the high bid. How about a 400-horse 427 Corvette, Bill?
How about that? Now, we saw pilot cars. This is called a brass hat car. This would be a car strictly for executives to drive, to enjoy, and they would obviously evaluate the car. A lot of these cars were loaded with options, and sometimes they would use a brass hat car to decide whether an option would go into production. This one has the 400-horse 427 and a 4-speed transmission and factory air conditioning. And as I mentioned, all the different options. This has power windows and steering and brakes, side pipes, rally wheels. And we're not going to sell this right now anyway.
Nope, $140,000. This is a car with a little bit of movie provenance.
It sure is, Scott. This was in the 1995 Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. It was driven by Heather Graham, her character, Felicity Shagwell. This was her car. A lot of people particularly remember her and Mike Myers as Austin Powers driving the car, and also there was a scene where Will Ferrell had fallen down and he was hurt. He said it was beginning to smell a bit like almonds. He had an open wound. I think he'd broken his leg. This is the car. How exciting.
That's it. Yeah, 327 small block. Nothing that distinctive about the running gear. It's all about its movie appearance and the notoriety that goes with it. Featured in Vet magazine a number of years back and on the cover of Corvette Fever as well. Comes with a certified letter by New Line Cinema. Executive Vice President Jim Rosenthal, which substantiates its role in the movie. It's in a music video by Lenny Kravitz, the song American Woman. So this car's made the rounds. Sometimes I'll tell you about the off-screen affair that I had with Heather Graham.
Be the second installment of the Austin Powers movies. Is that correct?
That's right. That's my bag, baby.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Well, the high bid here on this movie car, $175,000, and we send it over to Danielle Trotta.
Thank you so much, Scott. We're with Steve Matchett once again, and this time we're inside the room, which is an exclusive room for a special collection every year at Kissimmee. And this one for the Yenko Chevrolet Camaros. There's a handful in here, and we'll start here. Steve, what is it you love so much about this generation and collection specifically?
Well, the Yenko Camaros, because a legendary series of Camaros produced in the 1960s by Don Yenko using his Chevrolet dealership to put bigger engines into these stock cars that Chevrolet at the time didn't put into, and then we got into the Copo Camaro. So it's a wonderful piece of automotive history. But on a personal level, Danielle, I have to say, as a younger apprentice mechanic living over in England in the 1970s, just when I was starting out in the profession, I would look over the Atlantic to you guys in the United States and see these first generation Camaros and just love them, that height of the muscle car era. You know, I love the shape, I love the sound of them. They were just a beautiful design. They continue to be a beautiful design. And I have to say, I am thrilled that the legendary Yenko Camaros, particularly this collection that we see here, the Cliff Ernst collection in the room, they are just stunning jewels, aren't they?
And the color variety as well. It's just superb. The 1969 Yenko Camaro you're looking at here, they call it a Le Mans Blue. Which
I had one of these cars. It wasn't a Yenko Camaro. It was a first generation Camaro, and mine was also Le Mans Blue. I love that color.
That's
it's beautiful.
So great.
Yes, yeah.
We'll show you more throughout this collection here as Jake pans through this Clift Ernst collection, which is crossing the block tomorrow, part of our final day at Mecum Kissimmee. But we're not done here yet. Come on back. More live from the block on the other side of the break.
Back at Kissimmee, time to run down our top 5 sellers today. It's been so busy, we've got to show you all 5 of them. That Gulf Heritage Edition 2019 Ford GT gabbled for $1.1 million. Bill, help me out with number 4.
Oh, in 1966, the world's fastest production car. 1966 Shelby Mustang. Shelby Cobra. What's wrong with me? $1.4 million. Sold American.
Oh, and the number 3 car, even better than that. 66 427 Cobra. That one of 32. Narrow hip from the factory, $3 million gavel price.
2015 Porsche 918 Spyder Weissach package with thousands and thousands of dollars of options. And Rick Hendrick was the winning bidder on this for $5.5 million.
Way above the pre-auction estimate, but our historic and record-setting, or record-including car today, 1966 GT40 Mark II factory lightweight, brought $11.25 million a bit earlier in the day today, and that car is the number 2 all-time selling Mecum automobile, and there you see a look at that top 5. Wow. We still have time for another Ford GT from 2005 as we get set to close out the show here. $450,000 as we pick this up live on the block.
Oh, we'll always have time for Ford GT. And this is the second one that we've seen in Mark II Black. And you know the powertrain in these cars by now. 550 horsepower out of the supercharged 5.4-liter double overhead cam engine. An honest 200-mile-an-hour American exotic. And only 237 of these were finished in this Mark II Black. We've got the BBS lightweight wheels. We've got the Macintosh stereo. And we've got the stripes. And we've got the painted calipers. So 4 for 4.
And they fire it up, the bid at $475,000. Did you mention the mileage?
Mileage, 3,700 miles.
Okay. 475.
Postman at $475,000 bid goes on at $475,000.
Well, that is going to be a little bit short at $475,000.
Yeah.
Time enough for a 1969 Hemi GTX, and why not? Look at this. What a striking car this is.
Yeah, the color, the powertrain, you name it. 198 Hemi GTXs were produced in 1969. This with the Torque Flight automatic, the Dana 60 rear end, and the air grabber hood.
Yeah, Sunfire yellow over black interior. That 727, as Bill mentioned, in the center console. Color-matched wheels, poverty caps, red line tires, air grabber N96 intake. Woo! And this is a numbers matching car, Bill?
Numbers matching, wow. I believe.
Surprised that the price is not jumping up a little higher.
Yeah.
95, no, 95, 100,000.
Don't know that it's numbers matching, but it was originally a J-code car.
Yeah, it is a J-code car, but not sure if it's the original block that came with the car.
The reserve is off at 105.
One of my 67 Corvettes had a GM color on it. Sunfire yellow.
Oh, yeah.
That was a GM color, too.
Yep.
Come on, get it to him. Come on. You got it. You got it. Right on the money.
$110,000.
You got it, Paul.
That will buy that GTX.
Tim Wellborn didn't buy that, did he?
I don't think so. I wasn't watching him. I don't believe he did.
He did not.
He's sneaking around. He's going to do something.
Last car for us, 69 Z28.
Rotisserie restoration on this numbers matching 1969 Z28, the 302 with the 290 horse, the Muncie M24 speed, 12 bolt rear end, 410 posi traction, power steering, and front disc brakes. And this has a restoration on it that is just as special as any we've seen today, and we've seen a lot.
It's going to be our last car here, guys. We're at 110. And the reserve just came off. You know what? We are less than 24 hours away from potentially the single largest day in Mecum auction history. Do whatever you need to do to be in front of your TV or computer from noon until 7 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. Again, an extra hour of coverage coming up. We will see you then. For now, thanks so much for watching today. So long from the largest collector car auction in the world, Mecum Kissimmee.
11,250,000!